Bright lightning bolts pierced the sky, and it was immediately clear that this storm did not bode well. The square in the middle of the palace was littered with the bodies of dead people and all kinds of monsters. Apparently, the girl with a knife in her hands, covered in blood, walked around admiring Qin Feng's power. Even exhausted by hundreds of debuffs, he was able to clear the ruins of the ancient gods single-handedly. However, the eye of justice would still fall to the girl. The warrior in armor, bloodied, hunched over, barely able to stand, asked why her of all people. He couldn't understand, because she was his sister, Qin Xiao. How could she do this to her brother? However, the girl did not consider him her brother because he was just a foundling, adopted by her parents. So they had absolutely nothing in common, and he did not dare to call himself Qin Xiao's brother. Song Fei approached the girl and confirmed that she was absolutely right in her thinking and reasoning. Although it cannot be denied that Qin Feng turned out to be very useful. The young people would not have been able to obtain this sacred artifact on their own to instantly drain all the energy from Qin Feng. They had to go through a lot to get the Soul Eater blade, but now it was sticking out of the guy's back. The wounded man said that he had raised Qin Xiao after their parents' death and paid for her education. And after the game destroyed their familiar world, he risked his life countless times for her sake. Qin Xiao replied that after their parents' death, Feng continued to meddle in her life for some reason, controlling her and always wanting to be useful. But now they had obtained the artifact and no longer needed his protection. Song Fei raised his swords above his head and said that he would take care of Qin Xiao himself and that Qin Feng could die in peace. However, as he was dying, the young man shouted that even if they killed him, they would not get away with it. Blood flooded the area as Song Fei stabbed the wounded fighter. A game was released. When a person fell asleep, they found themselves in the game world, whether they wanted to or not. The only value in this reality was life energy. Death reduced it, and victory over monsters increased it. Players could spend their life energy to use their powers in the real world. The strongest could tear tanks apart with their bare hands and cut down planes with a single sword stroke. Since then, the world has been plunged into chaos. The hero did everything he could to ensure that he and his sister could live. After endless mortal dangers, the young man managed to reach the ruins of the ancient god. There a sacred artifact awaited the young man, the Eye of Justice, because in the end he was worthy of it. No one could have imagined that he would be betrayed by the person closest to him. But all his efforts were trampled upon, and all his suffering only paved the way for someone else. But Qin Feng did not agree with this outcome. If only the young man could start all over again, he would think only of himself. The young man slept soundly in his bed, covered with a blanket. Suddenly, the young man woke up, sat up with a start, trying to understand where he was. Was this the real world? The guy felt his throat, checking to see if he was really alive, because he almost vividly remembered that he had died. After checking the calendar and looking out the window, the guy realized that he had indeed been reborn. It was the very day when this game appeared 9 years ago. The door to the apartment burst open with a kick, and a pretty girl entered. She was very surprised to find Qin Feng at home. It was unclear why he hadn't answered her calls, because she had called him so many times. Qin Feng remembered that he had indeed quarreled with Song Fei over his sister, because she just wanted to support him, and he shouldn't have made a mountain out of a molehill. Even before the appearance of the god-forsaken lands, Song Fei was a famous idol, and Qin Xiao was his crazy fan. Outwardly, the guy was very attractive, but in reality, he was a scoundrel who sucked money and pleasure out of his female fans. To keep Xiao from falling into his trap, Qin Feng, as her older brother, forbade her from hanging out with him, but she accused him of being overly controlling. The quarrel was very serious. Qin Xiao demanded money from her brother and believed that it was his fault that her favorite had been kicked out of the top chat. Qin Feng couldn't take it anymore and slapped his sister. The girl fell to the floor in surprise. She held her reddened cheek, unable to believe her eyes that her brother Qin Feng had hit her. Qin Feng said he was in no mood to argue with his sister, and if she didn't shut up, he would shut her up himself. He wasn't going to give her any money because it had been left by their parents. In all the years since their parents' death, the young man had not taken a penny from them, and now he threw the card at his sister. Feng said that the memory of their parents would not be reduced to Xiao's level, but now he wanted to tell her that he no longer considered her his sister. Qin Xiao cried, tears streaming down her face as she held her bruised cheek. It hurt her to hear such words from her brother. Qin Feng had missed many opportunities in his past life trying to protect his sister. He refused to enter dangerous ruins and dungeons so as not to get hurt there. Qin Feng took a sleeping pill, wanting to get into the game world as quickly as possible. He wanted to see how far he could go without this burden on his shoulders, and this time he would use everything he knew to become the strongest. Now his sister would be on her own, but the young man swore to tear Song Fei's head off with his own hands. Finally, Qin Feng fell asleep and reappeared in the game space, the land abandoned by God. How the young man missed the selection hall. He remembered the first time he found himself there. Qin Feng spent too much time choosing a class, but this time it would be completely different. In his past life, the boy became a warrior to protect his sister. It wasn't the worst choice, but now it wasn't suitable because it was much faster to advance in the game alone. Qin Feng understood that mobility and reaction speed were now the most important things. The player activated the Eye of Justice and chose the Assassin class. With the help of the Eye of Justice, Qin Feng automatically received the strongest build for the selected class. This was excellent news. The Eye of Justice remained with the young man after his rebirth. It turned out that it was impossible to steal because it would always belong to its owner. Perhaps it was thanks to the Eye of Justice that Qin Feng was able to be reborn again. But then the young man felt some kind of black energy penetrating him. It turned out that he was able to unlock a secret subclass. After that, synchronization was performed, which was successfully completed. As a result, Qin Feng became a shadow. It turned out to be the assassin's secret build. Unlike the warrior, this time Qin Feng's initial power was significantly higher than last time. Unlocking a secret build class is incredibly difficult, but the power of justice made it absolutely easy. What is it really? The power of justice was the primordial force of the universe, surpassing any law, whether natural or human. In a previous life, after the game was launched, a player appeared who managed to leave the lands abandoned by God and enter the kingdom of law. Only then did humanity learn about the power of law, but that was only once. Qin Feng couldn't believe that he would receive the primordial power at the very beginning of the game. He only needed to enter the kingdom of law and achieve godhood to gain complete control. Qin Feng realized that he had another goal. When the class selection was complete, he needed to enter his nickname. Qin Feng decided that if his build originated in darkness, he would become the shadow. After that, the game transported the young man to the lands abandoned by God. It was a realm of ruins, filled with countless monsters that thirsted to tear anyone to pieces and drink their life energy. It was necessary to kill everyone in order to increase one's energy. The death of a player deprives them of half of their accumulated resources. The city of Rakushka is a safe zone. There are no monsters here, and players do not attack each other. People stood in the streets and discussed their classes and nicknames, as well as the abilities they possessed. Shadow noticed how many people had already joined the game. The young man knew that soon the rich and famous people from the real world would be in the game and would crush everyone else. If Qin Feng wanted to stay one step ahead, he couldn't stay here. But at that moment, right before his eyes, some players were revived in the middle of the square. They had died on their missions, but after death, they returned to the city. The people on the streets were surprised by Qin Feng's appearance. They understood that he was an assassin, but they felt that he was very powerful and cool. The men talked about how badly they had been bitten by monsters, how they had failed to increase their health, and how their life energy had been halved. One man was outraged by the monster's power. After all the players together had barely managed to reduce its health, and they didn't even hope to defeat the monster. The men turned to a girl named Li Qi and asked her what they should do next. Qin Feng noticed this girl. Usually archers started with short bows, but it seemed that this beauty also had a secret build. Li Qi turned to Shadow at that moment, saying that he had a very unusual build and suggested that they team up. The young people themselves could not cope with the monsters, even though they already had some experience. What experience? The experience of being killed, and he didn't want to team up with them. The men believed that the stranger was pretending to be a professional, while hoping to kill monsters on his own that they couldn't even defeat with 5 people. They understood that the stranger had a secret. Li Qi checked Assassin's nickname and remembered that his name was Shadow. She suggested that her team follow this guy and see what he was capable of, and at the same time learn more about the monsters he would be fighting. And then the pretty cunning blonde decided that they would all watch together as this elite assassin died. Qin Feng left the city alone, proud and ready to face the first monsters. This place was scary and dangerous, and without experience in online games, you could lose right away. The very first monster would easily destroy the newbies. For first-level players, it was too strong an opponent. They saw that the assassin's starting weapon was different. The guy was very fast, his agility was high, and even his appearance was different. The players hoped to follow the shadow and perhaps learn something important. And at some point, they realized that the stranger had noticed them. But suddenly, something strange began to happen to him. The assassin was enveloped in black energy. But right before their eyes, this energy began to disappear and dissolve into the air. The surprised players ran to the place where the assassin had been standing just a moment ago. He had simply vanished into thin air. This invisibility skill was clearly not a first-level one. Qin Feng, being invisible, watched the players. They decided to return to the city and figure out how to become stronger. It was too dangerous outside the city. They couldn't afford to die again. They needed to find the secret chest. Kun Feng realized that the other players couldn't see him, which was to be expected from a secret build. The invisibility master worked wonders and didn't allow low-level monsters or players to detect him. Qin Feng, remaining invisible, left Shell City, as there was nothing interesting there. It was just a hiding place in the game, and weaklings were just pathetic food for monsters. By this point, the invisibility had ended. Its duration was short. The invisibility cooldown started as soon as the player activated the skill, and after a few seconds, it was possible to disappear again. Qin Feng checked his stats. All players started with equal stats, and bonuses were given for selected classes. When the guy was a warrior, his strength and physique increased by 3, but this time a bonus was added to absolutely all of his stats. In addition, the player could distribute the free points himself. Most players put all their points into strength or intelligence, but that was a huge mistake. Qin Feng transferred all his free points to agility because he considered it the key to everything at the beginning of the game. No matter how you distribute your stats, monsters will still deal damage. so the only way to defeat them is to outrun them. Suddenly, the guy heard someone growling. Nearby, behind a tree, he could see the back of a monster. It was the one making the growling sounds. It was a first-level worm, and it was mutating at that moment. Qin Feng immediately understood who he was facing. The worm devoured life energy, and it must have been the one that killed the 4 players who had recently been reborn in the shell. The worm noticed the player and immediately rushed to attack. It was injured. Most likely, the players had managed to reduce its health a little. When a monster kills a player, it absorbs their life energy. And when it consumes enough energy, it can mutate. Qin Feng began to activate his abilities in front of the worm. The worm also prepared for battle. It lowered itself onto 4 legs that resembled crab claws. Qin Feng began to gradually dissolve before the worm's eyes. The monster turned its head from side to side, not understanding where the player it was about to devour had gone. But at that moment, Qin Feng jumped at his opponent from a great height and flattened him against the ground. The young man did not expect to kill the worm with the first blow. Although the attack hit a weak spot, it was still incredible. The worm died, and its life energy went to the player's account. Qin Feng's new skills had already proven how useful they were. In his previous life, even the young man's strongest blow only dealt 40 points of damage. And while fighting such a worm, the player had nearly died several times. In the end, he received life energy, which he shared with his sister. But now all the energy went to him alone. This worm killed 4 people and sucked the life out of them, and now it all went to Qin Feng. The young man ended up with 54 years of energy. Of course, this was not the same as what the worm had, but it was still not bad. A notification informed him that the player had unlocked the infinite mutation skill. It turned out that when he killed a monster alone, he had a chance to earn mutation points to improve his skills. As a result, future battles would give him points, and defeating a boss would guarantee a good bonus. Infinite mutation was a great way to constantly improve his skills. In his past life, the young man had never even heard of such a thing. Still, the power of justice was a truly magnificent bonus. It surpassed any law. Qin Feng decided to level up his shadow walk and sneak attack skills. The young man immediately understood how important it was to be faster and more agile than his opponents. The player was completely satisfied. Now his shadow walk, combined with his invisibility skill, allowed him to remain invisible, and with his current skill level, he could kill even a completely healthy worm with a single blow. Qin Feng heard someone say, "That punk defeated that monster all by himself. I told you, the game isn't that difficult." Qin Feng turned around and saw a couple of young people. The girl praised the assassin, saying that he was magnificent and in excellent physical shape, while the guy asked if he needed protection. Qin Feng didn't have time to answer the players before he saw the monster's eyes glowing red. The couple of strangers offered to continue on together, and if the assassin was tired, they could help him and even carry him. But right in the middle of the conversation, the strangers suddenly began to dissolve and disappear before their very eyes. The young people did not understand where he had gone. But then a huge monstrous spider descended from a tree right onto the couple. The guy and girl turned around in fright and saw with horror what was coming down from the tree. It was the shepherd, and he immediately devoured the 2 players, then summoned his fellow creatures. Qin Feng knew that the shepherd was a starting boss with about 1,600 health points. Newbies couldn't handle him, and the situation was further complicated by the fact that the other spiders were under his control. The player was very pleased that he would now be able to test how good his improved skills were. Qin Feng decided to attack the shepherd. The young man struck the spider on the head, and the monster growled viciously as purple blood spurted out. Qin Feng used his invisibility and agility to successfully evade the spider's attack. The shepherd was still alive. However, the player managed to immediately deal damage equal to about a quarter of its total strength. Qin Feng watched the monster from behind a tree. He knew he had taken a risk. Thanks to his agility upgrade, the young man did not die, but he still took some minor damage. However, his strike, which dealt more than 300 points of damage, was magnificent. The shepherd was furious at that moment, smashing trees around him and bleeding purple blood. Qin Feng understood that the boss was enraged. The local monsters weren't completely stupid. They wouldn't wait for their deaths, so they wouldn't appear nearby. The shepherd was destroying the space, trying to find his attacker, while his spiders waited in readiness. Qin Feng understood that he couldn't act impulsively. But then the guy had a hunch, and he immediately decided to test it. He calculated the attack well and dealt enormous damage with a stone to the weak point. Qin Feng understood that most of the damage was caused by bonuses from stealth skills, so even a hit with a normal stone would severely injure the monster. All the player had to do was throw the stone at the right moment. Such a throw would collect bonuses from a hidden strike, a sneak attack, and a strike to a weak point. So the guy threw the stone again. After that, the player stood behind a tree to reactivate Shadow Walk. Now the young man could stay out in the open until the Shadow Walk ended and attack at the very last moment. In the city of Rakushka, information appeared on the main board that the player ratings had been updated. It became known that a player named Shadow had killed the shepherd and was the first to reach the 2nd level. It was unbelievable. The players did not understand how this was possible because they had been killed several times by the most ordinary monsters, and this guy had single-handedly defeated the boss. Leaky and his team understood who it was, but the other players couldn't comprehend it. How could he have reached level 2 and even killed the boss, when the 4 of them couldn't even handle the worms? The couple that was eaten by the shepherd also couldn't get over it, because it was the biggest spider, and that stranger from the forest had dealt with it. Qian Feng also received an update. The small spiders disappeared as soon as the player killed the shepherd. Next time, you need to kill simple monsters first to gain more experience. Qian Feng received a skill scroll called Greedy Hands. It was a very useful assassin skill. Who would have thought that such loot would drop from this spider boss? The Greedy Hands skill increased the amount of loot that could be found. In his previous life as a god slayer, there was one guy whose strength wasn't too great, but thanks to the Greedy Hands skill, he became one of the strongest players. But then Qian Feng remembered that he possessed infinite mutation, and therefore could immediately upgrade the Greedy Hands or skill. In real life, school children were going to class, and everything seemed absolutely peaceful and calm. Qin Xiao was very angry. She didn't want to apologize to her brother for skipping the exam the day before. The girl went to support her idol, but her friend thought she should apologize. Her friend was impressed by how her brother cared for his sister, but Qin Xiao thought he was meddling in her affairs. Besides, he wasn't even her real brother. The girls approached their classroom, but for some reason, there was a crowd of students near the classroom. One of their classmates had fallen asleep at his desk and had become almost transparent. It was very strange, and the guys tried to wake him up. Zhang Wei told his friends that he wanted to take a nap, but as soon as they turned to him, he was already like that. This was not an isolated incident. The entire internet was buzzing with stories about similar things happening to people around the world. Experts believe that when a person fell asleep, they entered a state that looked like a ghost. His girlfriend decided to call his parents right away to warn them, but Qin Xiao refused to call her brother to tell him about the situation, believing that her brother deserved to die. At that moment, Qin Feng increased the level of his Greedy Hands skill and immediately activated it to test it. In addition, the guy received 2 points for the mutation. To upgrade Greedy Hands to the 3rd level, he needed 3 points. Soon the chance would become 100%. Qin Feng understood that by this point, world governments should already be concerned about the situation. More and more people would start entering the game world, so he needed to urgently level up. Soon, people would realize that all skills could be used in the real world. When that happened, the planet would descend into chaos. To pull this off, 2 conditions were necessary: reaching the 10th level and having enough exchangeable life energy. It was completely pointless to bother with monsters. You need to find a stronger boss as soon as possible. Qin Feng watched as players fought the fast-footed maniac. Qin Feng remembered this monster. As they say, remember the sun, and a ray of light will appear. But then the young man noticed the player and realized it was Wang Ming. Qin Feng didn't expect to run into him here, but they said that when Wang Ming entered the game, he assembled a team consisting exclusively of secret builds. The player had a sacred shield in his hands. Wang Ming's build, Holy Warrior, had double the stats of a normal warrior, as well as well-developed stealth skills. There was also a female mage on the battlefield. The mage's secret build, Prophet, dealt double magic damage and possessed the unique skill of the Seer's Fireball. The secret archer build, the Sharpshooter, had double the stats of a normal archer, plus a unique rapid-fire skill. The team also had a medic, the Oracle, whose healing abilities were twice as strong as those of a normal cleric. And now this entire team was trying to deal with the Swiftfoot Maniac. However, the monster maneuvered wonderfully, dodging attacks. This boss was too strong. The attacks did not reduce his health. The cleric healed Wang Min, who decided to distract the monster, while the other players had to attack it relentlessly. Qin Feng understood that the player wanted to reduce the monster's health little by little, but that was too optimistic. Wang Ming forgot that he was in the wild, where other monsters would be attracted by the noise of battle. Soon the corruptors appeared. They were ordinary 2nd-level monsters covered in muddy slime. They used area attacks. The swordsman immediately rushed to attack the corruptors to save his boss. Qin Feng did not immediately notice the swordsman's secret build, who was now cutting down monsters with his sword. However, the slime monster's defense was too strong, and the damage from the blows was minimal. But then the corruptor himself attacked with a powerful blow, flooding everything around him with his slime. His viscous goo prevented the players from moving normally. The female mage found herself alone with the monster. She began to scream and cry for help. The mage had already closed her eyes, preparing to leave this world, when suddenly a blow whistled through the air and the monster's head flew off. The corruptor was defeated with a single blow. It was unclear who had done it. No one expected anyone to decide to help the group and the mage. Even a 1st-level worm took a lot of time for the players to defeat, and a 2nd-level corruptor was too strong, so it was impossible to kill it with a single blow. The swordsman wanted to say something else, but the head of the monster standing next to him flew off. Wang Ming asked the players if they had seen their savior, but the swordsman and mage had not had time to get a good look at him, so the commander ordered them not to be distracted and to continue the attack. Soon only one Swiftfoot Maniac remained. The players had to keep their formation. Qin Feng checked his stats. He saw that he had a poison arrow that dealt poison damage at medium range. He needed to level up this skill immediately. Just then, tragedy struck on the battlefield. The Swiftfoot Maniac managed to break through the shield, and in the end, he pierced Wang Min with his sharp tentacles. The cleric tried to restore his health, but even the healer did not have enough strength and speed for the spell. Wang Ming ordered the guys to run away. At that moment, something stuck into the monster's head, and it opened its mouth with a wild scream. The players couldn't believe their eyes because someone's attack had just reduced the boss's health by half. The fast-footed maniac was no longer running anywhere. He was bleeding profusely and growling viciously. Chun Feng realized that the poison arrow did not remove his invisibility. Now he could throw poison arrows while remaining unseen. The player understood that nothing could stop him at the initial stage of the game. The swordsman looked in amazement at the enormous damage that appeared after the monster's death. It was impossible to imagine how one person could have dealt with such a creature. Jin Feng, remaining invisible, absorbed the energy he had earned. The swordsman thanked the player for saving them and asked for the name of the one who had saved them all. The voice of the invisible stranger replied that in this wild world, one should not be trusting of people. Wang Ming understood that the player wanted to remain incognito, but he introduced himself and promised that he would be ready to support and help the invisible stranger at any moment. Qin Feng considered Wang Ming to be reliable. In addition, he was backed by the Chinese government, which was rich in various resources. Through him, it would be possible to sell unnecessary loot. The points he had earned were enough for a mutation, and now his leather gloves were reinforced. Qin Feng was satisfied. He would fill his bag to the brim, then go to Shell City and sell everything he didn't need. This time the player was developing 100 times faster than in his previous life. Soon he would be able to find his enemy, Song Fei. While Qin Feng was fighting, enemies appeared faster and faster. They heard the noise of the battle and flocked to one place. The players realized that they could no longer cope, so they decided to run away. But suddenly the guys froze in place, their mouths agape. They saw a terrifying monster that had emerged from the trees, and no one understood what kind of monster it was. The monster hurled its long, sharp spikes at the players and pierced them all through at once. After a while, the whole group of players found themselves in a place that looked like the city of Rakushka. The guys were very upset. They understood that monsters always appear in groups, and therefore it is impossible to destroy them. In addition, players need to reach the 3rd level to leave the game, but it is not yet clear how to do this. 3 people in the group were not enough, so it was decided to gather at least 6 or even 10 players, although there was no guarantee that they would still be able to deal with the monsters. A large number of people would attract the boss. Recently, a group of 40 people attacked some cursed lord, and he killed 30 of them with a single blow. Another group of players appeared in the city square. The game was too difficult. They couldn't afford to die again. Besides, they had to get out of the game. People fell into it when they fell asleep, which meant that the game was focused on consciousness. If they didn't get out in time, their bodies would die of exhaustion. At that moment, the latest player statistics appeared, and now a player named Shadow was in first place and had reached the 3rd level. It was a very quick result. Leaky believed that Shadow had discovered some kind of code. She had to get him to reveal this code so that she could also leave the game. Lisa ordered the news to be spread that she was ready to meet with the player Shadow so that he could help her reach the 3rd level. And then in real life, Lizzie would pay the guy 10 million in cash. At that moment, Qin Feng continued to earn points by piercing monsters with his poisonous bow. Once again, having earned the required number of points, the young man decided to mutate again. This time, the guy upgraded the greedy hand skill. This ability increased the chance of gaining additional skills after defeating a monster and also guaranteed higher loot. Higher class loot was an amazing bonus, and this effect was simply stunning. Qin Feng knew that he could upgrade it several more times, each time receiving a skill boost after mutation. At that moment, a huge monstrous monster passed by the player. It was the Cursed Lord. The Cursed Lord was a bronze status boss who devoured life energy to mutate to silver status. That was why the monster was able to kill a team of 40 people. Qin Feng checked his basket and made sure that his inventory was full, which meant that he would not be able to collect loot even if he destroyed the Cursed Lord. The player decided to mark the point on the map. Qin Feng knew that the monster would need time to mutate, so it would stay here for a while. But for now, the player had to sell unnecessary items in the city and return. In Shell City, everyone was buzzing about the 10 million reward for the Shadow to help them level up. People died many times and lost their lives, and the rich were now trying to solve problems with money, while ordinary people had no choice but to die. Qin Feng appeared in the form of a shadow right in the middle of the city. He immediately went to the market and put the artifacts up for sale. The players saw this for the first time. They noticed that the player was equipped with 2 bronze items and was selling the other 2. This meant that the stranger had killed a bronze status boss. Soon people realized that they were looking at the #1 player in the rankings. The guy hid his face. It seemed that something was wrong with his facial nerves because the appearance in the game corresponds to the real one. Probably he did not want to show his ugliness. A female mage approached Qin Feng and asked how much he wanted for the ice skill. Shadow wanted to receive 100 days of exchange energy. He recognized the girl. It was Grey Rose, number 11 in the city rankings. Grey Rose said that 100 days was too high a price and asked for a discount. Shadow replied that this skill would significantly increase the speed of development in the early stages of the game. If the girl had real money, she could exchange it with someone in the city for life energy and return to Qin Feng. The acquaintance, who also hid her face from everyone, said she needed to consult with the team. The team confirmed that they agreed with any decision Grey Rose made, because it was only thanks to her that they had reached the 2nd level. If they could use the ice skill to reach the 3rd level and get out of the game, then they had to do everything they could. Gray Rose obtained the 100 days requested by the seller and paid for the ice spell skill. Qin Feng understood that this team had to kill about 40 worms, so they should have enough energy. Gray Rose was leaving the cellar when Lisi appeared. The girl said that she had finally found the one she was looking for. Leaky said she would give the shadow one chance to help her reach the 3rd level, and in the real world, the girl would pay him generously. The players listened in surprise as the beauty offered 10 million in cash. They realized how easy it was to make money now. Qin Feng knew this girl in his past life. She was the leader of a criminal syndicate that the state later dealt with. Qin Feng remembered from the news that the girl seduced people into selling their life energy for real money, but then kidnapped and killed them. The player Shadow refused to help. Lily said that Shadow was indeed strong in the game now, but no one knew how this world worked. She offered to let him join her team, and then the guy would be guaranteed a luxurious life. Qin Feng refused, saying that he was only interested in exchanging life energy. The girl flew into a rage, saying that in the real world, she would have already taught him a lesson. Qin Feng looked at Lizhi with a demonic gaze and said that if she uttered another word, he would kill her in the game every time until her life energy reached 0. This threat immediately sounded very serious, and no one present had any doubts about the seriousness of these words. Lizhi and her group of friends were really scared, so they turned around and ran away. The trade continued without any problems. Qin Feng quickly sold everything, and the buyers were also satisfied and full of hope. Qin Feng was going to return to the game as quickly as possible because the damn Lord was waiting for him. None of the players knew that with the help of exchange energy, gaming skills could be used in the real world, and no one knew that wealth and origin were no longer important. Lisa and her companions finally ran far enough away that they were even out of breath. Now they could catch their breath and think about a plan. Li Zi was offended. After all, this guy dared to threaten her, and as soon as she returned to the real world, she would definitely kill him. At that moment, the door of one of the houses opened, and a man came out and greeted Lisi. He introduced himself as Mao Li Jun. He said that he had already reached the 2nd level and could share a couple of secrets with the beauty. The guy added that if the 10 million offer was still valid, he could tell the girl something as an exception, because he usually didn't talk about it with just anyone. Lisa looked at the stranger suspiciously, not understanding what secrets he was talking about. Li Jun knew that in order to quickly level up, she needed to invest all her experience points in agility. That way, the girl would become faster than the worm and be able to defeat it. Of course, it was a great idea, but the problem was that the girl had already invested all her points in strength. Lita was convinced that the stranger knew what he was talking about and agreed to accept his help in leveling up. The guy now stood and listened to the conditions Li Qi guaranteed him in case of successful completion. Lisa said that he was not as strong as the Shadow, so she could only offer him 5 million, which she would pay when they returned from the game. Li Jun agreed to this amount, saying that maybe the Shadow was strong, but he clearly had problems with his head if he refused such a huge amount of money. Qin Feng was back in the game, and he immediately made his way to where the Cursed Lord was. As expected, the monster had managed to evolve to the silver level, but the process was not yet complete. Full evolution to gold status would take about 7 hours, but Qin Feng didn't want to waste time waiting, so the young man prepared a poisonous arrow. He immediately aimed it at the monster, and the effect of the hidden attack and poisonous arrow was simply stunning. However, despite the powerful attack, the Cursed Lord's health was several times higher than that of the Bronze Boss. The Cursed Lord immediately began to restore his skills on the fly. Qin Feng didn't see this as a problem. He believed that 2 or 3 poison arrows would be enough to defeat this monster. The Cursed Lord was a magic-type monster, mainly attacking an area and dealing enormous damage. If you didn't dodge his attack, even a Shadow with its current health and defense would die. The Cursed Lord tried to locate the player in order to damage him. Qin Feng attacked the monster again with a poison arrow, but the player knew that his invisibility would soon end, so he had to attack at that moment and immediately activate Shadow Walk to avoid being hit. The next attack greatly exhausted the enemy, and Qin Feng took advantage of his visibility and attacked the Cursed Lord. The monster's health was rapidly declining, and it rushed into the forest as its instincts told it to hide and regain its strength. Qin Feng had no intention of rushing headlong after it, calmly following his prey, believing that the monster would prefer to die in agony. Indeed, it was even painful to look at this powerful boss, who was barely dragging himself along the ground. Qin Feng decided that it was too boring to kill a victim who wasn't resisting, and the guy finally delivered the final blow. Killing the Cursed Lord allowed him to level up twice and earn 4 mutation points. Qin Feng immediately activated the Greedy Hand skill, and his mutation points tripled. It was simply amazing. The player was able to earn a whopping 12 mutation points and a huge amount of exchange energy days. It was real luck, and it was no wonder that the young man had upgraded this skill to the Emerald level. Qin Feng looked at the bonuses he had earned and realized that his inventory was almost full. Soon he would have to return to Shell City to sell his skills, and the player hoped that he would get something like a storage ring. At that moment, the girl appeared in the city. What's more, she was alive, and it was impossible to describe her delight at this. The players were very grateful to their leader Van Min, because they believed that thanks to him, they were able to reach the 3rd level, but the guy saw it as the result of teamwork. The girl mage was a little upset. She regretted not being able to add the guy who saved them as a friend. Most likely, he didn't want to get involved because he saw what kind of cover she had taken. The swordsman tried to cheer up his friend and said that in such a beautiful dress, the stranger would definitely want to get to know her better. At that moment, the rating in the city of Rakushka was updated, and the results surprised everyone. The player Shadow was already at level 5. Just 10 minutes ago, he was standing among the players here at the bazaar, selling his loot. This was unheard of as the player had jumped from level 3 to level 5 in one go. Most likely, Shadow had killed some insanely powerful boss. Skilled players understood that they had barely managed to complete the 3rd level, and this cool player was already at the 5th. It was impossible to comprehend how this could have happened. Wang Ming told his friends that now was not the time to dwell on such thoughts, but to go out into the real world and warn their families and friends about what was happening in the game. It was already clear that the world was going to have a hard time, but at least they would take care of their loved ones. Van Min's team left the game. The young man had a headache and couldn't figure out where he was. He found himself sitting in bed. His friends rushed to him because their comrade Van Min had finally woken up, and it seemed that this would never happen. All his friends and the captain were worried. They were very concerned about Van Min's life. When he was asleep, he looked very strange. The captain said that the young man needed to rest, that they would keep an eye on the suspects themselves, and that he should recover his health as quickly as possible. Wang Min listened to his comrades and ordered everyone present to gather immediately. Wang Ming understood that an emergency had occurred and that it was necessary to respond immediately. The young man told them everything that had happened to him, how he had assembled a team of secret builds, and how even they had been unable to do anything. And it was only thanks to a lone player named Shadow that the people survived. As for this player, he had somehow managed to reach level 5. It turned out that he was the strongest player in the whole world. They needed to find out how he had achieved this result. Most likely, he had killed the boss or something similar. One of his comrades asked why the player, who had been at level 3 a couple of hours ago, had not returned to the real world. Maybe he had no one left here, and simply no one to warn. Wang Ming didn't know how to answer that. Maybe he really didn't have a family. The policewoman suggested that perhaps the stranger was a reincarnated player. Quite often, reincarnated players are orphans who progress very quickly, and Yu was almost certain that her version was very realistic. However, the captain said that the girl should read fewer books and not joke about serious situations. The captain informed his subordinates that he had received the same information from above. The latest research confirmed that many elderly people die shortly after entering the game. The few players who had returned were able to report that they had died several times in the game, which significantly shortened their lifespan. This led to the conclusion that if the life energy in the game dropped to 0, the person would die in the real world as well. Of course, this sounded beyond comprehension. The command issued an emergency order. Teams were to be formed to study the game Land of the Abandoned Gods, and a specialized army was to be formed immediately. The phenomenon of this game has affected the entire planet. All states are doing everything possible to understand what is happening. Every country is trying to keep up in this international race, and Yu was tasked with leading the first team and becoming its captain. Wang Ming was appointed deputy captain, and the police officer was free to choose the rest of the team himself. Judging by the stories, Shadow does not seem to be a villain, so we need to try to recruit him. And Yu was appointed captain because she has a very gentle nature and is ideal for getting close to Shadow. It was very important to reveal the identity of this player as quickly as possible. It would be ideal to make him one of our comrades and get all the information that matters. In addition, it was important to monitor the stability of events in the situation both in the game and in the real world. At school, all anyone talked about was how people fell asleep and ended up in the same place in the game, the village of newbies. The students understood that they needed to warn their parents, who had never played such games. In addition, they needed to develop themselves so that they could later help their loved ones. Xin Xiao did not participate in these conversations with her friends. She checked her phone and saw that her brother had not even come to apologize to her and was not responding to her messages. All the previous times, Qin Feng had tried to find a way to get through to his sister, but this time he had clearly gone too far by hitting Qin Xiao. Even their parents had never allowed themselves to do such a thing. The girl was upset because she had only skipped class to go to her idol's concert. If her brother didn't apologize to her, she would never forgive him. The only joy was that the girl had met Song Fei the day before. Most likely because of this new stupid game, it would be more difficult to meet her idol in the future. Her favorite handsome guy, whose concert Qin Xiao had spent the whole evening at, was very close, and the girl was able to see him and confirm that she was in love. Qin Xiao suddenly realized that if you get into the game as soon as you fall asleep, then Sun Fei will also end up there sooner or later. It turned out that if Qin Xiao was in the game, she would be able to meet her beloved. The beauty was about to go to bed, but then she remembered that one of her classmates named Jiang Wei had already reached the 3rd level. She had to find out how he did it. The girl immediately started writing messages to Jiang Wei. She needed the secrets to passing the game. All the guys immediately became jealous because the beautiful and goddess-like Qin Xiao had contacted the young man. It was a great chance to get her. The young man said that she should invest all her leveling points in agility. Even if the girl wanted to be a mage, it would increase her spell speed and help her survive. Jiang Wei said that a player who reached level 5 could open a teleport to the city. The girl needed to join someone to level up, after which Jiang Wei would help her reach the top. Yang Xiao decided that her loser classmates weren't so useless after all. The girl went to bed, hoping that she would be able to reach a high level in the game, and then her brother would envy her, but she wouldn't help him. At that time, Qin Feng was sitting in the forest, studying the loot he had earned once again. The guy got a cursed ring. It made the player almost 3 levels stronger, and the resistance in dark matter was useful against some monsters. In addition, the attack bonus increased. The guy also got a scroll of the skill Shadow Slaughter. It was an assassin's skill that allowed him to attack in one direction and activate invisibility, dealing 3 hits to each enemy at once. It was a very powerful skill, and of course the young man decided to keep it for himself. Qin Feng immediately invested his remaining mutation points in Greedy Hands, which allowed him to receive additional bonuses after defeating a monster. Thanks to the Greedy Hands skill, the player could receive loot for 3 monsters for each monster killed. The young man decided to invest the remaining points in Shadow Slaughter. Thanks to this, the reload time was reduced, and the loot was really very good. The rest of the loot seemed like junk. Although the Battlecry scroll could be sold for a decent amount, Qin Feng continued to analyze his stats when he heard some strange noise approaching. The player was immediately attacked by several 4th-level centipede worms. The young man decided it was time to try out Shadow Slaughter. It was his very first experience using the skill. The experience turned out to be very successful. The player was able to easily deal with all the monsters without any discomfort. Pieces of monsters lay scattered across the clearing. The player noted that the effectiveness of his attacks had increased, and the combat time had decreased, which meant there was less chance of something unexpected happening. Qin Feng calculated that he would need 2.5 years of exchange energy to transfer his skills and artifacts to the real world. If he sold everything he didn't need, he would be able to save up enough money. This meant that the player had to raise his level to 10, and then he could calmly carry out his plan. Qin Feng was walking through the forest when he heard voices. The guys were congratulating Li Qi on reaching the 3rd level and now having to fulfill her promise. Li Qi said it wasn't worth it. She would go to the real world right away and give those guys the promised 5 million. In addition, the girl asked if the player wanted to sell her his exchange energy. She was willing to pay 10,000 for each day. Legion said they would discuss everything in the real world. The guy thought about what an idiot Shadow was for missing such an opportunity, and that he could earn energy anytime and exchange it for real money. Qin Feng held out his hand and tried to create a spatial gate. Thanks to his level, the player could open a spatial gate in Shell City anywhere he needed to. As long as this one-way portal was useless, he had to wait for someone from another city to reach level 5 and open their own channel. As far as the hero remembered, Song Fei should have ended up in Firefly City, but that wasn't so important, because the main goal of the game was to reach the 10th level and enter the Wastelands. This is where the real godforsaken lands begin. Qin Feng was back in the middle of Shell City, getting ready to sell artifacts. Other players were already waiting for him, hoping to buy something. Last time, Grey Rose bought the ice spell, which brought her to 2nd place in the rankings. Everyone wanted to buy something useful for themselves. One of the players decided to buy a battle cry for warriors. He immediately made the exchange, paying with exchange energy. Everyone thought it was a monstrously expensive purchase. But in fact, a skill with such effectiveness increases a warrior's attack several times over, so it will be possible to quickly earn back the money spent. The rest of the loot was gone in a matter of minutes. Many players wanted to buy effective help for themselves. Qin Feng sold all his items within a minute and earned a large amount of days, but it was not enough to transfer the artifacts to the real world. At that moment, a girl approached the player and, calling him a genius, offered to show him something interesting she had. The girl mage held a space ring in her palm. It contained 12 additional inventory slots. It was indeed a valuable item. Although the space ring was not a storage device, the player could have other storage devices in addition to this ring. The girl was really lucky, and now Qin Feng was ready to buy this item from her, because in his previous life, people paid several years of exchange energy for the ring. The stranger said she didn't need energy. She just wanted to add Shadow as a friend and asked him to join their team to kill a boss. Shadow immediately agreed to these terms, and the player Black Plum added him as a friend. Qin Feng immediately asked which boss they were talking about. The girl replied that it had gold status, but unfortunately she couldn't see it clearly. It was too far away, and there was something like a worn-out boat nearby. Qin Feng decided that it was most likely the golden status ghost ship. It was a fairly rare boss, but it dropped useful artifacts. Every time it appeared, a real battle broke out between different players. If it appeared near the newbie town, then this boss was no higher than level 5, and it would not be difficult to defeat it. The girl who was on Wang Min's team couldn't find the space ring, but she also stumbled upon a useful boss. Was she one of the legends of a past life named Koi Fish? The girl admitted that after returning to the real world, she quickly ate and immediately returned to the game. But the rest of the team members were delayed, so the girl wandered around alone and noticed the boat. In her past life, there were rumors that Wang Min's team had a girl with the luck of a koi fish, who could find the rarest items just by wandering around with nothing to do. At first, it seemed like it was just a legend, but now it was clear that it was true. The girl couldn't understand why Shadow was looking at her like that. Qin Feng didn't explain anything to her, and the two of them set off in search of the golden boss, but their departure did not go unnoticed. The player ran to his boss and told him that Shadow had left the city with the girl. The boss was immediately interested in this news and ordered his comrades to get ready and follow him. Day said that when he defeated the boss, he would allow the girl to take a suitable item for herself, and the rest would go to him. The girl tried to negotiate for items for her team, but Qin Feng refused. Then the girl asked to sell items for her companions at a discount if there was anything suitable. Qin Feng agreed to this option. The girl suggested waiting until the whole team, led by Wang Ming, appeared in the game, and then they would go on the mission together. But Qin Feng said that the two of them were going to fight the golden boss right now. The girl was terrified. Shadow was an assassin, and she was just a mage and would not be able to withstand the boss's direct attacks. Qin Feng reassured her, saying that she could stand aside because he alone would be enough to defeat this boss. And then right before the mage girl's eyes, Shadow began to gradually dissolve into space and disappear. The mage looked around. She couldn't see where the player she admiringly called a genius had gone. The hooligans also noticed that Shadow had disappeared. He had apparently tricked the girl, led her into the forest, and abandoned her to her fate. The hooligans decided to catch the girl and have some fun with her. Their leader said that with him, the guys would have a happy life. Now even a girl had appeared in their lives. Qin Feng, being invisible, heard everything these thugs said. And of course, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. The Shadow Massacre worked perfectly this time too. All the players were destroyed, and their exchangeable life energy went to Shadow's account. The amount of exchanged life energy from these 5 players was equivalent to only 2 of the weakest monsters. It was too cheap, but these thugs weren't worth any more than that. The young man reappeared and told the girl that they were being followed, but he sent them back to the city. The girl mage began to talk about invisibility, because thanks to it, you can sit down under a bush anywhere and do all the necessary things. A new player appeared in the city of Rakushka. It was a girl mage. She looked around with admiration, thinking that everything here was just like in the real world. It was Qin Xiao. She was lucky to get the open build sacrifice. She thought it was something powerful, and that Song Fei would definitely like it. Xiao didn't understand where her brother was. Before he had followed her around, but now, at such a critical moment, he was nowhere to be found. The girl decided to check the rankings and was impressed that the top player was already at level 6. Her classmate boasted about his pathetic 3rd level, but the real hero in this game seemed to be Shadow. If she joined him, she could level up even faster. The group of players was upset. They couldn't contact one of their own named Gone with the Wind. The guys didn't want to wait around for the latecomer, but they couldn't fight without a healer. They had to find a replacement and let Gone with the Wind figure it out and find them later. At that moment, someone called out to the guys and they turned toward the voice. A pretty girl was standing in front of the players. She said she had overheard their conversation and could be useful if they really needed a healer. Qin Feng and his mage friend finally reached the place where they could meet the boss. They stood on top of a cliff and saw the ghost ship at the foot of the cliff. Qin Feng had thought so from the very beginning. He told his friend to hide there while he dealt with the boss and disappeared in an instant. Qin Feng jumped off the cliff, and it turned out that under the influence of the ghost ship, this place had acquired the status of a blood domain. In other words, every 15 minutes spent in this place was equal to 1 day of life energy. Soon, the ghost ship, controlled by a skeleton, approached. It was a gold-level boss. Often, such special bosses exist for a limited time and then simply disappear. Qin Feng considered himself very lucky. The player immediately used Shadow Slaughter. There was no need to spend a long time here. He then fired poison arrows, realizing that the main difficulty with this boss was that it was unclear where its weak point was. Many thought it was the skeleton itself, or the boat, but in fact, its weakness lay in the ghostly bells hanging on its nose. However, if you hit them, the boss will start interacting with the water surface. This will result in a terrifyingly powerful attack from the monster, as the water pillars deal enormous damage. Even a silver-ranked player is unlikely to survive a direct hit. Qin Feng was only able to avoid the attack thanks to his incredible agility. When the effect of the large-scale attack ends, the ghost will proceed to the second stage of its defense. It will summon 12 water monsters that will rise from the water and defend their boss. Each of these water monsters has a status of at least silver. All of these water monsters will fight mercilessly, leaving no chance of escape. The main ghost will summon a new group of monsters every 3 minutes. Qin Feng was invisible from the start of the battle, so the monsters couldn't detect him. The player took advantage of this, and when a huge number of water monsters were summoned, he attacked them with a Shadow Massacre. The female mage was shocked. How powerful Shadow was. He appeared and disappeared in a split second, and the boss didn't even have time to attack him. Qin Feng shouted to Black Plum that he would soon die. The player added that the girl didn't need to do anything, just wait for him to respawn. Black Plum didn't understand why this was necessary, since the player was defeating the monsters. The girl was scared, but decided to trust her idol. At that moment, the sound of approaching footsteps was heard. The bandit was very angry because this bitch had disgraced him, but now he would deal with her. One of the players ran up to report that he had found the couple. The girl was hiding on a rock, and Shadow was fighting a monster. The bandits decided that now they would definitely kill the couple. Shadow was indeed continuing the fight. He had the most difficult task ahead of him, but at the same time, it was the last one. When the boss's health dropped to half, he produced a colossal spiritual discharge. At his current level, Qin Feng would not be able to withstand it for even 5 seconds. Therefore, the player understood that he would die, but treated it as inevitable. And indeed, the player's shadow died. He lost a large amount of exchangeable life energy and disappeared. The bullies were very pleased that this narcissistic idiot had died, because he had decided to take on the golden boss alone. The players saw what a huge ball of energy was left. This meant that Shadow was a rich player. The hooligans immediately decided to finish off half of his health. They hoped to destroy Shadow and collect his energy. The guys would decide later what they would do with the energy they obtained. In the next moment, they found themselves back in Shell City because they had entered Ladya's energy field. They had only just approached the golden boss when a bunch of small monsters rushed in. The offended bandit leader said he refused to believe it and wanted to return immediately to sort things out. At that moment, Qin Feng returned to Ladya and couldn't understand where so much energy had come from while he was away. Black Plum explained that there had been a group of hooligans here, but they had all been killed by water pillars. The girl explained that these hooligans had hoped to take his energy for themselves. Qin Feng understood that the guys had overestimated themselves, but he had also suffered from ghost chariots in his past life. The boss can only use the immobilizing spell once, after which it will not be difficult to reduce his health to 0. But there is one complication. When the boss's health is less than half, there is a chance that when he takes damage, he will teleport to another location. The player used a poison arrow, and it hit one of the hanging bells. Qin Feng had already studied this boss's habits very well, and therefore immediately activated Shadow Slash. The player himself was invisible and tried to change his location as quickly as possible. Just then, the bullies returned. They watched Shadow fight the monster and hoped to kill both of them. Dark Plum saw that the group of idiots had returned, but they shouldn't interfere with the genius's fight. The girl decided to use her skills and resorted to magic. Dark Plum conjured divine lightning and destroyed several players. They couldn't understand who was attacking them, but soon figured out that a sorceress was working against them. The guys immediately decided to kill her so that she wouldn't interfere with them in the future. Dark Plum was terrified and ran away as fast as she could. The group of hooligans rushed after her, saying that they would catch and kill her. However, it turned out that other players were watching this place. 2 guys watched silently and quietly without showing any emotion. Qin Feng was still fighting. His opponent was almost dead, and although he was only level 5, fighting him alone was not easy. The fight was dragging on and attracting unwanted spectators. Some guys on the rock, apparently the ones who had recently died, were now chasing Dark Plum. Another group of players was hiding in the forest, seemingly waiting for the battle to end so they could take all the loot for themselves. Finally, the boss, Ghost Ship, was defeated. This victory allowed the player to reach level 8. The battle was really good. The player's Shadow was the first on the server to kill the golden boss and received 3 reputation points for it. Everyone in Shell City was shocked. They couldn't understand where the guy got so much strength. Such a hero. It's just incomprehensible where he came from. Everyone wanted to know what country this winner was from. Just recently, he had dealt with the bronze boss, and now he had reached the gold one. Qin Xiao was convinced that Shadow was the strongest player. He had to help her level up, and then she would meet Song Fei very quickly. After the battle, a huge amount of loot became available to the victor. The players hiding behind the trees realized that Shadow had spotted them and had become invisible. They wanted to find him, kill him, and take all the loot for themselves. One of the guys named Agon used his skill to find the invisible man. He built a special bow. The player released the Phantom Eagle, which managed to deactivate Shadow's invisibility. Qin Feng was surprised that these guys had a Ghost Eagle, which is why they hoped to take all of his trophy. However, Qin Feng's invisibility skill level was higher, and the guys did not see him. A gang told his boss that Shadow was not in the area. Apparently, he got scared and ran away. This was great news. The guys immediately set off to take other people's trophies. They only had to wait here for 5 minutes, and then Shadow's ownership would disappear, and everything would be theirs. But Qin Feng and his Shadow Slaughter were already there. The players went to the city. Day was very pleased, deciding that it was much quieter now. He didn't see where Black Plum was, but decided to find her later. First of all, the player wanted to level up his greedy hands and do it before collecting the loot. After leveling up his greedy hands, he could collect all the loot he had earned. Now it was a really great harvest. Qin Feng happily absorbed all the energy and items he could take. Thanks to the effect of greedy hands, the absorption of the trophy looked epic, and the entire forest was illuminated by a bright light. The player received a large number of bonuses, mutation points, and exchange energy days. In addition, he got 2 items, Ghostly Bells, and all this thanks to the greedy hand skill. The Ghostly Bells allowed him not to lose his life energy after death. Qin Feng didn't have time to examine them before he heard a cry for help. Qin Feng recognized the voice. It was Dark Plum, who had been chased by the bullies all this time. The bullies had already caught up with their victim. There was no way out, and now the boys said they would definitely deal with her. The girl was completely defenseless. She stood on the edge of a cliff and realized that there was nowhere left to run. In order not to fall into the hands of the gangsters, Dark Plum threw herself off the cliff into the abyss. The boys did not expect such an act. The girl preferred to die rather than fall into their hands. It was a very decisive step. The beauty had no chance of survival. She hit the ground and immediately left this world. Even the hooligans noted that the girl was determined. She just jumped off the cliff. They saw their victim die. Dark Plum turned to Shadow, saying that she no longer needed to be saved. She returned to the city. She was in pain, but it was good that there was the team's exchange energy, which was stored by the captain. Kind Feng told her to stay in the city and wait. Now the young man could continue to level up his skills and functions. He leveled up his greedy hands again. Next, he moved on to his offensive skills. They also needed to be upgraded in order to kill stronger bosses and get better loot. Qin Feng increased the level of Shadow Slaughter while invisible and strengthened his sneak attack. The new stats made the player very happy because now he could deal significant damage even without invisibility. Usually a gold boss would drop 2 to 4 silver level artifacts. The chance of dropping something gold was very low, but thanks to his greedy hands, the player received 11 gold items. In addition, he got a pair of ghostly blades. They were platinum level and dealt double damage with each normal attack. This feature was of little use, as the player mostly used skills. But the basic characteristics of these daggers were very good, and the increase in attack speed would increase the speed of skill application. He also needed to boost his physical condition with the armor he received for his victory. The player could increase his health and even scratch him. After that, the young man decided to make the armor invisible, so that other players would think he had basic assassin equipment. He also gained a skill to reduce damage. In his previous life, Qin Feng considered it of little use. He had to completely ignore the level of other artifacts, which was deadly dangerous. But now Qin Feng was different. He could level up his skills directly, which meant he wouldn't have to sacrifice anything. All the other loot belonged to the warrior, cleric, or archer classes. Qin Feng decided to sell them at a discount to Wang Min's team. If they didn't have enough money, he could give them credit. Shadow was about to thank Dark Plum, because it was thanks to her that he had earned new bonuses, but then the player encountered a group of hooligans. They did not expect to meet him and were clearly frightened. The guys realized that the player would not stand on ceremony with them and immediately ran away trying to escape. The hooligans hoped until the last moment that they would be able to escape and hide, but Shadow was hot on their heels. The leader of the hooligans suddenly turned around and began to apologize, saying that it was his fault and that it would never happen again. The player asked him to let him go. The player began to beg the Shadow not to kill him, saying that he only had 1 year left to live, but Qin Feng replied that the player had not thought about that when he attacked others. After that, he said goodbye to the player and went about his business, receiving a warning from the game. Because Qin Feng had killed too many players, he received the status of killer, and in the event of death, he would have lost a lot of energy, but this was not important thanks to the ghost spells. Qin Feng returned to the city after defeating the golden boss, and the other people looked at him with fear and excitement at the same time. Everyone admired his abilities and skills, and envied the amount of cool loot he got all to himself. Qin Feng found one of the townspeople who had called out to him. It was the guy from the group in the forest who wanted to take the loot. The guy said that as an apology, the players had bought the assassin skill as a gift for Shadow. The guys asked him to forget what had happened between them and not to hold a grudge against him. They bought the piercing skill for close combat. Qin Feng accepted the gift and walked past the guys without stopping. Not everyone on the team thought this was normal. After all, Shadow had killed them, and they had given him a skill for it. Maybe it would have been better to gather a large crowd and attack him together. Shangsho said that they didn't understand anything. Shadow must have some kind of secret. If the guys could find him and kidnap him in the real world, they would not only learn all his secrets, but also turn him into a slave to collect life energy. Shangsho told his comrades that he would send a woman to gain Shadow's trust and extract information from him. From his words, it was clear that Shadow belonged to the poor, so he would definitely fall for a beautiful woman. This plan was fully approved by his comrades. Qin Feng met with Black Plum and gave her a share of the loot for information about the gold boss. The girl immediately used the skill, which increased her power and mana regeneration speed. The girl thanked her idol once again, and he asked her to return the ring as they had agreed. Dark Plum said that when she was running away from the bully, she stumbled upon a cave. Perhaps it was the entrance to the ruins. This information interested Qin Feng. He realized that it was very useful to be friends with Dark Plum. His generosity had paid off. The girl would hardly have told him about the ruins if he hadn't given her 2 gold items. Day wanted to know where Wang Ming was so that he could sell him the items at a discount and immediately head to the ruins. The girl replied that the captain and the rest of the crew were training a new cleric. But Dark Plum marked the entrance to the ruins on the map. It was located in the bushes under a stone slab. The girl wanted to hide there, but she was afraid. Qin Feng took the coordinates and immediately disappeared into thin air, saying that he was going there and would meet with Captain Min and sort things out later. Qin Feng initially wanted to look for a place to farm, but now he wouldn't have to. There were 3 types of ruins near the newbie village. All of them were packed with bronze and silver monsters, which meant a sea of energy and mutation points for Qin Feng. Soon, the guy reached the location that Dark Plum had told him about. He found a shifted slab and saw steps leading into the underground. There is not much to say about tombs. They were usually inhabited by hordes of small monsters, and at the end, a golden boss awaited the players. The monsters in the ruins are cursed by ancient evil gods. Perhaps in their past lives they were humans, but after death they became ghosts. The temples are inhabited by monsters that were once humans who worshipped the ancient gods. Temples are usually the most confusing type of ruins. If you successfully clear the last two types, you can get a special item or skill scroll. Judging by the frescoes in the dungeon, the player has entered the Temple of Faith, the third type of ruins. Qinfeng looked around. The drawings on the walls looked very familiar. The player realized that he had entered the temple of the ancient god of justice. This temple had something in common with the Eye of Justice that Qinfeng possessed. The player fought using a defensive shield and tried his best to survive. A huge, terrifying monster rushed at him, opening its toothy mouth. The monster struck the player several times and blood flowed from his body. Qin Xiao was in shock. She didn't even understand that she had to start healing. Her teammates demanded it of her. The girl was trembling with fear. Besides, she had absolutely no idea how the healing process worked. At that moment, the monster prepared to attack the group of players again. She needed to use her skills urgently, but Xiao was very scared. She dropped her staff and closed her eyes. Soon, the whole group of players found themselves back in the city. They didn't look very good. Dark Plum greeted the captain, saying that they had returned very quickly. Shadow had gone away on business, and they would have to wait for him. All the team members were very angry with the cleric, who turned out to be a complete fool. How can you go into a game if you don't know how to use your skills? Dark Plum defended the girl. She said that they shouldn't scold her so much because it was Xiao's first battle, and it's always scary to die for the first time. The swordsman admitted that in fact they had already died 3 times in an hour. They had no strength or energy left. Dark Plum said that she would quickly heal them because Shadow had given her 2 interesting items. Now, thanks to this, the team would not perish. Wang Ming thanked the girl, saying that now everything would be fine, and they would meet Shadow again when they returned next time. Xiao was forced to apologize to the team, saying that she would try harder. But in reality, the girl felt very powerless in front of these idiots, and she only maintained a relationship with them in the hope of getting closer to Shadow through them. Qinfeng continued to move deeper inside and came out into a huge hall. There he saw several monsters kneeling and praying. They were devoted believers of the ancient god. They possessed the silver level. Qinfeng used Shadow Slash to damage these monsters. The guy noted that even with the sneak attack and invisibility, the monsters lost little health. Although this was to be expected from 10th level silver monsters, if you put them together, they would be more terrifying than the golden ghost ship. At that moment, the monsters began to bow again. Qinfeng did not understand how they could see him, since he was in a state of invisibility. Perhaps they sensed the aura of the Eye of Justice, so they bowed and did not attack. Qinfeng demanded that the monsters let him pass, but the monsters only howled in response. Their consciousness had been damaged, and now they were no smarter than animals. They could only take life energy from humans. But then their eyes lit up brighter, and it seemed as if some kind of switch had been turned on. The monsters jumped up and rushed to attack. However, they ran past Qinfeng. It turned out that deep inside the hall, the monsters had seen the players and now decided to attack them. Shadow was invisible. He heard the players planning to run away immediately because they didn't believe they could handle 2 silver monsters. But then a girl stepped forward and began to use her magic skills. It seemed to be Grey Rose, who had once bought the ice spell. Of course, this temple was discovered so quickly. In the near future, none of the players would have enough strength to clear it. Instead of players, there was now only their exchange energy. The monsters continued to worship as before. Shadow checked the exchange energy supply and noted that it was quite good. Qinfeng didn't understand why he couldn't find anything in this temple. No traps, no treasures. There couldn't be only these 2 monsters here. In the end, there was no point in wasting time here. Qinfeng shot his poisonous sting at the monsters. Both monsters were destroyed. The player earned a large amount of experience points and reached level 9. The young man immediately used his greedy hands to increase the number of bonuses he received several times over. And indeed, he got a lot of mutation points, gold and silver artifacts, and 1,500 days of exchange energy. There was also a small gift for the assassin, a believer's medallion, which allowed him to summon the condemned and use them for his own purposes. In addition, there was a significant increase in speed and a decrease in recharge time. But the player decided to keep the rest of the items for now and sell them later, since none of the players could use them yet due to their low level. At that moment, the young man saw a glowing circle on the floor behind him. It was a hidden hatch. To activate the mechanism, he first had to kill all the monsters in this hall. Qinfeng approached the mechanism, realizing that he first needed to figure out how to open it. The young man pressed the button, and everything around him began to move, and the floor beneath his feet began to slide apart. Gradually, it resembled an underground elevator. The descent took some time, and judging by the sensations, the player descended 300 to 400 meters. Qinfeng realized that he had entered the temple catacombs. They can be found in not every temple, but in his previous life, the young man had managed to explore several similar places. These catacombs are full of traps, but since people in this game can be used as cannon fodder, they do not pose any particular difficulty. Qinfeng understood that at his current level, he would die from any trap, so he used the believer's medallion to summon a condemned person. The young man activated the summoning of the condemned, and sure enough, a monster immediately appeared next to him. Qinfeng sent the condemned to explore the protocol. It was much easier with him. However, the danger still remained, so he needed to urgently level up his resilience. After doing so, the player also upgraded Shadow Slaughter to the epic level. To upgrade the slaughter to legendary level, he will need 10 times more mutation points. The higher the initial level of the artifact or skill, the more profitable it is to upgrade it. For example, if the item initially has an epic level, upgrading it to legendary will cost only 1 point. But if the skill is initially basic, it needs to be upgraded many times, and that will cost hundreds of points. Now the player could afford it, and now any of his abilities would be no weaker. The player used the remaining points to upgrade Shadow Walk. This reduced the cooldown time, although it was still quite long. At that moment, the condemned man who was walking ahead stepped on some kind of slab and there was a click. Instantly, a huge stone ball fell from above, crushing the condemned man. Qinfeng had to wait a while before he could summon a new condemned man. It was a rather slow but safe method. At that moment, the upper floor of the temple was quiet and peaceful. Several players cautiously peeked into the hall from the temple corridor and looked around. Grey Rose and her companions reappeared here, but they noticed that the two monsters had disappeared. In addition, there was no life energy from the players. That meant someone had killed the monsters and taken their energy, and only he could have done that. Grey Rose remembered when they got here. She caught a glimpse of a man talking to the monsters. It must have been Shadow. Could he really have a skill that could charm monsters? The next summoned person died after falling into a trap of iron arrows. Qinfeng had been wandering for 3 hours and seemed to have reached the end. Without the summoned, it would have taken at least 100 human lives. The player summoned another summon being to continue the exploration. They moved forward together, leaving behind completely empty corridors. Finally, a huge door appeared in front of them, and Qinfeng ordered the summoned creature to open it. However, the monster was unable to do so. Qinfeng approached the door himself and placed his hand on it. Immediately, something unusual began to happen. The door swung open, and a terrifying mist began to spread from the closed room. Upon entering, the player saw a huge chest entwined with poisonous vines. An NPC was standing near the chest. This NPC was a girl with her mouth tied shut, which prevented her from saying a word. Qinfeng had never encountered an NPC like this before. It was a very mysterious object, and the player looked around in surprise. But then the NPC started speaking in a completely incomprehensible gibberish language. After that, the NPC simply dissolved and disappeared, leaving the player perplexed. Qinfeng noticed that the chest had disappeared along with the NPC. It was all too confusing, but the player felt that it had something to do with his Eye of Justice. The chest glowed with gold, which meant that something epic was inside, but he had to be careful. It could be a trap. Qinfeng ordered the summon to open the chest. The monster approached the chest and opened it. The entire room was flooded with bright light. It was an assassin skill with both active and passive effects. Now the player himself approached the chest to see what he had gotten. It was a skill book that allowed him to increase his accuracy in hitting weak spots and also dealt damage over a certain period of time. Qinfeng was satisfied. Passive damage doubling was great, and slitting the throat had an even greater effect. If damage was inflicted, it would last for 3 seconds, and during that time, the player's skills allowed him to deliver multiple strikes. But slitting the throat only worked on the first strike. This skill was epic level, and he needed to get more mutation points to upgrade it to legendary. Qinfeng summed up his journey through the ruins. He had achieved an excellent result and could now inflict much more damage, all thanks to Black Plum. He needed to sell the remaining trophies to her squad. Returning to the city, the player waited for Wang Ming and his team to show up so he could settle up with them and move on. At that moment, a group of players approached him and said that they had come from the city of Firefly and would like him to add them as friends or take them as his disciples. People were literally going crazy. They offered their sisters and wives, ready to give them to the Shadow in order to become his friend or disciple. Qinfeng did not react to this behavior in any way, but he realized that the teleport from other cities had already been activated, which meant that he could now get to the city of Songfei. To prevent the players from bothering him, Qinfeng disappeared before the eyes of the astonished observers. The players began to argue among themselves, blaming themselves for Shadow leaving them because of their behavior. No one should have pestered him, let alone bothered him. Finally, Qinfeng met Black Plum on the street and said he was ready to meet with the whole team. The girl immediately brought her idol to Captain Wang Min. Among the group of players, Qinfeng immediately noticed his sister Xiao. She looked at the famous and most powerful player with admiration. Qinfeng didn't understand how his sister had made it onto this team because she could destroy Wang Min's entire team. She stared at her idol, dreaming of getting closer to him and using his help for her own purposes. Qinfeng knew he had to be careful. The whole world knew Shadow, but he had to keep his true identity a secret because, in reality, it wasn't worth using his powers on people. Now absolutely everyone wanted to kill him. Xiao looked at Shadow and understood from his appearance how strong he was. Compared to him, her entire team was just trash. How she wanted to meet Song Fei with his help. At that moment, Qinfeng laid out the equipment he was ready to give to Wang Ming's team. All the items were gold and silver status, and the team couldn't afford such expensive skills right now. Shadow said that the players could pay him back later. Wang Ming was sincerely grateful and noted that he was always ready to help with anything in the future, as soon as the day called him or asked him to. The players immediately began to try out their new skills and were delighted. Their abilities and capabilities immediately increased significantly, but there was nothing among the skills for healers. However, the guys decided that the girl had already gained a lot of experience thanks to them. Shay plucked up her courage and approached Shadow. She greeted the player and asked if he had anything left for her. Qinfeng looked intently at the girl. Xiao also kept her eyes on the player and didn't say a word. Suddenly, Shadow disappeared before the player's eyes without commenting on his actions. Everyone really liked Shadow's dramatic disappearance. The guys from the team assumed that he might not have had anything for the cleric, but next time he would probably stock up. In fact, Qinfeng had some very important and useful items that he could share with the team. He had golden equipment for a healer and a skill book, but he absolutely did not want to give them to his sister. The player knew that in the future, he would accumulate even more unnecessary items, so it would be profitable to sell them to the team. But Qinfeng didn't want his sister to ruin his relationship with the team. It was necessary to find Little Gu as soon as possible. She was the former manager of the Godslayer Guild and belonged to the hidden class of healers. She was the only one who had defeated an epic-level monster. Compared to her, Qin Xiao was nothing. In addition, Little Gu was in the same city as Song Fei, so Qin Feng immediately opened a portal to travel to another city. The player was confident that Little Gu would be a great addition to Wang Min's team, so he teleported to Firefly. The teleportation was successful, and Qin Feng was now in Firefly City. He looked around. The streets of the city were almost empty. But then a voice rang out. "We must hurry. The silver boss has less than half of his health left. We must not let them steal our victory. Otherwise, everything will be in vain." On top of that, Song Fei had brought a bunch of fans with him. This couldn't go on any longer. He had to be finished off. Chuanfeng realized that in this city too, everyone was talking about the celebrity Song Fei. The guy left the city and found himself in a gorge. High, steep mountains stood on both sides. This area was called the Valley of Tears and had a difficulty level of 5. The monsters here were predominantly fading demons and demons bound by magic. At that very moment, a battle was taking place between the players and one of the demons. Kun Feng recognized this monster. It was a two-headed demon named Boz, which was silver ranked. The battlefield was in complete chaos, with many players attacking each other. Another group of players led by Song Fei and his female fans attacked these players. Song Fei had no qualms about using the girls as human shields for his own personal gain. Many players were already angry at this handsome guy who simply stole their reward and then hid behind his young fans. But young girls in love are a formidable force. Even if they couldn't handle magic, they used their numbers to defend their idol. Qin Feng noted that the handsome guy had chosen the mage class for himself. In his previous life, he had forced several female fans to choose the mage class, and then took their equipment for his own leveling. But the team couldn't consist solely of mages. The fans made a decision, invested their experience points in intelligence, and became glass cannon mages. Others invested their points in agility and became destruction mages. Others leveled up their health and became living shields, while the rest improved their strength and became combat mages. Thanks to this, Sun Fei's team dominated from the start. But with the release of game updates, members of Song Fei's team began to die off quite quickly. Sun Fei encouraged his fans, calling them brilliant. He hoped that the monster would soon be defeated and his fans would be able to relax because the world should be filled with love, not violence. The fans believed that their idol was suffering the most and that this horror should not touch him. Therefore, they were going to kill the monster together so that it would not dare to hurt their idol. Sun Fei hoped that complete control would reign, the whole world would lie at his feet, and complete peace and love would come. The magicians selflessly rushed to attack the monster. But of course, they were weak and could not cope with it. The girls died with words on their lips. They were ready to do anything for their beloved Song Fei. They wanted to kill the creature so that their idol would become #1 in the rankings, and a player named Shadow realized that they were nothing to him. The girls were in a kind of ecstasy. They used all their magical knowledge and summoned everything possible to raise their idol to the pedestal. Sun Fei did nothing personally. He watched the battle, realizing that if the silver boss was so difficult to fight, how could he possibly defeat the gold boss alone? Sun Fei used all his helpers, and thanks to that, he leveled up. Soon he would reach the 8th level, and then he would overtake Shadow, who was stuck at the 9th. Before the guy could finish speaking, someone's invisible hand grabbed him by the head. An invisible shadow rushed by and Song Fei's body swayed. Qin Feng flew on, holding his enemy's head in his hands. The young man always said that he would tear off Song Fei's head with his bare hands. After that, Shadow Slaughter was activated, and all the fans followed their idol. The two-headed demon Boz was also killed. Qin Feng received a large number of points for all these players in the destroyed monster. The surviving players were simply shocked by how Shadow destroyed the boss with one blow and killed the entire company led by Song Fei. The players did not have time to see who this assassin was, but everyone assumed it was Shadow, because there was no one else. At that moment, Shadow came out onto the clearing to collect his earned loot. The players immediately began to thank him and express their love. A new group of players arrived in the city of Firefly. Sun Fei was killed for the first time. The guy understood that Shadow had killed him, but it was unclear why Shadow had chosen his city and killed the boss. The fans were also outraged. They didn't understand why Shadow killed them. It was Lo. He killed them during the battle with the silver boss and then took the monster. It was completely unfair. At that moment, another fan appeared. She asked if she could join them. The girl was the best and possessed the eagle eye skill, which revealed invisibility. The other fans immediately attacked her, saying that only they were needed. In addition, the new fan had a low rating and could ruin everything. Sun Fei told his fans that love could overcome anything. After that, the handsome guy took the archer by the hands and said that he could feel her love. It didn't matter that she was an archer, she would join them, and together they would become stronger. After these words, the archer felt nothing but elation. Tears of joy, happiness, and admiration flowed from her eyes. Soon, two guys approached. One was an assassin who could become invisible, and the other was a mage who had learned an area control spell that could freeze the shadow. Sun Fei opened his arms to everyone, saying that there was enough love for everyone and that now they would be together forever. The fans wept profusely, promising to stay with their idol forever and considering him the best and most important gentleman. After all, the evil shadow kills people on a whim, while their idol glorifies love. And for him, they are ready to fight any monsters and take revenge on the shadow. Sun Fei and his fans caused a commotion in the middle of the city, and the other players watched with interest. What's all the noise about? It turned out that the handsome guy had just been killed and was reborn here again, and the killer was none other than the shadow. Now the fans were ready to give their lives to prevent the tragedy from happening again. Sun Fei enjoyed what was happening. He understood that when Shadow was killed in front of everyone, the whole world would understand how a pathetic lone assassin, who was nothing compared to Sun Fei, had been destroyed. Qian Feng was finally left alone and was able to sort through the loot he had received after defeating the silver boss. He immediately activated his greedy hands. The player began by leveling up the Gift of Mercy skill, which doubled the chance of hitting a weak spot. In addition to increasing accuracy, the area of effect and damage dealt also increased. If the skill became even stronger, half of the enemy's body would become a weak point. The guy decided to immediately level up this skill to the legendary level, and then later increase it to the mythical level. The player spent the remaining points on upgrading sneak attack. Killing the boss and players gave him 1,400 days of exchange energy. His business was done. He could head back. But at that moment, Jin Feng was attacked. An unknown player with a dagger tried to attack him. The stranger shouted, "Die, Shadow!" and brought the dagger to the player's throat. It all happened very quickly. Jin Feng managed to dodge, and the blow did not harm him at all. His opponent did not understand why he had failed to destroy the shadow. But then a voice rang out, "Qin Feng, surrender, you're surrounded." It was the same group of female fans, who had now acquired several new players and were ready to avenge their idol. Qin Feng activated his invisibility effect and began to disappear. But it turned out that the archer had a skill that allowed him to see the invisible. Soon the fans found their target and were ready to engage in battle. The girls wanted to hit the player with their strongest attacks. Sun Fei's loyal fans would not tolerate disrespect towards their idol. The player tried to tell them that he was not who they thought he was, but it was too late. A huge number of arrows and skills rained down on the player. A powerful explosion blew him to pieces. At the last moment, the fans realized they had made a mistake, but they didn't see it as a problem. They ordered the archer to use Eagle Eye again to find the real Qin Feng. Qin Feng decided to have some fun too. He took out the phantom bells, which immobilized all enemies, and shook them. Suddenly, all the girls realized they couldn't move. Qin Feng added Shadow Slaughter and took out the entire team with one move. Sun Fei was too cowardly and hid behind a rock, trying to see what was going on. If this was the work of Shadow, he hoped to see him during the attack. The guy didn't understand why he couldn't see Shadow, but at that moment, a voice sounded right in his ear. "Sun Fei, you're dead." The player tried to activate his magic shield at the last moment, but it was clear that he was too late. Sun Fei was killed again and now lay in the middle of the clearing with his head pierced. Qin Feng was amazed how much life energy this guy had. He had collected a whopping 2,000 days of exchange energy, but the female fans had almost nothing left. It became clear that they had given everything to their idol idiot. Of course, he felt a little sorry for the girls. It was unclear when they would realize that this was not a game, and these brainwashed fools had played too seriously. I even felt a little sorry for them. Now, without any life energy, they would be food for the monsters outside and would never be able to return to the real world. Sun Fei was reborn in the city of Firefly, but he was really worried. He had very few days of exchange energy left, and he didn't understand why his fans hadn't found the Shadow. The girls said that they couldn't see Shadow with the help of the Eagle Eye because he had a higher level of invisibility, and the skill didn't work on him. Sun Fei didn't understand how they could fight now if Shadow was so strong and powerful. The fans tried to cheer up their idol, saying that he had never met a player who had killed their boss twice. Sun Fei didn't understand why Shadow had such a grudge against him. Perhaps he was just jealous of his beauty. For the sake of everyone's safety, it was decided to change the farming location, and the fans were ready to follow their idol anywhere. After a while, Qin Feng appeared in the city, still in invisibility mode. He was surprised that Sun Fei and his gang were nowhere to be seen. Perhaps they had all moved to another city or left the game altogether. Shadow approached one of the players and asked if he knew where Sun Fei and his fans had gone. The player pointed out where the whole group had gone and asked him to kill everyone except his girlfriend, Kitten Phaibom. Shadow advised him to find another girlfriend, but the guy kept begging, saying that he had been looking for his soulmate for a very long time. Jin Feng went in search of the group, and the player continued to run after him, begging him not to touch his beloved. Shadow didn't want to waste time on a futile search. He would rather meet Gu Yixue. And just then, he saw a female mage walking past him on the city street. Qin Feng asked her for help. The girl looked at the stranger and immediately guessed who he was. The shadow said he had heard about her ability to track targets over a wide radius. Could you find Song Fei for me? As a reward, I'll sell you a golden artifact at a bargain price. Gu didn't understand how the player knew about her abilities, because she hadn't told anyone about them. Besides, the girl knew that she wouldn't be able to buy the golden artifact anyway. She didn't have any money. The shadow offered a very low price, and the girl was able to purchase such an important and valuable artifact. The girl was ready to cry with happiness when the golden item fell into her hands. Qin Feng brought the beauty back to reality, saying that she needed to hurry up and fulfill her part of the agreement. Gu met Shadow for the first time, but his aura was familiar to her. The girl asked if he was afraid that she would run away with the artifact and not fulfill his request. Shadow was sure that the girl hated Song Fei, which was strange. Besides, Shadow's voice seemed very familiar. Perhaps they had crossed paths in the real world. Gu couldn't immediately remember who the voice belonged to, but it didn't matter. She had to follow the bird. This bird was a magical attribute that was supposed to help in finding the necessary player or monster. The bird rose high above the city of Firefly and began scanning the surroundings. It gave a signal, and now it was known where Sun Fei was hiding with his admirers. The bird sent the exact coordinates of the group, but it was clear that they had to go looking for them immediately, because no one was going to stand still. Shadow rushed to the coordinates and told Gu to add him as a friend and continue tracking the group, reporting on their location. Qin Feng promised that it wouldn't take long because he would catch up with the group very soon. The young man reached the gorge between two tall rocks and moved on, trying not to attract attention with noise. Day peeked out from behind a tree as if sensing some danger. Gu asked why he wasn't moving. His attention was drawn to a tree with a drawing on it. Qin Feng asked the girl to check if there were any other similar trees nearby. Gu saw another tree like this ahead and a third one nearby. There was about 100 meters between each tree. Qin Feng approached the tree and placed his hand on it. He wanted to check what the symbol meant. He couldn't figure it out himself, so he asked Gu if she knew what it might mean. Touching the symbol activated all three trees, creating a connection between them, and a glow appeared inside the triangle. It was a jade chest with treasures. It was very strange to find it here. Usually such a blessing from the ancient gods was not found near a village of newcomers, but nevertheless, it was a pleasant bonus. The blessing of the ancient gods could appear anywhere in the land abandoned by God. To unlock it, you had to find and activate all the symbols. Some chests summoned bosses, others summoned hordes of weak monsters. Chests with treasures and unique rewards could also appear. This chest was equal to 1,000 days of exchange energy. Gu watched what was happening with the help of her bird and saw how Shadow ran his fingers over the symbols. She had to remember this, because with her skills, she could find something for herself. Qin Feng opened the jade chest and received the skill scroll, Blooming Curse. He was familiar with this skill from his past life, but the player did not know its exact name. With its help, he could suck all the energy out of players when he killed them. It was a very lucky bonus. Now Song Fei would be completely destroyed until he left the game, and Qin Feng himself planned to reach level 10, return to the real world, and kill Song Fei for real. At that moment, the idol of all girls, together with his fans, was tormenting another monster. Or rather, he was just standing and waiting for the girls to do all the work. Song Fei hoped that they had gone far enough away and that now the shadow would not be able to track them down, which meant that he would no longer have to die or share the boss. He dreamed of how he would be able to level up so that he could finally deal with the shadow as he deserved. At that moment, one of the fans interrupted his dreams, saying that someone was fighting the boss. The girl literally burst in and shouted, "How long can you hide? It's not clear who came to interfere with you." All the fans refused to tolerate injustice and decided to rush into battle to destroy all the players who dared to ruin the rank of their beloved Sun Fei. The group of players was already quite injured and was delighted to see reinforcements approaching. Together, they would definitely be able to defeat the boss. The girls rushed in as a crowd and raised their staffs. However, in the next moment, their staffs were turned against the players. It seemed crazy. Why were these girls killing other players when they needed to fight monsters together? However, the fans were literally brainwashed. They said that this was the fate of all fans, and they were ready to kill anyone for their idol. The girl sincerely did not understand how she had crossed them and what had caused such hatred from these strangers. But in the next moment, her head was smashed in, and she died right before their eyes. Her companion couldn't believe his eyes. He stared in horror at his dead friend. The group of fans, seeing no problem with this, decided to continue their revenge and kill everyone for the sake of Sun Fei. After that, it was the boss's turn, whom the girls also attacked together, believing that the whole world should submit to Sun Fei. The poor monster died for nothing because it was impossible to resist the power of the fans. The girls earned a huge amount of energy. Sun Fei thanked his fans and believed that he would have died without their help. He owed his life to his beloved fans. The girls were touched, cried again, and said that there was no need to thank them. They were ready to lay the whole world at Song Fei's feet. Qin Feng watched all this sappy pink horror from his vantage point on the cliff. There was no need to wait any longer. Qin Feng activated his invisibility skill and went to meet his enemy. Suddenly, the fans saw a shadow appear near them and immediately rushed to cover their idol with their bodies. But in the next moment, Song Fei's head was severed from his body again, and the girls wailed and cried hysterically. Qin Feng activated Blooming Curse. He had wanted to test this skill for a long time. A huge flower began to rise and grow from the decapitated body along with the blood. It was red. All the players present had never seen anything like it before, and no one understood what it was. Song Fei found himself back in Firefly City. The player had died and been reborn again. Sun Fei did not understand why he aroused such hatred in Shadow, who was literally obsessed with killing him. Perhaps this player was jealous of his army of female fans. Sun Fei assumed that Shadow had come to Firefly City only because of him. Perhaps because Shadow's beloved was one of his admirers. The player checked his stats and saw that his life energy was rapidly depleting. He couldn't understand what was happening. Perhaps it was a penalty for dying too often. At that moment, Song Fei's fans reappeared and brought him terrible news. They said that Shadow had grown some kind of flower on the player's body, and this flower was sucking the energy out of him. The guy immediately guessed that the flower was indeed sucking out his energy. It became clear that the Shadow really wanted to kill Song Fei. Sun Fei understood that he needed to log out and leave the game immediately in order to avoid being completely destroyed. He told his fans that he was going to the real world to buy energy and restore his equipment. Leaving the game space, Song Fei thought that it wasn't over yet. He had trained for 2.5 years to reach his current position and refused to believe that he couldn't fix the situation with money. Qin Feng watched the events unfold with interest. He was literally in the middle of a poppy field. Red flowers were growing from the bodies of all those who had been killed. Notifications informed him that the player had killed too many players and now had reached the 4th level of killer status. Qin Feng wasn't worried about it at all. He was counting how many days he had earned from this whole company. But suddenly the energy drain stopped. The players must have left the game. Gu watched everything that was happening with the help of her bird. The girl was amazed by the power of the top-ranked player. He was doing truly nightmarish things. Qin Feng asked Gu where the idol and his fans had gone. After confirming that he had logged out, he asked to be notified as soon as Song Fei returned to the game. Gu was about to say goodbye to Shadow, but the young man said that he had a golden skill called Sword of Divine Justice and was willing to share it. Qin Feng showed the girl the skill, saying he was willing to sell it at a fraction of the price on one condition. He asked Gu to join the same team as a permanent member. Gu immediately agreed, but warned that if the team turned out to be weak, she would complain constantly. Shadow reassured the girl, saying that there was no need to worry. The team was very worthy, and he was ready to contact them. At one of the locations, a real massacre was taking place. Players were fighting monsters. Wang Ming fought the monsters with all his might and finally managed to kill them. Wang Ming turned to Qin Xiao to neutralize the poison. Since all priests have this skill, they had to act quickly, otherwise the captain would not last long. Xiao didn't know how to handle the task and said she would check her skill and start testing. After that, the girl pointed her staff and shouted the word neutralize. However, the blow did not hit the player, but a tree. Wang Ming continued to lose vitality due to the poisoning he had received while killing monsters. Xia could only cover her mouth and admit that, unfortunately, she had missed. In the next moment, the team captain died. Wang Ming found himself back in Shell City. He was firmly convinced that the useless priestess needed to be replaced, but where could he find a replacement when all the worthy priests had already joined other teams? At that moment, Xiao checked her rating and realized that the game was not difficult at all. She had already reached the 4th level without doing anything. If things continued like this, she would soon meet her idol. Wang Ming received a message from Shadow. He suggested adding the Whitebird priestess to the team, recommending the girl and saying that she was strong enough. Wang Ming decided that he would go with the team to the city of Firefly, where there were more monsters and fewer players, and he would gladly take the new priestess. Wang Ming had to refuse Xiao. The guy said that the whole team was moving to Firefly because there were too many people in Shell. But unfortunately, Xiao would not be going with them because it was too dangerous there, and they would not take the girl with them. She started saying that she could still be useful to them. But the players rushed to leave, and by the time Xiao realized it, no one wanted to deal with a useless healer anymore. Qin Xiao was furious. If the team wanted to get rid of her, they should have just said so. The girl was not upset, saying that she was tired of these losers. She would find Shadow herself and level up with him. Wang Ming quickly moved to Firefly City and immediately went to meet Shadow. He told Shadow that Captain An Yu would give him the equipment when he entered the game. And now Shadow introduced a new priestess, Gu Yigxue. Wang Ming didn't have time to greet the new team member before he heard someone calling his name. It was An Yu, a player from Justice Execution with a hidden Dragon Knight build, one of the strongest players in Qin Feng's past life. At that time, she was one of the most powerful forces in China and a real nightmare for foreign factions. An Yu greeted Shadow, saying she was happy to meet him and had heard a lot about him. Qin Feng met someone who surpassed him in his past life for the first time. An Yu noted that Shadow's leveling speed was simply incredible. He must have a secret. The girl even thought that he was either a time traveler or reincarnated. Although, of course, it was a joke. Shadow didn't respond, continuing to think. In her past life, An Yu wasn't on the same team as Wang Ming. Her energy was supplied by the Shanghai authorities. An Yu guessed that Shadow was not going to reveal his secrets and said that if there was anything interesting for sale in the future, they would buy everything. Besides, all the life energy of the Shanghai authorities was now in An Yu. The girl hoped that Shadow would not kill her. Shadow confirmed that it was more profitable for him to cooperate. He would earn more. But in reality, the guy sensed traps on Anyu's part. In each of her sentences, she pretended to be a naive fool, but in reality, all her actions were very reasonable. The girls could barely hold back their yawns, terribly tired. They read in the news that the life energy from the game was absolutely real, and if it reached 0, they would die for real. It was just awful. What kind of game was this? On top of that, the girls gave their exchange energy to Sun Fei. Yawning prevented them from talking, but after checking the indicators, everyone realized that they only had a couple of years left to live. The fact was that they had killed other players, received the status of killers, and now were losing energy twice as fast. Indeed, checking the indicators confirmed that the girls had very little time left. Being a tank, the girl killed the most and died the most herself. She had only 1 day of energy left. They would die when their energy reached 0, but that couldn't be true. How hard it was to realize that the girls had given their lives to their idol, who was now buying life energy. On the other hand, if asked, he would surely help his beloved fan, who had tried so hard for him. The girl decided to dress up in a full fan costume because she had just gotten her hands on some new super tight underwear. And now in full regalia, beautiful and inimitable, the girl was ready to meet her idol and ask him for days of life energy. Qin Xiao also finally woke up in her apartment. The girl felt like something was being erased from her mind. After checking the exchange rate, Xiao felt like a millionaire because she could sell her 200 days at a very good price. After reading the news, the girl learned that Shadow still wouldn't leave her idol alone and continued to hunt Song Fei. He had already died 3 times in the game. Tears streamed down her face and her whole body shook with grief and sadness as she read the new truth about their lives. If the game's life energy reached 0, the person would die in the real world. And now the girl understood that her idol had too little energy left because of Shadow's mystery. No one understood why Shadow was so cruel and why he needed to kill Sun Fei and harm all his fans. At that moment, one of his closest fans posted an announcement that their idol urgently needed help. He was ready to buy life energy. Song Fei was currently in Gaizheng Square and was ready to buy life energy, so all his fans would not only help him, but also get rich. Qin Xiao, of course, could not sit idly by while her idol was dying. She immediately decided to go and help Song Fei. Thanks to Wang Min's group, Qin Xiao was able to accumulate 200 days of exchange energy, and now it would be useful to her idol. At this very moment, Qin Feng continued to hone his skills and level up by destroying monsters. After another mission, a congratulatory message came from the game. Shadow had reached level 10, all of the players' stats had increased by 2 points, and class growth had been unlocked. All missions in the game were paused, and a global announcement was made that the player Shadow was the first to reach level 10. Players expressed different emotions about Shadow. Some considered him lucky, others considered him terribly strong and cruel. But absolutely everyone agreed that none of the current players in the world could compare to Shadow. Qin Feng calculated his stats. He had more than 7,000 days of exchange energy, but it was still not enough. To leave the novice villages, he had to wait for 6 more Shanghai players of the 10th level to open the portal to the godforsaken continent. At the moment, the strongest pursuers were only at level 7. Qin Feng understood that there was nothing for him to do in the game right now. The guy decided to return to reality to deal with his current affairs. Qin Feng had spent a lot of time in the game. He had never left it since he entered it. And now he was slowly waking up. He had to decide whether the player would spend exchange energy to transfer abilities to the real world. Qin Feng read all the conditions for transferring class, equipment, skills, origin, and divinity. The young man decided to transfer his class and spent 1,000 days of life energy on it. After that, he transferred 2 more levels and now reached the 3rd in reality. Now it was possible to transfer skills. The higher the skill level, the more energy was needed to transfer it. But leveling up skills is almost like a game bug. The game only recognizes the original level of the ability while transferring its improved version in reality. Qin Feng was able to transfer Shadow Walk, and that was remarkable. He didn't have enough money for anything else, but that was enough. The young man was satisfied. Now he was twice as strong as a normal person. His agility surpassed any human capabilities, and his ability to become invisible and throw poisonous arrows allowed him to deal with any enemy. Qin Feng read that Song Fei was buying up life energy on a massive scale. He probably wanted to return to the game and get even with Shadow. The young man was going to take a walk to the square to see how things were going there. But at that moment, he received a message from his boss, Hu Kibin. The young man didn't understand why he wasn't answering his phone. He needed to get back to work urgently. Qin Feng had no intention of explaining anything to anyone. He threw his phone away, turned on invisible mode, and left the apartment. The young man understood that soon everyone would finally realize what the game God-Forsaken Lands was all about. The square was packed to capacity. Thousands of fans had gathered to welcome their idol. The girls screamed, squealed, and shouted, calling for their beloved Song Fei. Song Fei sat on stage with a girl. He had come here to buy exchangeable life hours. The girl had heard about what happened in the game. Song Fei died 3 times in a row at the hands of the Shadow. However, she asked him not to worry. She had already organized people to find out his real incarnation and deal with the insolent man. Song Fei didn't really believe that it would work, so his face did not express satisfaction or calmness. The girl said that she had sent someone to the city of Firefly to find Shadow and offer him a fabulous sum of money that the player simply could not refuse. After that, Shadow would have to return to the real world and come to the meeting place, where he would be caught and handed over to Song Fei. Upon hearing this plan, the handsome man's mood immediately improved. He knew that the girl's company had already used this method several times to force people to work for them for free. It is worth noting that these people were completely useless. So stupid that it was a waste of time to spend time on them. Song Fei was a completely different matter. All these girls were ready to give their last drop of blood just to help their idol. They calmly gave their energy and were ready to give up their lives. Song Fei was very pleased with what he heard and considered it absolutely true and correct. He was flattered. At that moment, a man appeared in the crowd who tried to reason with the girls. He said that they should not thoughtlessly drain their energy because the official authorities had already made a statement. If people's gaming energy dropped to zero, they would die in the real world. The man turned to Song Fei, saying that he was well aware of the consequences but continued to brainwash the stupid girls and steal their lives. The country's authorities would definitely respond to such behavior. They would not sit idly by. Song Fei realized that he needed to take matters into his own hands. Armed with a microphone, he greeted his fans and apologized to the people for the discomfort he had caused, calling his fans to come here. Most of the girls believed that their idol had nothing to apologize for because he had done nothing wrong. Song Fei continued to thank them for their support. Together with the girls, he wanted love to be positive and encouraging because every person has the right to choose whom and how to love. In this difficult chain, everyone must unite to fill society with positive energy. The guy said from the stage that he couldn't sit idly by and watch people suffer because of the game. So he decided to spend everything he had to use his accumulated energy for the good of the world and for good. And he does all this only so that fans and all people on Earth can live in a world full of love and happiness. Tears flowed from the actor's eyes, but he could not imagine that all this would cause such problems in society. Song Fei continued to talk about peace and love, as well as his sincere forgiveness, which he was ready to ask of absolutely everyone. But the people shouted in unison that he was noble and had done nothing wrong, so there was no need to apologize. They loved him and were ready to do anything for him. People claimed that no one had brainwashed them and that they sincerely wanted to help their idol, so they asked all dissenters to leave the square. The most ardent fans believed that no one should dare to doubt their idol, and if someone had chicken brains, then they would believe any nonsense. Moreover, it was completely incomprehensible how the game could affect real life, because everyone knows that games and real life are two different things. The girl said that she would gladly help her beloved son Fei here and now, despite the notification from the game that she had only one day left to live. But that was complete nonsense. For love, you can sacrifice everything. The fans were crying bitter tears, shouting the name of their idol, and were ready to give up their lives for him. It was pure psychosis. The fans were ready to give up the last days of their lives and believed that this was being done for the sake of love and world peace. Song Fei said from the stage that he could feel their enthusiasm and how much he loved them. The handsome singer approached one fan and said that he especially wanted to thank her for her sincere feelings. Tears literally flooded her face, and the girl once again confirmed that she was ready to do anything for her idol. Song Fei looked at her with a loving gaze, tears welling up in his eyes, and a confession was about to escape his lips. Suddenly, a whistle sounded. No one noticed what had happened, but Song Fei's expression remained unchanged, as if he were frozen in time. Then his body began to lean forward and fall onto the fan. It turned out that half of Song Fei's head was missing. In the next moment, the idol fell on stage with his head smashed in, and it happened in front of thousands of fans. A wild scream rang out, and a terrible panic began. Bodyguards led the young lady away from the stage. No one understood where the threat had come from or where the danger was lurking. The girls ran away with wild screams, realizing that they needed to save themselves and get out of the crowd as quickly as possible. The beauty ran away with the bodyguards, but she saw a ball of life energy appear on Song Fei's body and then instantly disappear. Someone had picked up the ball. There was no doubt. The guy had been killed by an ability from the game. This meant that gaming skills could be used in the real world. Only one person was capable of killing Song Fei and taking his life energy in just a second. The girl didn't have time to finish her thought because her head was also injured. Despite the efforts of the bodyguards, the young lady suffered a head injury. Qin Feng was invisible, and now he needed to take the girl's life energy. The news was in an uproar. A star idol had tragically died in the square. Some of his extreme fans ended their lives next to their idol's body, allegedly wanting to sacrifice themselves for him. The special services stated that Song Fei's death was caused by unnatural reasons. Qian Sha was in shock. She couldn't believe what had happened, because just yesterday the girls were at their idol's concert, and now he was gone. Her friends also found it strange. The invisibility and throwing arrows resembled a hunt for a guy. And if you remember that he had already died 3 times in the game at the hands of Shadow in recent days, it was very much like him. But how could gaming abilities end up in the real world? Xiao understood that Shadow had killed Song Fei many times in the game, and the only person who could kill the idol in the real world was also him. Moreover, the skills were exactly the same. There could be no mistake. If Song Fei had died in real life, then Shadow had somehow used his gaming abilities in the real world. Shou decided to get closer to Shadow at all costs, and to do that, she needed to become stronger at any price. She decided that from that day on, she would live for one purpose only: to kill Shadow and avenge Song Fei. Qin Feng spent the evening at a noodle shop because the game was the game, but dinner was on schedule. The game took a lot of energy in his dreams, and no one had canceled his hunger, so he had to eat more in reality. Another message came in on his phone from work. His boss was furious and said that if the young man didn't show up, he would be fired and not paid for the month. The message was sent by Yang Xiao. The girl had a good personality, she was weak, which made her a target for ridicule, but at the same time she remained sincere and kind. Qin Feng replied that he wasn't interested in that now, and advised Xiao to go into the game and invest all her extra points in agility. Qin Feng's immediate boss was a jerk, and his female boss was a real pain in the neck. Qian Shishi did nothing but have fun with guys. In her past life, Shishi had gone to America and organized an American guild there. She tried in every way to forget her homeland and at the same time began to hit on Qin Feng, so it was necessary to deal with her, and it had to be done quickly before she left and created the guild. If Shishi didn't intervene, American gamers would not penetrate the Chinese market. Another phone call interrupted his thoughts. This time, it was Qin Xiao calling. The girl said she had earned enough to buy a house and never see her brother again. She demanded that Feng not even try to contact her. She promised not to bother him and asked him not to look for her new address. Feng said that if those were all her questions and wishes, he promised to fulfill them perfectly and would start cutting off all ties right now. That was the end of the conversation. Qin Feng understood that it was time to return to the game. Very soon, people would realize that gaming skills could be transferred to reality. When that happened, there would be no peaceful place left in the world. Qin Xiao was in Shell City with her friend. Her friend thought that she shouldn't have cut ties with her brother because he was a good guy. However, Zhao said that she had sold her life energy. With the money she earned, Xiao bought a house where she would live with Shadow. Soon she would find him, and then she would have no need for her brother. At that moment, one of the players called out to her. He said he had obtained the assassin's skill scroll that Xiao had asked for. The guy handed her the scroll and reminded her to fulfill her wish. Xiao said that she would definitely remember everything and fulfill her wish once she had sorted out her problems. Xiao wrote to Wang Min that she had accidentally gotten hold of an assassin skill scroll and was willing to give it to Shadow for free if he needed it. So I thought that at least her classmate had been of some use. He had managed to get a cool skill, and perhaps this would bring her closer to Shadow. The girl walked through the forest and thought about how she would soon be with Shadow, healing him and helping him slay monsters. Xiao would level up much faster and also make Shadow believe that she cared about him. Gradually, Shadow would begin to trust Xiao and perhaps even see her as his beloved. But when Xiao became strong enough, she would no longer need Shadow. She would kill him with her own hands, gouge out his eyes, and avenge Song Fei. Wang Ming replied to the message, saying that the Shadow does not need such a skill. For him, it is rubbish, and the girl had better sell it to someone else. Sometime before that, Qin Feng was walking through the Earth realm in search of monsters he could defeat. Suddenly, he heard screams. People were warning each other to be careful. Qin Feng crept up and watched from behind a rock. He saw that the players had come to the conclusion that the enemy was much stronger than they had thought, and now they were about to flee. The players were fighting a multi-armed monster that was indeed powerful and terrifying. The guys already understood that they didn't have enough strength to defeat such a monster. Qin Feng recognized this monster. It was the golden arthropod, an 8th level boss. Qin Feng watched the battle. As far as he remembered from his past life, this boss had a 2nd level anti-stealth ability. In other words, a player's invisibility was completely useless when facing such a monster. The monster looked terrifying. It had swords and daggers in its paws, and sharp, hard spikes instead of legs. Yan Feng rushed into the attack, using shadow invisibility, but did almost no damage to the enemy. The guy realized that attacking while invisible was pointless. Many damage bonuses simply did not work. But fortunately, thanks to the legendary gift of mercy, the chance of hitting a weak spot was doubled, and the 3 cuts he managed to inflict did triple damage. It was an amazing skill, and he had to thank Dark Plum once again for it. A player watched the battle from behind a rock. He saw that Shadow's attack had reduced the boss's health, even though the players had not been able to even scratch the monster before. Yin Feng sent a poisonous arrow at the enemy. The arrow was only upgraded to silver level, so it dealt damage but was not lethal. During the battle, the player decided that he needed to upgrade his invisibility skill. At that moment, the boss himself rushed into the attack, swinging all his paws. A fight broke out between the opponents. The monster's paws flashed through the air, and it was unclear how it would all end. The girls watched the battle with excitement and horror. They admired Shadow's speed, his reactions, and his complete understanding of his opponent's actions. Shadow was not stronger than the boss, but he could dodge all attacks as if he had fought this monster millions of times. Xian Feng remembered that in his past life, he had repeatedly tried to defeat the enemy together with his sister, but they had failed. Now Shadow had figured out the secret. You don't fight with brute force, but by guessing the monster's movements and feeling its rhythm. Compared to the attack of the Golden Chariot, dealing with this monster's blows was much easier. The monster felt that it was losing its life energy and decided not to fight anymore. Little Gu noticed that the creature was about to flee. Qin Feng armed himself with a dagger and cut off the monster's head with a full swing. Thanks to this, the player earned a lot of experience points, mutations, and life energy. The young man immediately used his skill and received triple the points. As a bonus, the player received an ultraviolet shield, a special assassin skill that gave him a triple layer of invulnerability. Now it was much easier to deal with bosses. In addition, it was possible to immediately upgrade this skill to an epic level. Qin Feng did just that, and now he had 7 layers of shield. With such equipment, he could explore more dangerous levels. The guy spent the remaining mutation points on upgrading his poison arrow. For killing the boss, he received 2 assassin equipment items, Sanctuary of Light and Crimson Leather Gloves. Qin Feng was very pleased. He became much faster after killing this boss, and the player's survivability increased significantly. Wang Min's team finally came out of hiding. They admired the genius's strength and also asked if he had any rogue gear for the mage that he could sell. You said he had a golden item that casts an ice ball, but the guy asked for too high a price. Shadow explained that this particular artifact was stronger than the others, and the price was absolutely reasonable, paying for itself very quickly. The Whitebird Priestess agreed with the arguments and said she was ready to buy the item. After that, Shadow left the players. He thought that searching for opponents by simply walking around the area would take too long. He needed to get information about the bosses in the city and level up even faster. At that moment, Wang Ming wrote to him and told him about Xiao's offer regarding skills. Qin Feng understood that his sister probably wanted to throw in some bronze junk. Qin Feng knew that there were rumors among the people that it was Shadow who killed Idol. Therefore, Xiao wants to either impress Shadow or avenge Song Fei. It was after this that Wang Ming wrote to Qin Xiao that Shadow considered this skill to be rubbish, and that it would be better to sell it to someone else. Qin Feng wrote to Wang Ming that he had something to sell and suggested they meet in the city. Wang Ming didn't beat around the bush. He asked Shadow directly, "Sun Fei, was that your doing?" The answer was short and to the point, yes. Qin Feng claimed that he had killed Song Fei. After that, the player went on to other missions. Wang Ming was friends with the player. He knew that Shadow was leaving the game. The time and method of the murder pointed directly to Shadow. If Wang Ming asked such a question, it meant that the authorities already knew everything too. But what could they do? In just a few hours, other players would reach level 10, and everyone would learn about the possibility of using abilities from the game in real life. Qin Feng stood in front of Wang Ming's team. They were happy to see the genius. And you stepped forward and asked, would Shadow really confess to murder? Qin Feng confirmed this in front of everyone, saying that he was the one who did it. And Yu smiled and said that they had already conducted an investigation, and their only prime suspect was Shadow. The police also found out that Song Fei and Qi had conspired against Shadow and kidnapped other players, forcing them to work for them. Roughly speaking, the police considered their murders to be self-defense. Qin Feng understood that the police did not know his true identity, and it was possible to hope to continue the cooperation in his past life because the guy had not committed any illegal acts. Now the player had practically openly killed Song Fei and Qi. It remained to be seen how his rebirth would affect this world. As long as Shadow could sell them skills and equipment, they had to take advantage of this opportunity. Shadow laid out platinum equipment and skills in front of the players. He said that he was lucky to find the chest, and he did it thanks to the Whitebird Priestess. Dark Plum immediately began to feel jealous of her friend. Qin Feng immediately confirmed that he was always happy, remembered, and grateful to Dark Plum for her help. The girl was satisfied. Wang Ming and An Yu thought about the huge difference between them and Shadow. While the players were struggling with silver monsters, Shadow was getting platinum and jade loot. Qin Feng laid out the most interesting items and announced their prices. The player offered a discount, and he planned to sell the rest for a fabulous amount of money. An Yu managed the money and immediately agreed to the price, saying that there was absolutely no point in bargaining because the price was very fair. In addition, the captain repaid the debt for Snowflake and Wang Ming. The deal was done. Qin Feng noted that Captain An was a very decisive girl, and he liked that. The young man understood that a fabulous amount of money had been paid for these goods, even for the state. These were huge sums, but the investment was worth it, and the results would outweigh the costs. With these skills and equipment, strong teams would quickly form. The stronger the authorities became, the fewer minor problems they would have to deal with. It would also be a bonus in international confrontation. Captain Anna said that the whole team was going to rescue many players held captive by the Dazhang group. The girl offered to go with them. Qin Feng understood that this was recruitment in exchange for his actions towards Song Fei. Shadow refused but said he had some advice for the players before he left. The authorities' guess was correct. Shadow had indeed used his gaming skills to kill those two. They needed to reach level 10, and then they too would be able to do the same. Qin Feng hoped that the players would take full advantage of this opportunity. The young man was already about to leave the meeting place. Captain An said that the Dazhang group was also buying up energy. When they reached level 10, the rescue operation would face even more resistance. Qin Feng replied that he was glad they understood him correctly. After that, the players said goodbye and disappeared. The captain ordered the team to split up for leveling. After all the team members were high level, and if they went together, the players would level up faster. Wang Ming agreed that this was the right way to go and confirmed his readiness to carry out the order. A priority was set for each team member to reach level 10. One of them had to get out of the game and report this to the government. The players saw again that Shadow had opened the auction, but this time he was not selling anything, but buying. Shadow sat in the trading area and was willing to pay 30 days for information about the location of the silver boss and 100 days for information about the gold boss. One of the players approached to see what goods the Shadow was selling this time. Then the guy said that his mistress was willing to pay 300 million plus group shares for agreeing to accompany her. One of the guys said that according to rumors, Shadow had killed his beloved mistress along with Song Fei. He froze in place. He hated Li Qi. She wanted to capture Shadow in the real world, but Shadow killed her. This was shocking news. At one point, the guy decided to cooperate with this girl, but her guys beat him up as soon as he showed up. After that, the player woke up in some basement. Under torture, he was forced to collect energy for them and lure new victims. Li Qi was a real bastard and deserved to be punished. The player mocked Shadow's stupidity for turning down a huge amount of money, but in the end, he was the one who looked like a fool. Players nearby remembered that this guy had helped Li Qi kidnap people, but he started saying that he had been forced to do it and that he never wanted to hurt anyone. At that moment, one of the players approached Shadow and said he knew where to find the silver boss. Soon, the heiress of the Chen group, Chen Shishi, appeared on the playing field. All the players knew to stay away from her. She had already killed a bunch of players and could easily steal anyone's energy. Chen Shishi appeared accompanied by 2 bodyguards. They all looked very confident. Shishi stated that there was nothing special about this game. She had spent money to acquire equipment and skills. After that, the girl leveled up her melee combat skills and began killing others to steal their energy. Because of this game, she had to skip a business trip, and now she would already be in America. And the beauty had important business there. She was supposed to enjoy her boys. Instead, Shishi was stuck in China, and the local men were worthless. There was an American representative in the game named Tony, who confirmed that Chinese men were no good at all, and he would prove it to her. Even the recently killed Sun Fei did not impress the beauty at all. The girl clearly wanted to leave the country as soon as possible. Now she was most interested in Shadow because he was #1 in the rankings, had killed Idol, and was generally stirring up interest. If Shadow dared to kill Idol, he would kill an ordinary person in no time. She needed to find him urgently. The girl said she would step out for a couple of minutes to make a phone call, and during that time, her assistants should contact Shadow. Shishi understood that Shadow would most likely not be interested in money, but he would not be able to refuse the energy. She would offer him 3,000 days just for Shadow to deal with one person. Shishi couldn't forget the look on his face when he refused her. That insolent Qin Feng would die. The player had almost defeated the monster, although it was clear that he had expended a great deal of energy in doing so. The cleric immediately began to heal the player to restore his strength. The player told Qin Xiao to start healing him earlier next time, because he had almost been killed. However, the girl replied, "Don't yell! He's not dead, so there's no need to get so hysterical." After that, Qin Xiao said that her body was hungry and that the girl should log out to eat with her. She took her friend Chu Yang with her. The player was furious, as Xiao had been too obsequious to him, but when she met Shadow, she started acting too arrogant. However, the guy decided that he would teach her to be obedient. She woke up in her apartment. She was terribly hungry. The girl wanted to order food delivery, but all delivery services were closed. There was simply no one to work. Everyone was stuck in the game. Xiao wistfully remembered the days when her brother used to cook for her, and she didn't even have to worry about it. But then Xiao told herself to pull herself together. It's not that complicated, it's just food. Freedom is much more important. Xiao told herself that she was strong and could handle it on her own, and that she didn't need Qin Feng anymore. A distant lonely cave was located on the seashore. Strange sounds came from it. It turned out that a monster crab lived in that cave. As soon as the crab emerged from the cave, it was immediately attacked by Shadow. One blow was enough to split the monster in half. This was already the 4th silver boss destroyed in the last hour. The player received 16 mutation points for each one. The loot from one such monster could be sold for good money on average. And now all of the player's equipment was gold or higher level. The overall recharge time had accelerated by 2/3. There were no platinum bosses near the newbie towns, so gold was the ceiling he could count on. The only chance to become stronger is to increase the class of platinum bosses. The anti-stealth level will be no lower than the 2nd, which means that Shadow must be upgraded to the 3rd level. Only then will the player be able to deal with platinum bosses, and they won't see him. In a previous life, it took an attack by 20 highly skilled players to kill each such monster. But now there was nothing left to do, and Shadow decided to return to the city to sell his loot. Qinfeng was confident that he would always be a few steps ahead, and that he would be the one to finish off the first platinum boss. In the city, the player quickly sold the unnecessary items and earned a huge amount of energy days. Qinfeng was walking through the city when a player called out to him asking, "Are you really Shadow?" The guy said he had business with Shadow. It had to do with a murder in real life, and the reward for this murder was substantial. Shadow ignored the offer, so the stranger jumped in front of him and said that he needed to kill an ordinary guy named Qinfeng. He would receive a large sum of money for that day. Qinfeng was very interested in the offer to kill himself, and he asked why this man needed to be punished. The stranger replied that it was none of his business, because Shadow would receive 3,000 days of energy. Qinfeng understood that this was a fabulous amount of money. He was curious to know who wanted to kill him. The guy who made the offer was a complete stranger, neither in this life nor in his past life. In his past life, such troubles only appeared in the middle of the game for enemies. It was too early. The only person who had a grudge against Qin Feng and had a lot of money was Chen Shishi. Only this girl had the motive and the means to order Qin Feng's murder. But if she just wanted to kill the guy, she would have done it long ago. That means Shishi has another reason. Her main goal is her connection with Shadow. Killing Qin Feng could only be a bonus, because he dared to refuse her. Shadow agreed to the stranger's proposal, saying that he would take on the job, but demanded half of the payment in advance and would choose the time of the murder himself. The player did not expect such luck. He said he needed to log in to make the prepayment. The transaction was successfully completed. Shadow received 1,500 days of exchangeable life energy and was very hopeful of meeting Chen Shishi. The player gave the victim's address, saying that Shadow, with his abilities, would easily track the guy down. Qin Feng took all the information, turned around, and said that the customer should wait for the result. The young man was outraged by Shadow's arrogance, because he worked for Chen Shishi just like everyone else. The next person to block Shadow's path was a girl. She had heard that Shadow was buying information about the boss. The girl said she knew where the golden boss was hiding. Qin Feng was willing to pay 100 days worth, but only after the information was confirmed. The girl turned around and led Shadow away, saying that a monster named Chumnik was hiding north of the city. Qin Feng refused the healer's services. He knew that Chumnik was indeed the golden boss, and it seemed that the girl had encountered this monster. The stranger continued to show the way, and Shadow was already thinking about how he would have to fight Chumnik, who was surrounded by a poisonous ring. He would have to attack quickly. Soon they approached the cave. The girl said that she and her group had cleared out the small fry, but they couldn't handle it. The stranger continued to lead the way, going deeper into the cave. Qin Feng followed her. Soon they reached the edge and saw the monster Chumnik deep inside the cave. Qin Feng was ready to pay for the information right away. His head was filled with thoughts of developing a plan to fight this boss. The girl apologized and said that there was a trap here. As soon as the player started the battle, those who wanted to kill him would immediately rush here. The girl knew that one of the players had an item that could determine second-level stealth. For some reason, the girl was tired of pretending and didn't want to work anymore, luring Shadow into a trap. The stranger admitted that she had been paid to get to know Shadow better and find out who the player was in the real world. The girl said she had been forced to participate in all this. She was now telling the truth in the hope that Shadow would help her deal with the gangsters because they were threatening her in the real world. Qin Feng wanted to know who was behind it. The girl replied that it was Dongfang Xiang. Shadow had already killed him once in the game. Qin Feng remembered the player who wanted to take the Golden Ghost boss away from him and then gave him a skill book as an apology. Qin Feng didn't react to this information at all because he didn't consider such a player to be his enemy. The girl asked Shadow to deal with Dongfang Xiang. She said she had confessed everything, and now if Shadow didn't help her, she would face death. It all seemed too ridiculous. In his past life, Qin Feng had never encountered such characters, but now he had to destroy the boss. And in the future, the player could work as a forest medic and kill bad people if necessary. Qin Feng told the girl that he would act according to plan as if nothing had happened. Let the players come here, and he would deal with them. The girl watched Shadow leave her and thought that it was over for him, and now Shadow would surely die, because there was a team of 18 people here, and they couldn't do anything against this boss. The damage from the monster's poison is too great. The players didn't even manage to inflict minor damage. The Shadow is certainly powerful, but it cannot hide from the poison. Qin Feng activated his Liberation Strike and rushed into the attack. After that, the player activated the skill to increase the area of weak spots and cause the throat to open. The player used stealth, and soon the monster's health began to drop before their eyes. The girl couldn't believe her eyes because Shadow had taken away 2/3 of the gold-ranked boss's health points with a single skill. The girl was amazed at how easily Shadow dealt with the monster. This guy didn't even look human. Qin Feng returned to the girl, saying that he would not kill the boss yet. He decided to wait for Xin's people to show up. At that moment, voices could be heard from deep within the dungeon. The players were preparing to attack. They were going to enter the cave and kill the boss. The players told everyone to disperse and not interfere, because now they were going to kill the boss. Qin Feng watched the players. He understood that the girl had to play along, as if she were holding back the players and defending herself from strangers. By this time, the girl had already put up her gold-ranked divine shield. Now it was clear why Dongfan needed her. At this stage of the game, very few players would be able to break through such a shield. Most likely, somewhere along the way, the players had encountered a point with a divine blessing, where there was a chest with golden treasures. Qin Feng watched the events unfold closely. He was in a state of invisibility. But in the next second, an instant strike was made from the shadows. The players were no longer in a hurry. Qin Feng activated the ancestral curse, Blooming Flower, and began to suck all the energy out of the players' bodies. The girl hid behind her shield and was in shock. The power of the shadow frightened her. With one skill, he sent 12 people to the other world at once. The girl was glad she had told him the truth. Otherwise, she would be here too now. She approached Shadow and offered to add him as a friend, and then tell him where Dongfang Xiang would be in reality. Qin Feng agreed to be friends with her. The girl was delighted with this relationship and said she would not mind becoming his girlfriend. Qinfeng did not respond. He simply thought that they were clearly not on the same path. After that, Shadow returned to the boss and delivered the final blows, defeating the 10th level gold-ranked boss. Qinfeng calculated that the number of days of life he had received from a dozen people was less than what he had received from one boss. These strange people, instead of killing monsters and developing themselves, preferred to interfere with others. Moreover, the strange girl still hadn't left. She continued to stare at Shadow, simply shocked. Finally left alone, Qinfeng immediately began to check the loot he had received for destroying the golden monster. It was very nice to see the assassin's skill book. It allowed him to emit a dark beam from his blade that illuminated enemies. Qinfeng thought that blinding was a great feature. He needed to study it and strengthen it right away. If the enemy was blinded, he could deal double damage without even being in stealth mode. Now he could ignore the boss's level and its ability to detect hidden targets. He also obtained the Plague Blade. All attacks made with this blade were accompanied by poison damage, which exploded upon contact with the victim's body. Qinfeng was very pleased with these acquisitions. He decided that the day had not been wasted. The player had earned a lot of points and obtained important and rare items. Of course, he wanted to gain a little more experience, but none of the local monsters wanted to mess with Shadow. The small monsters tried to flee in terror, but Shadow caught up with them and cut them to pieces. Soon, the entire beach was littered with stumps. The player had accumulated enough to advance his class. Qinfeng immediately began to level up, and now Shadow had reached a new level. The player's current level was now Shadow level 1. In addition, bonuses were added to all characteristics. Qinfeng improved his passive skills. The duration of stealth was increased. Stealth could be reactivated, and attack damage was tripled. Qinfeng was satisfied. Advancing the class gave a significant bonus to characteristics. In addition, the player could now renew invisibility while in it. Attack damage was tripled, and this was only the first class advancement. But with such cool bonuses, it was truly the strongest hidden class. At that moment, a public announcement was made in the city of Zhenghai. There were already 7 players who had reached level 10. The young man understood that a teleportation portal leading to the abandoned lands of Divine Will would soon be opened. Qinfeng wanted to know which players had leveled up so quickly. He looked at the rankings and saw many familiar faces among the leaders: Grey Rose, Snowy Day, Dark Plum, King Ming, and others. Last time, the top of the rankings was dominated by foreigners, but now the situation had changed. Because Qinfeng had sold his comrades a bunch of cool items and skills, the structure of the world in this life could be very different from the past. But at this very moment, a new order had also come into being in reality. Police officers wore masks and led the arrested gangsters away. The key members of the criminal group had been captured, but 3 others remained trapped in the game. Their bodies were in a state of non-existence, so it was not yet possible to arrest them. The police chief thanked them for their excellent work and asked them to report everything to the captain. And Yu left the game. So far, the most effective method of luring a player out of the game was hunger. As soon as a player felt hungry and couldn't stand it, they would leave the game to eat. In this case, they could be arrested immediately. This time, everything went quite smoothly. A player named Shadow did indeed obtain important information and helped the police by telling them about the possibility of transferring abilities. If the police had delayed the arrest for too long, the gangsters would have been able to transfer their skills and would not have been arrested so easily. In many countries, riots broke out because of this transfer. It is safe to say that the player's Shadow is a blessing for the entire great country. It is imperative to find a way to get closer to him. Qinfeng returned to the city, and the girl immediately contacted him. She began to admire Shadow's abilities, who was destroying evil left and right. The girl told him about the large-scale arrests that had already taken place in the city. In addition, the news reported that the player's Shadow was acting on orders from above, destroying the villains Li Xi and Song Fei. Qinfeng immediately realized that the government had decided to clear his name in order to work with him in the future. But in reality, Dongfang Xiang was still somewhere in the game. Qinfeng didn't want to waste any more time on all this. The young man was eager to move on to the next location, the Forgotten Lands. The player knew that the portal on the main continent had never been activated. The current location was the starting city for newbies, and the real game began in the Forgotten Lands. Qinfeng stood on the teleportation circle and disappeared before the eyes of the surprised players. It was the first time the players had seen the teleport work without anyone there, but soon they realized that Shadow was there. However, even with their skills, the players couldn't see him because he was too powerful for their level. The teleportation was complete. Qinfeng had moved to a completely different location. The guy looked around and said that everything was exactly the same as in his past life. The player knew these ruins of Tianhai like the back of his hand. When players use this teleport for the first time, they are transported to the ruins of their hometown. The virtual city perfectly replicates the real city. No one understood why this was the case. Qinfeng was walking invisibly through the city when he suddenly heard an unfamiliar sound. A huge, monstrous creature appeared behind the player. It was some kind of worm with lots of eyes and teeth. Qinfeng jumped aside lightning fast and delivered an instant shadow strike. This was enough to destroy the enemy. It was an earth-shaking worm of the 11th level. Qinfeng jumped towards the defeated monster and activated the Gift of Liberation. The player knew that there were no other safe places like the starting city, and there never would be. He had easily dealt with the monster and was now collecting all of its energy. If the players could find the temple hidden among the ruins, they would earn the right to establish a fortress there and capture the territory. The best place for this would be the territory that the player had already spotted in his previous life. The temple of the Godslayer Guild from his past life was located nearby. The group of players who had access also teleported to the lands abandoned by God. It all looked like the ruins of a modern city. Moreover, they were very familiar. The players recognized some other landmark buildings and realized that they were in their hometown. The players already knew that Shadow had teleported here before them, but perhaps he was very close by, as the guy often came invisible. Soon, monster worms appeared in front of the players, and the guys had a chance to fight them. Gu activated the Elven Blessing, but it didn't seem to work very effectively. Wang Ming was forced to cover himself with a shield to avoid being hit by the worm's attack. These monsters were much stronger than the silver bosses the players had fought before. The archer used a binding shot. The worms seemed to be bound. They writhed less vigorously with their arms and legs. The archer noted that the worms weren't that heavy, so they should be attacked while they were bound. Dark Plum raised her staff and activated Fireball. The girl launched the fireball at the worms, and these were the first monsters destroyed by the team. Wang Ming asked to send an owl to survey the surrounding area. Gu Yexue did so immediately. She saw monsters everywhere. There were so many of them. The battle with the worms had attracted a huge number of similar creatures. Soon they would all be here. Moreover, there was no safe place to hide nearby. The players realized that there was nowhere to hide from the monsters. The game suddenly became much more difficult. Dark Plum suggested looking for Shadow. Perhaps they could find him if the player hadn't gone far. Players always feel safe near Shadow. The girl herself looked around, but didn't notice anyone, when suddenly something unusual caught her attention. There were many bright lights to the northwest. Objects left behind after the monsters were killed were scattered on the road. Most likely Shadow had been there. His inventory was already full, so the player did not pick up anything he did not need. But then monsters started coming from all sides, and the group of players realized they needed to run away quickly. Captain An Yu suggested taking the same route that Shadow had taken, and then perhaps they would be safe when they found the guy by following his trail and the items he had left behind. The players ran headlong, pursued by huge worms. When there were many worms in one place, Shadow used his attack, which allowed him to deal a huge amount of damage. The local monsters died from a single blow, and their huge numbers provided excellent opportunities for leveling up. Qin Feng finally reached the right place. This was the refuge. Beneath these ruins was a huge palace, which in a previous life had been found by players much later. The palace had many places to rest, as well as a huge number of halls. It was the largest hideout in Shanghai, which became the base for the Godslayer Guild. But before this hideout was discovered, it was home to many monsters and bosses who guarded the place. The larger the hideout, the stronger its guardian. In his past life, after the player created the Kill Gods Guild, he assembled 3 teams. All team members leveled up to level 15, and Qin Feng himself was able to capture this place. But now the young man entered the shelter and heard a clicking sound. It was the abode of pure souls. Qin Feng knew he could handle it himself. In order to capture this territory, the player had to defeat the guard. On all sides, the player was watched by level 12 gold bosses, elemental spirits. It was them that the player had to fight now. Qin Feng activated the skill Darkest Hour and became completely invisible to everyone. After that, the young man delivered a shadow strike, cutting down all the elemental spirits. In addition, the player was going to blind his enemies to make his attacks much stronger. Although even without this enhancement, Qin Feng could have defeated all the spirits. In the end, all the monsters were destroyed, but there were still many halls and small rooms in the abode of pure souls. I wonder who designed this place. Judging by the number of monsters in this refuge, Qin Feng would also be able to level up his Palm of Greed. And after killing all the monsters, the amount of experience gained was simply unreal. As soon as all the monsters in this room were finished off, the Guardian finally appeared. The players used the teleport to go to the abandoned lands. They also noted that this place looked very familiar, even though it was called the land abandoned by the gods. Soon they figured out where they had ended up. It seemed like someone's cruel joke. Some players ended up in the ruins of London. It turned out that people from different countries ended up in places that were ruins of their hometowns. This is unreal. How can locations from different parts of the world be transferred into the game? But all the players were greeted by worms, which both welcomed and frightened them. The ruins of Shanghai were littered with loot left behind by the shadow. The players looked around warily. They didn't see any monsters nearby and took the opportunity to catch their breath. The archer said he hoped to be useful, but now it was clear that they were all just getting in the shadow's way. Captain An believed that this was indeed the case. Dark Plum noted that fortunately for them, the shadow had cleared the area. Otherwise, they would have already died with so many monsters around. The girl wanted to know if players would respawn if they died here. Wang Ming said that they shouldn't rush to start clearing this area. They needed to wait until the rest of the team arrived in these lands. White Owl carefully analyzed the situation. The monsters were dying one after another, but then the trail abruptly ended. It seemed as if they had disappeared in a specific place. Wang Ming decided to contact Shadow to ask the player if he needed the items or if the team could take them for themselves. Shadow was a little busy at that moment. He was fighting the boss of the refuge. The guy destroyed all the small monsters, about 400 in total. After defeating the bosses, the player was able to gain experience and mutation points, but he was only 6 points short of improving his greedy hands. Wang Ming got in touch and told the players that they were already there and asked if Shadow wanted to exchange the discarded items for exchange energy points. Shadow said he would contact the team after checking the items and preparing the goods for sale. Suddenly, the air in the room became electrified and lightning flashed through it. Wen Feng realized that the guardian of this room was about to appear before him. Sure enough, a platinum boss monster, the Soul Purifier, soon appeared. To claim this territory, they had to destroy the guardian of the land of purified souls. Faisal was the strongest boss in the location. He had a huge amount of health points, divided into 3 phases. In his previous life, Qin Feng had nearly died from his lightning damage skill against a single target, even with a full set of equipment. But now the monster couldn't even use its weapon. Qin Feng used Shadow Strike against the boss of the area. This was immediately followed by a throat slash, which also reduced the boss's health. The guard attacked with single lightning bolts, but the player dodged these lightning strikes perfectly. If he missed just one strike, even with perfect defense, any player could have died. Most high-ranking monsters have the ability to change the direction of their attacks, but now Qin Feng had high speed and was able to easily dodge the attacks. In his previous life, the player was only able to survive thanks to luck and the healer's magic. But now Qin Feng was not going to give his opponent a single chance. The Shadow Strike and Poison Blade had already taken away a third of the boss's health points. The second phase began. The Soul Purifier Guardian became invisible, continuing to release lightning bolts and electric balls. In this phase, it was very important to deflect the 3 electric balls. Once all the players died, and after that, Xiao threw a tantrum saying she didn't want to fight anymore. So the second time, her brother didn't take her with him. Qin Feng not only managed to dodge, but also fired poison darts at the electric balls. Every time an electric ball exploded, the boss took additional damage. In order to move on to the third phase of the battle, 3 balls had to be deflected. Qin Feng did an excellent job of this. In the third phase, the boss begins to release lightning bolts across the area. In their previous lives, the players were only able to win thanks to their resistance to electricity and the magic calculations of 4 healers. But in this life, Qin Feng was confident that victory would not be difficult. The young man activated his defense and rose into the air. He knew that the boss's attacks were dangerous for those on the ground. Qin Feng activated Blessing and Shield of Dark Light. The player decided to attack the enemy from the air. In addition, the young man added Shadow Slaughter, and all of this rained down on the enemy from above. The platinum-ranked Angel of Purgatory was destroyed. Qin Feng became the first player in the world to kill a platinum boss. He became the Guardian of Purgatory, reached level 11, and earned a huge amount of bonuses. The refuge can be used not only as a safe place, but also as a storage facility. Moreover, everything can be taken out of here into reality. At first, weapons around the world began to rust and decay. The most dangerous weapons, such as nuclear bombs, became useless. In other words, since then, all earthly conflicts have been fought only with the help of gaming capabilities. But shelters that could be transferred to reality were capable of creating a magical barrier, making them the safest places on the planet. In a past life, this place became the base for the Godslayer Guild. Of course, there are good memories associated with it, but at the same time, many wonderful people disappeared from life, leaving it forever. Qin Feng decided that in this life, everything would be different. He would be alone until the very end. Rain poured incessantly in the distant countryside. The player was fighting a monster, but it seemed that this time he would not win. At one point, the monster scattered all the players, and Xiao could only scream for help. But in the next moment, the girl was killed and flew out of the location again. Xiao died once again, and now came to her senses in the city of Shell. The girl couldn't believe her eyes. She had died again, and on top of that, had failed to dodge the giant monster. Tank didn't understand why she was sitting there, and didn't even try to hide. But Xiao was sure that if he had done everything right and taken the damage himself, she wouldn't have been hurt. At that moment, her friend Xu Yang informed her that the monster was chasing her, and the tank had fled. But there was no need to help the girl, because she had already died and found herself back in the city. Xu Yang was really scared. She had very little energy left, and now the girls had to hunt at least some mobs themselves just to survive. At that moment, the game issued a notification that the player's Shadow was the first in the world to kill a platinum boss. The players couldn't believe their ears, because most of them hadn't even reached this new location yet, and Shadow was already earning new ranks there. Xiao was shocked. She had never even seen a live gold boss, and Shadow had already destroyed a platinum one. This player was too strong. Qinhua was ready to cry out of anger. While ordinary people couldn't handle silver monsters, Shadow was killing platinum ones. Qin Feng reached a new level thanks to killing the monster, and now he had 10 free experience points. The player decided to continue investing in his agility. Qin Feng didn't expect to get many mutation points from this boss, but he did, and now he had enough to upgrade Greedy Hands. When the upgrade was complete, the guy realized that he would now get 5 times more loot instead of 3. Greedy Hands became a very powerful skill, allowing him to get 5 additional items. In addition, he received 100 mutation points, 2 assassin equipment items, and 1 skill. But Qin Feng's level was still too low to use them. Qin Feng summoned a follower to give him an important task. The player ordered all the loot to be gathered into one pile. This had to be done throughout the entire area where Xinfeng had passed. The player decided to spend the remaining mutation points on upgrading non-epic skills to epic level. He strengthened Shadow Walk and Sneak Attack, and also made Moment of Darkness even more powerful. In addition, Blooming Curse completely drained the killed in a matter of seconds. Qinfeng gained a new effect. He could now absorb non-exchangeable energy from the air. The thing is, high-level areas and monsters drain non-exchangeable energy, and the new effect will allow you to get it back. At that moment, a girl from reality contacted him. She congratulated Shadow on his first platinum boss kill and informed him that Don Fan Xiang had logged out. The girl found out that his whole family had gathered at a restaurant. They had accumulated a lot of energy and were going to spend it on skills. Qinfeng thanked the girl for the information, but she reminded him that he must kill Fan Xiang, otherwise he would kill her. The summoned gathered all the lots, and with the help of greedy hands, the player absorbed everything he had earned. He still had free space left. Qinfeng decided to find Wang Min and sell the items to his group. Captain An Yu was the first to see the shadow approaching them. The girl couldn't contain her emotions and rushed to the player to hug the genius. But Qinfeng immediately set personal boundaries and said that he would set the price. If they didn't like it, they didn't have to buy it. He was willing to give a discount and was waiting for their answer. An Yu agreed to buy everything the player had brought to sell and was also ready to pay the full amount immediately. The girl took the silver, gold, and platinum items, saying that she herself only had one gold item. The players did not understand where Shadow got such a large inventory that he could store so many items. Shadow, as always, did not admit it, but gave a small hint. Under the monument in the city, there is a staircase, and if you go down it, you can find a teleportation circle back to the city of newbies. This journey would take the players 500 days. They would return for free, but now everyone had to go about their business. And you immediately shouted that she was right. Shadow was indeed reborn. Otherwise, how could he know about the teleportation circle under the stairs? Wang Ming looked warily at his captain. The girl decided that she could seduce Shadow, and then he would work for the whole team. Qinfeng walked away from his acquaintances in proud solitude, walking along familiar streets and planning his next steps. Qinfeng decided to spend his exchangeable life energy to transfer his abilities into reality. The class upgrade also had to be synchronized. After that, the player transferred his skills. Last time, he transferred the first level of invisibility, Shadow Walk. Now he was able to level up and transfer a few more skills. The synchronization went very well. Exchange days were spent, but now the player was fully equipped. Qinfeng possessed a medallion that not only increased his reload speed, but also allowed him to summon zombies, which was extremely useful in the real world. At the moment, the player had just over a year left, but his powers in reality almost matched those in the game. Next time, he would synchronize everything to the end. Qinfeng finally returned to reality. The guy sat on his bed and thought about his plan. Chen Shishi knew his address, so he needed to change his place of residence. It would take a lot of energy to move Purgatory. In the meantime, he needed to find a temporary refuge. The guy activated Greedy Hands, and all the furnishings in the apartment were grabbed and hidden in storage. This skill was a perfect substitute for suitcases and boxes. He managed to hide and move absolutely everything. Qinfeng learned that Don Fanxiang was at a restaurant nearby. The young man sat by the window and studied the route on his phone. After that, the guy activated his invisibility and went in search of the right place. In less than 10 minutes, the player reached the restaurant where the entire Fangsang family had gathered. It was already known that gaming skills and life energy affect reality. This was a good opportunity for the family. Everyone was happy that their son had started doing this in time. The guy said he was just doing what he had to do. His grandfather was very pleased with him. He said that the family had spent a lot of energy on purchasing skills and equipment. Their goal was to level up the family core to level 10. Then the family would spread its influence in reality, strengthening itself on both sides. The Donphan family would be able to become rulers of regions, and their power would last for millennia. The grandson listened to his grandfather's conversations and thought that the damn old man already had one foot in the grave, but was still clinging to his role as head of the family. Fan Xiang hoped that as soon as he caught this genius Shadow and forced him to reveal his secrets, the boy himself would become the strongest in the world, and then all his relatives would perish. At that moment, the grandfather asked how things were going with Shadow. The grandson replied that he had found a girl who would help reveal his true identity, and soon everyone would know who he was. But he had to be captured alive, otherwise he would not be able to serve the family. At this time, Shadow had already dealt with all the bodyguards, and the Donphan family raised their glasses to their prosperity. Qinfeng thought that he shouldn't meet armed people here. Shadow Walk and Ultraviolet Shield wouldn't be able to block a shot, and his armor hadn't been transferred yet. Qinfeng activated his loyal follower. The guy understood that he had to be careful. In close combat, the follower would fight with claws, and in long-range combat with sparks. The player ordered him to go inside and kill everyone, leaving no survivors. The silver monster should have enough stamina to withstand even direct shots. The restaurant door swung open, and the follower went inside. People looked with surprise and fear at the zombie that appeared in the restaurant door. It was terrifying and growling. The bodyguards immediately opened fire, and everyone realized that this was a monster from the game. They did not stop him. The zombie continued to move, preparing to attack people. After that, the follower activated his attack and began to destroy everyone present with his poisonous power. One by one, the members of Donphan's family died. Now it was the grandfather's turn to die. He looked at his grandson and thought, I hope my grandson will save him. However, the boy had long since realized that he needed to run away from here. As soon as he entered the game, he would be safe. And after he reached a level 10, no one would be able to stop him. But at that moment, Don Fensheng saw the man he had been looking for at the end of the corridor. Xin Feng walked past him using his invisible gate. The boy felt an inexplicable dizziness. And now Don Fensheng lay dead, and bloody flowers absorbed the life energy of the entire destroyed family. The blooming curse worked perfectly. All the energy from the dead was pumped into Qin Feng's account. The young man himself did not expect what a powerful harvest of energy he would receive after dealing with this nasty family. The effect of the blooming curse was enormous. Not only did all the corpses and blood disappear, but the lifespan of the dead also changed. Qin Feng now possessed an enormous amount of life. He had more than 2,000 years, and now there was no point in going to the wildlands. The guy was already leaving the restaurant when he heard someone call the police because of the gunshots. A group of police officers was approaching the restaurant through the corridors. They knew that important people had gathered here today, and if there had been a shootout, there would definitely be a scandal. The police entered the restaurant, but saw practically nothing. Everything was clean and completely empty. Even if there had been a disturbance in the restaurant, it was unclear why no one was there. Witnesses did not see anyone leaving the establishment. The situation was very strange. The entire family, along with their guests and bodyguards, had disappeared somewhere, but no one had left the premises. Qin Feng walked through the streets of the city and thought about his next target, Qian, or more precisely, Qian Shishi herself. However, their headquarters had moved to North America long before the game appeared. At the moment, only Qian Shishi, the daughter of the company's CEO, remained in the ruins, and she had to be killed before she left the country. The distance from Shanghai to the ruins was almost 300 kilometers, 2 to 3 hours on foot. Qin Feng decided to find transportation to get there, but that would have to wait until next time. For now, the young man went to sleep. The young man fell asleep and found himself back in the game world. There were still a few silver and gold level bosses left in the ruins. Wang Min's team would be able to handle them on their own, and you got in touch and shared some good news. It turned out that Dark Plum had found the entrance to the catacombs, but it was guarded by a gold-level spirit that the players couldn't defeat. On their way back to the city, the team made a small detour to avoid the crowd, but everyone noticed that there were fewer people around. The players wandered around for half a day until Dark Plum fell into a pit. It was useless to call for help, as it was a special area of the catacombs. The players went inside and found that the entrance was blocked by a gold level 12 bridge. Fortunately, the players are fast runners, and they managed to escape from it. If Shadow wants to explore the catacombs, the captain is ready to send him the coordinates. Qin Feng can't go a day without trouble. The guy agreed to check out the catacombs. These were random phenomena of the wild, and there might be interesting items in them. The entrance to the catacombs was a huge well. It was unclear how one could fall into it while walking. Dark Plum continued to surprise, and Qin Feng jumped into the well. The guy found himself in the grave of hatred. His remote connection was interrupted. Soon, a golden level spirit of hatred appeared from the depths of the catacombs, a huge goblin. In his past life, Qin Feng had encountered similar monsters. Judging by its form, it had a powerful physical attack and a long range. It was no surprise that Wang Ming's team fled. The equipment they had would not protect them at all. Wang Ming possessed a holy shield, but this boss would take away half of his health with a single blow, and Qin Feng would die instantly if he was hit. The young man activated Mercy and Shadow Slaughter against the monster. The monster had high defense, but that was insignificant for the player. He had to add a poisonous piercing attack. No monster can refuse such a gift. However, the monster's severed arm writhed and gradually approached the player, creating tension. Suddenly, everything ended with a powerful explosion, and a wave of poisonous flesh flew in all directions. This explosion was unexpected, and the player would have been destroyed if not for his blurred shadow skill. Last time, the players killed a boss they had never encountered before. One of them ran up to the corpse to pick up the loot, but the body exploded. Nothing remained of the player then. Some members of the team were killed by bosses who blew themselves up. Most of them were platinum level. But it turns out that even gold bosses can explode. Qin Feng decided not to dwell on the sad news and activated Greedy Hands. Now the guy had all the necessary equipment and a book of skills he could use. A very powerful assassin skill called Shadow Blade dealt damage to all enemies. Qin Feng really enjoyed checking the data. He had now advanced to the epic level. With the development of the Shadow Blade skill, the attack radius increased, and the damage points dealt became simply unreal. After all, it was an area attack. The damage from a single attack was small, unlike Shadow Slaughter. However, this method was effective for getting rid of weak mobs. The radius of Shadow Slaughter was 5 meters, and this skill worked in a straight line. Shadow Blade would deal more damage if the player was surrounded in a circle. The leather armor of hatred became gold level. Its effect is minimal, but the basic protection, resistance, and blocking are very good. The rest of the high-level equipment consists of more than 20 items with a service life of 10,000 days. It was necessary to explore a few more catacombs, It turned out that there was a lot of useful stuff there. The terrible goblin looked at his victims with hatred and struck with his sword. The girls' eyes were filled with horror, and all they could do was scream. And so the friends found themselves back in the city. They had died and been resurrected again, along with the guys from their team. Jiang Wei could no longer contain his emotions. He called Xiao brainless and stupid, because every time because of her, the group suffered defeat. The guy kicked the girl out, saying that if he saw her at school, he would kill her on the spot. Jiang Wei left the game filled with hatred and anger. Chu Yang tried to support her friend. Chu Yang suggested that the girls go to her parents' small town. There is a community organization there that helps newbies like them learn how to play the game. Qin Xiao was very angry. She was going to deal with her classmate who dared to hit her. The girl pushed her friend away, saying that Chu Yang should go to her parents herself. Qin Xiao logged out of the game and finally woke up in her room. She was very angry and upset. Xiao wrote to one of her former friends to ask him to help her advance in the game. But the guy replied that he could only help her reach the next level for a certain fee. Qin Xiao had no intention of paying some idiot. The girl started writing to another former admirer, saying that she had always liked him, and now they could spend time together since her brother would no longer interfere. But the former admirer replied that she shouldn't take him for a fool. If Qin Feng had dumped his sister, then she was a real idiot. The girl still tried to talk to other guys, but everyone already knew that she was a complete failure and was just trying to take advantage of someone. Therefore, none of her former friends or classmates were going to help her. Qin Xiao was in despair. She was almost crying because at this critical moment, she couldn't rely on any man. She only had 2.5 years left to live. Xiao was in complete despair, and the name of her brother, Qin Feng, popped into her head. He would never abandon me, she decided. He was the only person who treated Xiao well. The girl decided to try to reconnect with him and ask for his help. Xinshu gathered her courage and went to her brother's house. She stood at the door, trying to put on a friendly face. She hoped that after a couple of apologies and a few kind words, Qin Feng would forgive her. Qin Xiao was sure that this would be the case, because she had done nothing wrong to her brother. The girl knocked on the door, realizing that she needed to bow her head, pretend to be vulnerable, and wait for her brother to perfect her skills. After reaching a high level, Xiao planned to send her brother away forever. She was happy with her plan and decided to put it into action. The girl knocked and knocked on her brother's door, asking him to open it, saying that she had returned, that she was very sorry, and many other things, but the door remained closed. Qin Xiao finally couldn't take it anymore and kicked the door down, ready to deal with her insolent brother who wouldn't let her into the apartment. Kaya burst inside, but it turned out that the room was completely empty. No furniture, no bed, no belongings. Nothing. Qinshu started calling her brother on the phone, but he didn't answer or was temporarily unavailable. Qin Xiao finally realized that her brother had left and left her alone, just as she had dreamed of her whole life. In the catacombs of the spirit of hatred, the battle continued. Qin Feng destroyed another monster. Finally, he reached the last hall. Along the way, the player killed more than 200 mobs. Qin Feng's level was approaching 12. He summoned his zombie assistant, hoping that the gold-level boss was sleeping in the closed coffin. The summoned creature opened the coffin lid, but at first nothing could be seen or heard. But soon a terrifying growl came from the coffin, so powerful that even the summoned creature was frightened. In the next moment, the summoned was killed. Inside the coffin was the gold-level boss, Deadly Miasma. No one wanted to face this disgusting creature. It had no physical form, so the boss was completely immune to physical attacks. In a previous life, players had faced this boss, but its poison had spread throughout the area. Many people died back then, because if the spirit of this boss possessed a person and there was no companion or specialist with invulnerability skills nearby, that person would die instantly. Qin Feng knew that he had to deal with the boss as soon as possible before the poison penetrated him. The player activated the Shadow Blade. Qin Feng knew that he had to get to the boss's core, which looked like a worm with many eyes. Wan Feng easily killed the gold boss, even though the monster's strength exceeded the gold level. Deadly Miasma was classified as gold level, so it dropped gold loot, and the new Shadow Blade skill dealt magic damage. Qin Feng activated Greedy Hands, preparing to receive his well-deserved reward. Getting through the catacombs wasn't that easy, so the gold loot had to be worth it. As a result, the player received a rare artifact, a riding bell, and it was truly amazing. The golden bell summoned the ghostly night wolf, which could be used as an assistant in battle and to speed up movement. The ghost night wolf is one of the fastest creatures you can get at this stage of the game. It could be used in stealth mode. Now this huge monster belonged to Qin Feng and obeyed him like a pet. It was both a means of transportation and a comrade in arms, and could also become invisible. Getting such an artifact was truly wonderful. The player immediately decided to take his new companion for a ride. Its speed and power were simply amazing. Now Qin Feng would be able to easily level up to level 15 and accumulate enough life energy to transfer the night wolf to the real world. On this wolf, the young man could easily reach Chen Shishi and deal with her, avoiding many problems in the future. Qin Feng rushed to the Shanghai dungeon, which hit a 2-level landfill where there were many monsters. It was the perfect place to level up, and that's where the player went. It only took a few minutes to get to the right place on the night wolf. Qin Feng enjoyed his strength and speed, Realizing that he had found a real paradise for players, he jumped off the wolf and sent the fearsome beast to fight the monsters. Shadow Slash was immediately activated. Monsters of various levels ended their gaming activities today, falling victim to Qin Feng. Captain Anyu fought the monster, slashing it with her sword. Soon the monster was defeated and the team was able to breathe a sigh of relief. A player named Ma Noling was the son of one of Shanghai's leaders. He looked at Captain Anyu with admiration and applauded her skill. Anyu believed that it was only an 8th level boss, but the players had been struggling with it for a long time. The girl couldn't imagine how Shadow would defeat a platinum boss. Ma Noling believed that Shadow simply chose the right moment and struck from behind. Captain Ann suggested that Ma Noling, being such an excellent marksman, would also be able to defeat such a boss. Ma Noling, of course, had no intention of killing anyone. He befriended a police officer with a 3rd level anti-stress skill. With his help, it would be possible to expose Shadow. The guy suggested that the team members set a trap, find out the Shadow's identity, and then force him to work for them. If they didn't do it in time, the Shadow would continue to kill all kinds of gangsters, and the police would have to clean up his mess. And Yu and Wang Ming listened to this nonsense with their eyes wide open. It had been a long time since anyone had entertained the players so much, because it was difficult to come up with anything more absurd. The police did not clean up after the Shadow, but on the contrary, tried to help him. This was the only way to get the most out of working with him. The players simply couldn't understand how their comrade could spout such nonsense. Most likely, he had no brain at all. It was impossible to try to oppose Tien. One could only cooperate with him honestly. Ma Noling was very angry. He couldn't stand the despicable assassin who used his shadow skills. On top of that, his comrades laughed at him openly. How dare they behave like that? Ma Noling swore to destroy the Shadow, and then everyone would beg for forgiveness. Wang Ming no longer listened to this chatterbox. He asked the captain what the players had gotten from the last boss. It turned out that there was a piece of golden healer equipment, silver equipment, and a silver skill book. When the Shadow came to them, he usually had valuable gold and platinum items. It was interesting to find out how many bosses the Shadow had already killed. Wang Ming trusted his captain very much and decided to share some thoughts with her. The man was bothered by some oddities. It was indeed strange that Don Fan's family disappeared right in the middle of their meeting at the restaurant. Perhaps it really was the work of Shadow. The police knew absolutely nothing about this player, but perhaps he really was a serial killer. Anyu knew that senior management was interested in this man, but the police had no evidence against him. However, even if Shadow really did it, the captain preferred to continue helping him, even if her superiors were against it. Wang Ming couldn't understand why his captain, such a sincere and honest police officer, was behaving this way and was willing to help a criminal. At that moment, an archer ran up and reported that the players had found the location of the arena, but all the monsters inside were already dead. The arena was littered with monster corpses, and it was unclear which team had done this. And Yu called on all her comrades to go there to understand what had really happened. Inside the arena, there was a huge amount of loot. Most likely, at least 100 monsters had died there. It seemed that this was the work of Shadow, so they needed to be careful. Perhaps the boss was still alive. Ma Noling didn't understand why his captain was so sure that this was the work of the Shadow. The captain understood that no one but him was capable of such a thing. Ma Noling said that he could also become invisible and do something similar, but he just needed a little more time. Just then, Shadow approached the players on Nightwolf. He had a lot of loot that he was ready to sell. Ma Noling was so scared that he fell on his butt. He had never seen Nightwolf before, and it all looked very epic and scary. Anyu was thrilled. She really liked the wolf and wanted to know where Shadow got it. Qin Feng said that thanks to the coordinates he got from Dark Plum, he cleared out the catacombs and found a new friend. The girl was happy. Shadow thanked her, and her information proved useful. Qin Feng offered the captain a deal. They could take everything that was left. Anyu replied that the players' prices were always fair, so she was happy to buy items from him. Ma Noling watched his captain chatting amiably with Shadow, and hatred filled him. Once again, because of Shadow, the guy felt like a complete ass, but he would show who was boss here. Qin Feng said goodbye to his friends and rushed off on Night Wolf to clear new locations. He was now at level 13, and his closest pursuers in the rankings were only at level 10. Qin Feng was pleased that he had been able to clear the Colosseum ruins and obtain the Golden Book of Skills. It provided stealth. If the player did not attack or move, he could remain invisible for as long as he wanted. This skill improved his invisibility. Interestingly, it could be used in reality, allowing him to exit the game completely invisible. In addition, several skills related to poison darts could be improved. Accuracy now allowed him to attack only the weak points of enemies, with rare exceptions. But the most valuable item turned out to be the Thief's Necklace, which gave an additional stealth effect, strengthened attacks, and reinforced defense. At this stage, the player's stealth effect reached the 4th level, and now no one could detect him, because Qin Feng's Shadow Veil stats were at their maximum. Having received all these improvements, the young man rode his Night Wolf to the part of the city where the battle was taking place at that moment. Qin Feng reached the place and stopped. The monster he saw was far from the simplest. In the middle of the square stood a steel idol. It towered over the houses, and its arms were chains with axes instead of hands. Even Qin Feng looked at it warily. The young man couldn't understand who in their right mind would summon such a boss. In his previous life, all attempts to defeat this monster had resulted in thousands of deaths. The steel idol was the guardian of a refuge known as the Temple Refuge. It was the second largest refuge in Shanghai. Of course, the young man was going to fight the steel idol. He planned to do so after dealing with Shinshishi, but it seemed he would have to act first. The steel idol stood in the center of the square, spinning its chains and axes and not letting anyone get close to it. But the cheerful and naive players continued to fight, die, and attack the monster again. It was a mixture of stupidity and courage. It was naive to assume that such a boss could be defeated. Qinfeng watched the meat grinder and couldn't understand what kind of idiots had come to fight the idol. It seemed both ridiculous and dangerous. Looking closer, he recognized one of the players. It was Chen Wu-ming, riding a huge tiger. Chen Wu-ming was a temple guard by profession. In his previous life, players fought each other, but no one could defeat him. The guy was very cunning, and every time he lost, he managed to escape. It was his squad that managed to defeat the steel idol. After that, legends began to appear about the blood god of the West and the Eastern Refuge. Chen Wuming signed a predatory contract with the players. He provided them with security in exchange for half of their energy. Most of the squad members were slaves to the most successful players in the guild. Qinfeng was glad to meet him in this life and now would not let him escape. The steel idol continued to swing his axes and kill players, but that was no problem for Chen Wuming because the players were expendable. Qinfeng activated his invisibility and landed directly next to the steel idol. He activated Shadow Blade, Rings of Night. As a result, several of Chen Wuming's closest comrades were killed, although they did not understand how it happened. The idol's axe did not touch them. Wuming, seeing his men blown to pieces, immediately guessed that Shadow was nearby. The player didn't understand why Shadow was attacking them, since they weren't bothering him. At that moment, Qinfeng was already standing behind Wuming and whispered in his ear that he simply didn't like him. He made a shadow cut, and this time even the tiger was hit. Blooming Curse was activated and began to absorb energy from the bodies of the killed players. The players were thrown onto the city square, and they realized in horror that they had died in the game. The ordinary warriors were in shock. Their exchange energy had dropped to 0, and Chen Wuming was furious. He immediately began commanding the remaining players, ordering them to replenish their energy reserves and then return to battle the steel idol. Qin Xiao also did not understand why they were hunting her. The girl realized that her energy was almost depleted. Qin Feng noticed that among Wu Ming's warriors was his stepsister, which surprised him greatly. He realized that she had very little energy left, and that she had decided to join the guild practically as a slave. The girl got what she deserved. Now, no one could stop Qin Feng from fighting the steel idol. The steel idol swung its chains and tried to hit the player, but it didn't work very well. Qin Feng knew that the first phase of the boss wasn't too difficult. He was good at dodging attacks. But then the idol rose into the air and swung its chains at incredible speed. Qin Feng understood that the boss would swing its blades until it hit its opponent. The player decided to attack the area. He activated Blessing and then planned to use Throat Slash to gradually deal damage. Shadow Blade began to strike at weak points, and the steel idol was poisoned. The boss's life energy began to drop, but it was still too early to talk about victory. The worst happened in the second phase. After losing half of its health, the demon sleeping inside awakens. This demon returns all previously inflicted damage to the enemy. There are also rumors that the portal is located in the idol's stomach. Those who were eaten are transported to an unknown location. No one has been able to find out the details. Several unfamiliar players watched the battle between the Shadow and the Steel Idol. They knew that the boss had been summoned by the Templars, but they had long since been killed. The Shadow appeared later, and now all they could do was watch the battle. The Steel Idol combined the most difficult mechanisms from different games. It was a half-breed boss. Qin Feng noticed that players were watching his fight from the roof of a nearby building. The guy knew that the Steel Idol had a weak spot in the second stage. After an attack, its invulnerability was temporarily disabled. In other words, while the idol was attacking, it could be struck from behind. But if Qin Feng used the usual Shadow Slaughter skills, he would still gain access to its vulnerability. In this fight, one wrong move could cost Qin Feng his life. Looking at the observers on the roof, the young man decided to take advantage of them. At that moment, an important and influential player appeared on the roof and demanded that everyone step aside and show him what was happening. It turned out that he was the first defender. He had been watching the boss for a long time and recording all his actions. They said that the steel idol had stopped moving, his body had changed, but new skills might appear soon. Shadow fought the boss, but after the second phase, Shadow disappeared. The first defender ordered the rabbit to open its eyes and check if Shadow was on the battlefield. The girl activated the terrain scan effect and sent the rabbit to search for the invisible Shadow. The rabbit explored the area, running across the entire field, but Shadow's location was not detected. It seemed that the Shadow had left the battle. The girl's invisibility level was 3rd, and she should have seen him in any case. The first defender instructed the rabbit to continue monitoring and report if Shadow appeared nearby. He himself went into battle. The first defender was very brave and was now going to fight the Platinum boss alone. Everyone knew that in the first city, this player had already killed the Gold boss without getting a single scratch. He was a spiritual warrior with a 100% dodge rate when spinning. They say that this player was one of the best masters in the world of souls, and his reflexes were at the highest level. And now his opponent was the steel idol in the second phase. The monster swung its chains at tremendous speed, not letting anyone get close. The first defender handled the attacks perfectly, demonstrating incredible speed and agility, and not allowing himself to be damaged. His comrades supported him with enthusiastic cheers. What was happening was awe-inspiring, and it seemed that the defender would prevail. One of the players noticed that the boss's health decreased after each hit. Perhaps this was because the first defender was a spiritual sadist. The girl was delighted with the first defender's perfect dodges. It was a basic skill, but his attacks were the strongest. So far, the dodge worked flawlessly when rolling. The next attack was supposed to break through half of the boss's defense. The first defender began to use unknown offensive skills. The players were thrilled. The damage effect was apparently at least 4th level. He used Dance Under the Moon, Piercing Blade, Sword of Three Shadows, and Falling Star. Everything that was happening gave them hope. The steel idol had only 1/3 of its health left. The first defender used Moonlight Blade, one of his best attacks. The player was pleased with himself. However, suddenly his health began to drop catastrophically, and it was already impossible to restore it. The players gasped in horror. Just a moment ago, the first defender had been confidently controlling the battle. Why did he die when his attacks were flawless and the boss's health was no longer so high? Qin Feng waited for his moment. Thanks to the actions of the first defender, the boss made many moves. All this time, Qin Feng was striking, and the steel idol's health decreased by 2/3. The first defender delivered one powerful blow, which sealed his fate. In fact, with the first defender's skills, it is impossible to defeat the steel idol. During the roll, the player cannot attack, and when attacking, he receives a counterattack. The steel idol turned around and headed for its sanctuary to restore its health. All of Qin Feng's efforts would be in vain if he allowed the boss to return to the temple. The players on the roof were frightened and did not dare to approach the monster. If the boss did not strike, its anti-damage effect would not disappear, so they had to work hard. Qin Feng understood that he couldn't let the steel idol take cover, so he appeared in front of the monster using his invisibility effect. The players on the roof began to guess that all the damage taken by the idol was inflicted by Shadow. The first defender was just a cover, but it was still unclear how Shadow could be on the battlefield. The rabbit did not detect him, which meant that the player's stealth level was higher than 3. The players noticed that the items that dropped after the first defender's death were still lying on the ground and decided to pick them up. Qin Feng used the Dark Light Shield. Each layer of the shield could block one attack. The steel idol was furious and prepared to attack the player. Qin Feng withstood the blows and waited for the right moment to counterattack. Finally, he used Shadow Slash and was able to avoid close combat with the steel idol. The Dark Light Shield was still holding, but it was clear that it wouldn't last long. Several Shadow Slash attacks were delivered after the boss's attack had ended. If it weren't for the shield, Qin Feng would already be dead. At that moment, the steel idol rose into the air and began attacking again. Soon, the Dark Light Shield was completely destroyed. The boss's attacks were too powerful. The player realized that he was just lucky, because despite all his abilities, the young man could do almost nothing. Meanwhile, the player who wanted to steal items after the first defender's death appeared in the square. The guy had almost touched the items when he suddenly received a poisonous arrow in the forehead. Qin Feng noticed the attempted theft and decided not to let it happen. He looked at the player and noted to himself that he was quite amusing. He must have a lot of exchange energy. He hadn't died yet and was full of strength. At that moment, the steel idol attacked again, trying to strike the player with his hand. Qin Feng knew that he could only rely on the Dark Light Shield and Shadow Slash. He dodged the blow and realized that despite its low effectiveness, it was the safest way to survive. The players watching the battle were convinced that Shadow was indeed very powerful. They hadn't believed it before, but now they saw it with their own eyes. Qin Feng knew that now it seemed he would deliver the final blow, and his shadow attack crashed down on the steel idol. And indeed, the young man survived, even though his Dark Light Shield was shattered to pieces. The steel idol was killed, and Shadow confirmed his title as the strongest player. The young man activated the skill, Greedy Hands. Now this skill was of mythical level. The player received bone-crushing leather armor. It was an emerald piece of equipment that provided better protection than all the others combined. The assassin's intuition effect was significantly increased. Now the player could recognize the movements of invisible monsters. Qin Feng made sure that anti-stress could be upgraded to legendary level. Combined with increased attack accuracy and passive effects, this allowed him to find enemies' weak spots with his eyes closed. Qin Feng decided to spend his remaining mutation points on upgrading Blurred Shadow to legendary level. Captain An Yu asked if the player had anything useful for them, and Yu admitted that she hadn't checked the leaderboard in a long time, and was surprised to find that the young man had reached level 13. Wang Ming was thrilled and looked at Shadow with admiration. And Yu didn't want the player to know that they hadn't even reached level 11 after a night of gaming. The deal between the business partners went smoothly, and Yu always transferred the money honestly, and Qin Feng set realistic prices and didn't cheat. Qin Feng said he had something interesting. He hoped the captain had already heard about the shelters, and Yu knew that there were no completely safe places in the ruins of Shanghai, but groups of players could use a refuge as a base. They could store equipment and supplies there, and in critical moments, a magical barrier was created around the refuge. Qin Feng noted that a small refuge could be obtained after defeating the gold boss. And Yu said that no one in Shanghai had managed to find such a shelter yet. But in another city, players had already discovered it and captured it for themselves. Qin Feng showed the girl the golden key and said that now she should understand the value of the shelter. It was the key to the sacred refuge that dropped after defeating the final boss. The refuge covered an area of 8,000 acres, and Qin Feng was willing to discuss the price. And Yu and Wang Ming couldn't hide their surprise. Such a huge refuge was a luxurious purchase. The larger the refuge, the better its protection and infrastructure. And Yu thought that this refuge would be enough for all the Shanghai officials she worked for, and immediately asked how much Shadow was willing to sell it for. Qin Feng wanted to hear Yu's offer first. In his previous life, such a shelter could cost up to 2,000 years of life energy. Captain Yu said she would report the offer to her superiors, but first wanted to personally ask the player for help. The group received information that 7 gold-rank bosses had gathered in the city of Dark Moon. A large number of people had already died, and the group was willing to offer 10 years of life energy to destroy these monsters. Qin Feng knew he could handle the gold bosses even if they teamed up, but since Yu came to him for help, it meant the players were in serious trouble. Yu did not pretend and confirmed that Shadow was as perceptive as ever. The players managed to defeat one boss, but it immediately resurrected and the stats of the other bosses instantly increased, so the group had to retreat. Qin Feng thought about it. He had never heard of a group of bosses capable of coming back to life. Perhaps this was a trap set by the cursed stone tablet of the ancient god. And if so, Qin Feng couldn't miss this opportunity. The deal was done. The young man received 10 years of life energy and set off to complete the quest, asking for the coordinates to be sent to him. Qin Feng jumped on his dark wolf and on the way, calculated how many items he would receive after destroying the 7 bosses and how much money he could earn from it. The young man continued riding through the city when suddenly an unusual noise caught his attention. Qin Feng slowed down and watched as a group of girls beat up another girl. They called her a snake, claiming that she had only just joined the guild and was already trying to seduce with her head. The victim tried to explain that she wasn't doing anything like that, but they replied that if she continued to behave that way, she wouldn't survive. Qin Feng watched the fight with interest because he realized that they were beating up his sister. It seemed that Qin Xiao was involved in trouble after joining the Templars. In the past, there had been many scandals and power struggles among the Templars, but the young man had always taken care of his sister. However, now he was not going to interfere and let Xiao enjoy life in all its colors. Qin Feng opened the portal and entered the secret room under the huge statue. From this room, you can return to the first city, but almost no one knows about it. However, entry is not free. The first time you have to give up 500 days of life energy, and then the price doubles with each use of the teleport. Over time, the first city will become a more developed area, mobs will evolve, bosses will become stronger, and stashes will be replenished with treasures. The young man stood on the teleportation circle and received an offer to move to the city of Dark Moon. Qin Feng had never heard of it before. The player paid with exchange days and moved to the city of Dark Moon. The streets of the city were very busy. Crowds of people were rushing back and forth, but most of them were elderly. 2 players helped an elderly woman get to a safe zone. She had to transfer 72 days of life energy to them for the service because there had been updates to the 3rd level. The old woman was indignant and refused to pay because the players were volunteers helping the elderly. The guys explained to the grandmother that they weren't asking for money, but as soon as they formed a team and destroyed the monster, they would return the extra lives they had received to her. The old woman continued to argue, claiming that she knew nothing and would not sign anything, and that the young people should be ashamed to demand money from a poor elderly woman. The boys replied that the old woman was wrong. They would help her level up, but first they needed to assemble a team to gain experience. However, the old woman refused to listen and threatened to scream and accuse them of treating her so shamelessly. The next moment, someone's invisible hand pulled the old woman, who continued to curse at the boys. A moment later, the old woman was thrown out of the city into unprotected territory. An invisible shadow appeared above her. The player squeezed the old woman's throat. The guys watched with their mouths open as the nasty old woman began to bleed from her poisoned blood. An invisible voice told the boys that they could take the days left after the death of this malicious old woman. Qin Feng went on with his business, saying that he just happened to be in the right place at the right time. The players were grateful to the stranger who helped them get rid of the old woman and shared his life energy. The old woman shouted something about the Dream Guild, which meant it was founded in the city of Dark Moon. At first, the guild was involved in social activities, helping the elderly survive in a world abandoned by God free of charge. It was officially recognized and supported in every way. Shah's Dreams was considered the largest guild in the country. Qin Feng looked at these people and realized that in a future world full of chaos, such people were worth their weight in gold. The battle with the boss was going more or less normally. He was surrounded by poisonous thorns. Chu Yang tried to defeat the monster together with her mother. The girl held the boss back, and her mother had to attack. The warrior delivered a powerful blow to the enemy. It was the final blow. The man was very proud that he had managed to defeat the boss because he had worked hard. It was Chu Yang's father. The girl praised her parents, saying that they had become very strong, but her mother believed that it was because they listened to their daughter's advice. After that, the family moved on. The father said he had heard that Qin Xiao had joined the Templars, but they charged their members very high taxes. Chuyang said that she had invited her friend to join Shahe Dreams and told her that the organization helps players who don't know how to do anything, but Qin Xiao refused. Xiao had already reached level 10 thanks to the Templars. They helped her, but they would use her as a tool. They had very strict contracts that were almost impossible to break. My father believed that they only killed mobs, avoiding encounters with bosses, a brilliant tactic. My mother also believed that they were gradually gaining experience and increasing their lifespan without bothering anyone. Chuyang said that her friend considered herself an unusual girl and dreamed of becoming the best, but so far it was just empty talk. Suddenly, some invisible arrows flew through the neighborhood. The man's body was attacked by these arrows in front of his family. The man died instantly and was kicked out of the game, losing his life force. His daughter and wife were speechless. At that moment, a group of players appeared. The young archer boasted about how he had instantly killed the beggar, but the girls thought that it was not necessary to rob the poor people from Shahe's dreams because they had nothing to take and absolutely no skills. The stranger approached Chuyang and her mother and demanded that they give up their lives. Chuyang, although frightened, said that murder was prohibited in the wild zone and that she was going to sue the stranger. But the guy said she could complain to anyone she wanted because no one knew who he was. The player gave them 3 seconds, then threatened to kill the women. Chuyang was not going to give up. She told her mother that she would delay the players, and her mother had to ask for help from the guild channel. The stranger said that the girl had asked for it herself, and now they would kill her old mother and have some fun with her. Before anything else could happen, the stranger's 2 assistants were blown up. They were instantly attacked and killed in front of their comrade and the frightened girls. The stranger did not have time to understand what was happening. He stood with his mouth open, trying to see the enemy. But soon he could no longer see anything because his head had been severed from his body. The dark wolf devoured the assistants with relish, while the shadow held the killer's head in his hand. The players found themselves thrown into the city and felt very bad. The guy didn't understand where his exchange energy had gone. There was almost none left, most likely because of the Ripper status. He shouted that they needed to defeat several monsters urgently, otherwise they would die. But in the next moment, a powerful force literally pinned all 3 of them to the ground, preventing them from moving. A voice said that all players would be brought to justice for the numerous murders of other players. Hunters working for the government demanded that they provide their real data and answer for everything according to the law. If the players resisted, all their life energy would be completely destroyed. A player named Black Dragon was losing exchange days with every passing moment. Chuyang thanked Shadow for saving her and her mother. Without his help, they would have been doomed. Chun Feng knew this girl. She was pleasant, kind, and brave. The young man did not understand how Chuyang could be friends with his sister, but it seemed that they had already parted ways. Xin Feng left his life energy on the ground without saying a word. Chuyang tried to see Shadow, and her mother checked and found that the exchanged energy belonged to their father. The women didn't understand how Shadow could disappear so quickly and defeat the villains. No one knew. But Shadow was the highest-ranked player with a kind heart. A group of players sat in the bushes, waiting for Shadow, who was supposed to appear at any moment. But half an hour had passed and he was nowhere to be seen. The players discussed among themselves whether Shadow would be able to defeat the bosses, since they were constantly respawning. The guys had no idea what Shadow was going to do. Qin Feng passed by the players in an invisible state. His ancient god tablet had a positive effect on his equipment, but there was also a downside. Some players had seen how those who managed to collect 7 tablets were able to summon the spirit of the ancient god, which allowed them to destroy even legendary bosses. In groups of bosses created with the help of tablets, each had a special mechanism and unique abilities. Sometimes the true boss would hide, creating endless illusions, so it seemed like he was constantly resurrecting. At the moment, all that is known is that bosses resurrect after death, and all fall into a berserk state. According to the information, these effects are activated when any boss is killed. But what would happen if they were all killed at the same time? Qin Feng decided it was time to test this. The player planned to do this with the power of the ancient god. He summoned a creature that was supposed to start the attack. The summoned creature struck and damaged the bosses, but it wasn't enough. In the end, the summoned creature was destroyed in a counterattack. The 7 bosses didn't even pay attention to such an opponent. He was too weak for them. Qin Feng analyzed the situation and realized that all the bosses had a 10th level of damage reflection, and their strength was twice that of ordinary gold-ranked bosses. So, the player began the battle. He used the Blade of the Ring of Night and launched a circular attack on all opponents at once. After that, he used Throat Slash. The bosses began to lose their vitality and seemed to be on the verge of death and disappearance. But suddenly a rebirth began. All their energy merged in one place, forming negative forces. Soon a distortion occurred, and a huge monstrous boss appeared where 7 separate monsters had stood just moments before. Qin Feng realized that killing all the bosses at once was the right thing to do. Now the battle had moved into its second phase. The symbols on the giant boss's body belonged to the ancient god's script and translated as, "Before the player stands the ancient god of catastrophe." UFOs. Jane Feng decided to attack the parts of the boss's body that corresponded to the meaning of the text. The player had spent a lot of effort studying the script, and finally this knowledge paid off. Qin Feng cut one of the inscriptions with a poisonous dagger. After all the inscriptions were cut, UFO stood at full height and lost his life due to blood poisoning and wounds. Soon, only a small part of this evil monster remained, but the boss still did not die. He gradually moved to a refuge. There were sealed coffins there, each corresponding to one monster. Apparently, the monsters had to be killed near their coffins. Qin Feng soon saw the tablet of the ancient god, which meant that the battle was coming to an end. He prepared himself and began to deliver the final blows. The players were walking through the forest when they suddenly felt something like an earthquake. Probably the boss is going berserk. The guys decided to run and watch the battle. They hoped that Shadow would be able to defeat the monster, but it seemed they were wrong. The players ran to the clearing where the nailed coffins had stood just a moment ago. The coffins were scattered and the bosses were nowhere to be seen. A large crack appeared in the ground, most likely due to an earthquake. Perhaps the monsters had descended deep into the earth. The idea arose that Shadow had defeated the bosses after all, but it was impossible to believe. Too little time had passed, and the battle was already over. Besides, the players had not noticed Shadow. In the middle of one of the coffins lay a valuable artifact, awaiting its new owner. Qin Feng walked briskly, checking the items and skills he had gained as a result of his victory. The young man was pleased with his haul. He had already reached level 14 and gained nearly 300 mutation points thanks to the Greedy Hand skill. But most importantly, the player was able to obtain the Ancient God's tablet. It would take the government more than a month to find this tablet, and the losses among the players would be serious. The tablet affected any equipment, strengthening it, but at the same time, negative effects also manifested themselves. Qin Feng decided to try using the tablet on Daria Darkflame's bone-crushing leather armor. The emerald equipment, combined with the effect of the tablet, weakened the enemy's defense and resistance to the elements. As a result, the shield increased by 15 layers. The player was able to weaken the enemy's defense to negative values, and the negative effect of the tablet was almost imperceptible. The young man decided to strengthen his skills, and first of all, he improved Shadow Slaughter to legendary rank. After the upgrade, the number of shield layers increased with each strike, and all offensive functions were strengthened. The player's total health increased tenfold, and now he was practically invincible. At this rate, Qin Feng would reach level 15 in just a few hours and be able to return to the City of Magic. 5 hours later, everything went according to the player's plan. On the streets of the city, he saw that his sister Qin Xiao was still being beaten by members of the Templar Guild. The girls were already showing signs of fatigue. One had broken fists, and the other was experiencing back pain. The girls spat on their victim and ordered her to stay out of their sight. Qin Xiao was beaten and depressed, but she blamed her brother, who had indeed abandoned her. Did he really take her words so seriously? Fortunately, Xiao was able to enter the Knight's Refuge, so at least for the next 3 years, she would not be in danger of death. And although she had to give up half of her exchange energy, she decided to level up faster than the others. The girl was sure that soon no one would dare touch her. She activated Holy Healing and used all her mana to restore her health. Qin Feng was passing by just as his sister was trying to become the strongest healer. However, the girl missed again. Her mana ran out. Now it was necessary to find out who had become the target that received the entire healing charge. A huge monster of unknown appearance appeared before the players, and everyone froze in fear. The monster attacked the players, but the man was able to block the blow with his shield. The girl hiding her face said mockingly that the Chinese were simply ridiculous. To defeat the monster, they had assembled a squad of 18 people. Her companion warned her not to insult them. These Chinese were trying their best, and they should be grateful to them, even though they still couldn't defeat the Golden Boss. The monster had very little health left, and the players had to deliver the final blow soon. The mage shouted to his companions to strike while he held the monster back with his spells. However, in the next moment, a sharp spear pierced the player's body. Behind him stood strangers who thanked the players for doing all the dirty work. The Chinese woman had teamed up with a foreign gang to rob other teams. What kind of person would do that to their own countrymen? The players were honest, brave, and selfless, and they decided that they could defeat the Black Spikes gang and rushed into the attack. The gangsters didn't even flinch. They found it funny to watch such behavior. It seemed incredible that the players were trying to resist them. One of the bandits struck with thunderous force, and the ground cracked across the entire square. The girl armed herself with daggers and also went on the attack, rushing among the players. As a result of this attack, the players were destroyed, and the girl noted with pleasure that these simple people were good for nothing. She understood that the government already knew about the Black Spikes gang, but it wouldn't do any good because the city's residents were absolute weaklings. Looking at the destroyed players, the girl realized that none of them could compare to the strength of the gang. The gangsters realized that they were much stronger and decided to leave for America quickly, before anyone found out their identities. The girl wanted to create her own guild in America to kill players from the city. Her friends supported the idea and asked what she was going to call the guild. The girl thought for a moment and suggested calling it Alice. After that, the beauty announced that there had been enough fighting for today and suggested throwing a party in real life. This party was timed to coincide with the founding of the guild. The girl planned to go all out. Captain Anyu reported that the government had already come up with an amount it was willing to pay for the shelter. Qin Feng asked how much it was, and it turned out that the government was willing to pay 1,500. Qin Feng bargained for the necessary amount, as he expected to earn 2,000 from this refuge. The guy was struck by the fact that the captain was immediately ready to do anything to make the deal happen. In addition, the girl came with a large group of fully equipped players ready for battle. And Yu said that her bodyguards should be ignored. The leadership had learned of the amount and decided to play it safe. Qin Feng was not afraid of these warriors. The young man understood that the government still did not know his level, and it would only take him 1 or 2 blows to knock out all the guards. The deal was done fairly. The captain got the key to the shelter, and the player's account was topped up with 2,000 years of exchange energy. The players were shocked by the amount they had to pay, but it was worth it. The shelter could accommodate thousands of people. Left alone, Qin Feng immediately spent the years of exchange energy he had earned to enhance his abilities in real life. Everything went well, and now his power in the real world was almost the same as in the game. The young man received a notification that his hunger level had almost reached its maximum. He hadn't left the game in a long time, so he had to satisfy his hunger. Qin Feng finally woke up. He had fallen asleep in a hotel while trying to hide from his pursuers, but his bed was locked in a cage. Outside the cage stood several thugs who had waited for him to wake up. The men demanded that the player give them all his exchange energy. Otherwise, they would suffer the same fate as the other hotel guests. After the apocalypse, chaos was on the side of the bandits. Now they could kill as many people as they wanted. Qin Feng did not respond to the strangers, but his gaze spoke for him. The bandits realized that the guy was unusual and decided not to talk to him anymore, but to kill him right away. But they didn't succeed right away. An invisible shadow rushed past them. The blade of the Ring of Night swept through the hotel. The building was blown to pieces along with all the villains inside. With his current level, ordinary food was not enough for the player. The more abilities were transferred to the real world, the more energy the body required. After defeating Qin Shishi, the guy planned to find the skill book Divine Sacrifice. Unfortunately, Shishi was resourceful, and finding it would not be easy. But luckily, she had ordered Shadow to kill Qin Feng, which would help lure her out. At that time, Qin Shishi was having fun at another party celebrating a successful hunt in the game. The girl could barely stand on her feet and left the establishment, holding on to her bodyguards. At that moment, her assistant wrote to her, informing her that Shadow had completed the job, wanted to meet in real life, and would bring Qin Feng's head, demanding full payment. Qin Shishi was very cautious. She was afraid to meet Shadow in the real world, so she sent him a message with the coordinates and said that she wanted to meet him in the game first. After that, the girl announced to her assistants and bodyguards that she had a job for a generous fee. Qin Feng realized that it would be difficult to trick Shishi. She was too cunning. He checked the coordinates and found that it was the Academy of the Sinister Spirit. Qin Feng immediately jumped on his Nightwolf and entered the game with him to assess Qin Shishi's abilities as soon as possible. The Sinister Spirit Academy was located on the ruins of the City of Magic. Qin Feng quickly and safely reached it, but a crowd of strangers had already gathered there. The guards shouted at the players from the Ace of Spades Guild that they must surrender, otherwise force would be used against them. Qin Shishi declared that they were no longer the Ace of Spades, but now the Alice Guild, and that it would be impossible to take them on with such a large number. The next moment, the girl unbuttoned her jacket and said that her guild was in the business of killing such players. The guys felt humiliated and insulted. They had to hold the girl accountable because she had no shame or conscience. Shishi said that they could be arrested if they dared. Qin Feng carefully studied the assistants standing as bodyguards near Shishi. One of them was named Tian Xizhang. He was a traitor working for the Alice Guild, and they were only able to arrest him 7 years after the game was launched. Qin Feng understood that he was facing a real test. If he helped the girl, the government would start persecuting him. If he didn't help, Shishi would never agree to meet him in real life. After weighing all the pros and cons, the player went to the square. The choice was made. Qin Feng proved his loyalty, and the Blade of the Night Ring did its job. Qin Shishi and her assistants stood with their mouths open, unable to accept what had happened. When all the warriors were finished, Qin Feng canceled his invisibility skill and greeted the Ace of Spades. The player greeted Qin Shishi and said that he was the Shadow. Shishi was thrilled. She loved cool guys like that. She really disliked Chinese boys, and she literally had tears in her eyes from the injustice. How could such a cool guy be from their country? The bodyguard guys greeted Shadow. They were impressed by his strength and said he was the best player. Qin Feng didn't understand their words because they weren't speaking Chinese and immediately began to activate his invisibility. Qin Shishi panicked. She didn't want Shadow to disappear. The girl said that the bodyguards just wanted to say hello to him. Shadow accepted the apology and asked them to speak in a language he could understand in the future to avoid misunderstandings. After that, it was decided to get down to business. Shishi wanted to see Qin Feng's head. Shadow replied that he had the head, but it was impossible to take it in the game, so they would have to meet in reality. Qin Shishi had already seen Shadow's power in action and was sure that the guy would not lie to her. After Qin Feng received the promised amount in his account, the player turned around and walked away. Shishi called after him and said that she had money and he had power. They could work well together. The girl added that she had another task, and when Shadow came to her, they would discuss the details. Shishi refused to name the target or the price of the order, but warned that the reward would be several times greater. They would meet tonight at the port of Magic City. Qin Feng was surprised by the location of the upcoming meeting. A bay, a yacht. Such a place for negotiations was unusual. The defeated players, defeated by Shadow, returned to the city. Tian Xizhang was very angry. He did not trust Shadow and always suspected that Shadow would turn out to be a traitor. The player ordered his assistant to prepare as much life energy as possible. deciding to prove to the Shanghai players that they were collaborating with a traitor. The girl couldn't believe her ears. Was Shadow now working with the Ace of Spades? If so, he had to be destroyed. But Chingu wasn't sure they had enough strength. Unfortunately, the girl died before she could sense the shadow. A huge liner belonging to the Qin family was docked in the port of Shanghai. A man in a dark cloak appeared near the ship. He introduced himself to the guards. His name was Shadow, and he had come to meet Qin Shishi. Soon he was escorted inside, and the hostess met him on the deck of her luxurious yacht. Shishi looked stunning, a chic evening gown with a plunging neckline, wine glasses in her hands. Shadow had no intention of removing his hood and immediately got down to business, asking who she wanted to order as a victim. The girl leaned her shoulder against him and said that he apparently didn't like romance at all. In such an atmosphere, she didn't feel like talking about business. Shishi put down her glass of wine before moving on to discussing the order and the payment amount. Xin Feng drank the contents of the glass in one gulp. Shishi sat her guest down, saying that it was better for him not to stand. The guy was indeed dizzy. The girl said that the wine was made according to her special recipe. Anyone who drank this wine would obey Qin Shishi in everything. After all, even Shadow was, first and foremost, an ordinary person. Shishi tried to look under the player's hood, but he still hid his face. The girl believed that Shadow was incredibly handsome, but soon he would pass out, and she would finally see his face. Suddenly, the girl felt her whole body burning with fire and realized that poison was flowing through her veins. It turned out that Shadow had brought a protective crystal with him, and her special wine had no effect on him. Qin Feng no longer tried to hide his face and stood over the stunned Shishi. The girl was sure that Shadow had killed Qin Feng. Qin Feng calmly replied that the answer was obvious. He was the Shadow. Shishi didn't understand what was going on. If the guy was Shadow, then who was under the hood on the couch? It turned out that all this time, the hooded figure was a summoned zombie. A real happy walk for everyone. Qin Shishi began banging her head on the floor, praying and begging Qin Feng to have mercy on her and forgive her. She realized her terrible mistake and was ready to give up all her exchange energy. Qin Feng wanted to know who the 5 foreigners were who were with the girl. Shishi continued to be cunning and asked if the young man would let her go if she told him the whole truth. But Qin Feng had no intention of wasting his energy and time on this villainess. A few seconds later, she was dead. He used Shishi's phone. Of course, it would have been ideal to deal with all his opponents at once. But first, the young man decided to use the phone to contact the authorities. Within minutes, a police boat was racing across the waves. They had received a report of a brutal murder on a yacht, and among the victims was the daughter of the head of the Qin Corporation. According to witnesses, the killer's abilities were very similar to those of the player Shadow. Great caution was needed to capture him. Tian Zhejiang was furious. This day had crossed all boundaries. He was literally mocking the law. He ordered his subordinates to use their detection skills to find Shadow and open fire, making sure the player was dead. Experts examined the girl's body and found burns in her mouth and traces of unidentified DNA. The probable cause of death was a broken neck. Tian believed that Shadow not only killed people, but also mocked their corpses. The player touched the body to determine the killer's location. It soon became clear where the killer was hiding. They immediately opened fire on him, and Tian Zhejiang's body was riddled with bullet holes. The police put up a group shield. Chingu turned to Shadow and said that he would be in serious trouble because he had just killed an investigator. Shadow replied that the police had nothing to worry about. He had killed the traitor who had leaked information to Qin Shishi, and now the police could verify this by checking his phone. The girls did just that. The phone did indeed contain correspondence between their comrade and the gangsters. In addition, it turned out that Qin Shishi was the leader of the Ace of Spades. Lin wanted to see for herself and snatched the phone from her subordinate's hands. To her horror, the photos showed Shishi kissing their leader. It was unbelievable, but that's how disappointments happen in life. Chingu realized that Shadow had told the truth. It turned out that the guy had killed them in the game to gain Qin Shishi's trust, and then destroyed her and Haonan in real life. With one blow, Shadow solved 2 serious problems. He was terrifying, but fortunately, he didn't want any trouble with the authorities. Otherwise, the consequences would have been catastrophic. But the girl remembered that she had managed to hit Shadow a couple of times. Very inopportune. Shingu thanked Shadow for his help and apologized for shooting at him. After that, she took out her service weapon and shot herself in the leg. Her subordinates almost fainted from fright, but the girl said, "Shadow, I hope you won't be angry now. Please continue to help us." The subordinates were shocked. No one knew if it was necessary to do this, or if Shadow was nearby. But he had indeed been watching everything. Qin Feng saw that the girl had shot herself just so that he wouldn't be angry. Such behavior was to be expected from the future leader of Modu City. Inside the game, everything continued as usual. The players continued to fight monsters with relative success. The swordsman had already suffered serious damage and hoped that Qin Xiao would start healing him sooner. Xiao immediately muttered a spell and directed the healing with her staff, but she missed her comrade and hit the villain instead, once again healing the wrong person. Having fully restored its health, the monster began to grow before their very eyes, and the predatory monster flower just devoured the swordsman. The players died again in the mission and were pulled back to the city. Xiao sobbed, believing that Shadow, who constantly pursued and killed her, was to blame for everything. But the comrade with whom she was completing the mission jumped up to her and struck the useless player with all his might. believing that Shadow would not waste time on such a worthless target. They were killed by the Platinum Boss, a headless assassin activated by the same healing skills that Xiao was supposed to use to heal the swordsman. The fight between the players continued. The swordsman said he wouldn't go anywhere else with this brainless girl when suddenly someone's huge feet appeared near them. It turned out that the Platinum Boss had followed them into the city. They had to get out of there fast. In one of the richest houses in the city, there was a blood-curdling scream. The woman did not understand why the Shadow had not yet been killed, because the opportunity was there. For so many years, they had been plotting in the highest circles, and now they were afraid of something. She didn't want to hear any objections. This man was her enemy, and she demanded that her family be avenged, no matter what it took. The woman did not understand why there was hesitation, because the Shadow had killed their stepfather. At that moment, a boy covered in blood appeared in the hallway. He told his mother that he had a plan to kill the Shadow. His mother told Nathan that he couldn't play because only adults were allowed to play the game. But the boy replied that he didn't need to enter the game. He could use his mind. He loved to kill, so he could send people to eliminate Shadow. People would lure the Shadow to his father's pyrotechnics factory, where everything would be ready. When the Shadow got there, everything would blow up, and the whole world would see his death. The woman supported her son's plan, convinced that the money invested in his education had not been wasted. The person on the phone said that the plan must be kept secret, because the government still has good relations with the Shadow. Besides, neither of her brothers would support her in this endeavor. The woman replied that she would figure it out herself and ended the conversation. After that, she looked at the unfortunate woman lying in a pool of blood and asked when this brainless creature would finally give up her exchange energy. But Nathan looked his mother in the eyes and said that he couldn't help himself. It wasn't an accident that he had killed this woman. In the ruins of the City of Magic, battles with monsters continued. It seemed that Xiao had died once again. The entire square was littered with energy balls, but it was unclear who had killed the players. The guys didn't see the killer, but they assumed it was Shadow. It seemed like he had completely lost his mind. With loud cries, the players ran away to tell everyone that Shadow had gone mad. He had started killing completely innocent people. At that moment, Qin Feng was standing on the seashore, enjoying the silence and beauty of nature. On the other side was the city, a great place to move the refuge. Qin Feng spent a huge amount of exchange energy to bring the refuge, abode of pure souls, into reality. After the transfer, everything that was located in this place would be destroyed. Qin Feng stood at the base and waited for the transfer of the refuge to be completed. When it was over, the young man realized that the last item on his plan remained. He had to find the divine book. Qin Feng had just entered the game when he immediately received a message from Wang Min. Rumors spread in the game that Shadow was killing random players, but the police checked and confirmed that Shadow was not even online. Wang Ming figured out that a headless assassin was behind it. Her stealth level was very high. Now the police asked Shadow to help them. Even with the third level of anti-stealth, it was impossible to detect this boss. The player claimed that if they could detect the boss, he could easily deal with it. The girl believed that they needed to act quietly so that the boss would not notice the players. She suggested choosing a higher vantage point for a better view. But the guys had barely taken a few steps when someone made a perfect kill and cut the players down. However, the young man managed to dodge perfectly and did not fall victim to the headless killer. The guy shouted that he wasn't afraid of the boss and suggested that she attack him. The headless killer raised her cutting arm high, simultaneously preparing to kick. The guy spun around like a squirrel in a wheel, and the headless killer almost got tangled up in her own legs. The guy continued to spin, trying to avoid the blade. His eyes were already spinning, but suddenly the headless boss began to disappear. His head was spinning, and he didn't understand where the boss was. He only felt the anti-stealth strike. The player died, but in the next moment, a true blow was struck. Anti-stealth and the headless boss lay flat on the road. Qin Feng leaned over to the boss's ear and asked his name. It turned out to be Xiao Lu. A few minutes before Qin Feng appeared in the city, Qin Xiao was walking through the city with her head down, and all the players were pointing at her, saying that her spell miss had activated the headless boss. The boss noticed Xiao and followed her to the respawn point. The girl cried, repeating that she didn't want this. The players said they didn't want her on the team anymore. She was constantly causing problems, and they couldn't react quickly enough, even in the first few minutes. The commander told the girl that she was not suited for combat. Now she would be gathering information. If she found a refuge, she would receive 3 years of exchange energy, and for a platinum refuge, 10 years. Starting today, Qinsha will receive 1 day of exchange energy per day. Otherwise, she will lose her life every day. The girl thanked the commander. Some women decided that Xiao was acting this way on purpose. Now she wouldn't have to fight, and she would be able to meet with the guild leader every day. That was probably her plan. A new group of players came out to fight the headless boss, but suddenly Shadow appeared among the players. For some reason, the guys started fighting each other instead of fighting the boss. Qin Xiao was looking for a place to hide, literally flying into the air with tension as she studied the map. But one of the players ran up to her and hit her with all his might, sending Xiao flying upside down. Qin Feng recognized his sister, who had gotten herself into trouble again. The girl was flying high in the air. 4 identical headless bosses appeared in the sky behind her. The players hid in corners and realized that there were actually 5 bosses. Day had killed one, so it seemed like there were monsters everywhere. but in fact, they were just clones of the headless boss. Qinsha was flying through the air when she suddenly saw Shadow standing on the ground below. The girl immediately realized that she was saved and began waving her arms, trying to get Shadow's attention and ask for his help. Qin Feng looked at his sister without saying a word. Then he used his Shadow Slash. And now the headless boss and Qin Xiao were flying through the air. Qin Feng assessed the result, and it turned out to be too weak. Perhaps this was because the boss had absorbed the player's unspent energy and had not yet had time to digest it. Captain Enyu was the same as always. She greeted Shadow and asked if he could sell them something they didn't need. Qin Feng was already feeling really uncomfortable because these guys were literally stalking him. But out loud, he said that he had a lot of useful stuff, and if the price was right, he was willing to sell. Shadow pointed to Wang Min and told him and the others to follow him, while Captain Anyu was to stay here. Qin Feng stated that girls were not allowed to go where he was going with the guys. Captain Anyu did not know that Shadow was so adamant. Shadow led the guys to the Divine Tower and explained that there was a trial behind the ruins. As a result, they could obtain valuable artifacts. But the local NPCs hated women, so having girls on the team would complicate the task. Enyu was the most upset. She decided to kill a bunch of small monsters to level up anyway. Shadow created a team and led the guys behind him. They were very proud. It was their first time participating in such a strong team. It was a great chance to learn something. The guys literally ran after Shadow. It seemed to him that he was walking slowly. Shadow's level was too high. Qin Feng knew that about 20 items had dropped, but very few were suitable for assassins. The Bone Blade was an emerald-level weapon, and its attack power was very strong. After dealing damage, the player's speed would double. Its attack power was even higher than that of a Poison Blade. And it also had armor penetration, increased strike power, and agility. There was also a Shadow Plasma Blade. Throwing it would damage targets, and after hitting, it would deal additional damage. Shadow damage only affected one target, which wasn't very good, so it was necessary to improve the rank of this item as soon as possible. After completing the upgrade, Qin Feng reduced the cooldown time and increased the speed of the Shadow Blade. Shadow finished all the transformations and looked around. The young man began to spin around, trying to find his team. Wang Ming and the other guys were nowhere to be seen. At that moment, 2 kilometers away from Qin Feng, the archer lay on the ground. He could no longer move because Shadow was too fast. The archer was also lying in the middle of the square, trying to catch his breath. He told the captain that he could no longer walk. Wang Ming did not lose heart. He literally dragged his comrades on his hands and feet. The group reached their destination. The players found themselves near the tower. After they entered, one of the NPCs would set up trials. The better the player performed, the more valuable items they would receive. Qin Feng said that he would use about 1% of his strength, and then the players would be able to destroy the boss themselves. For a while, the guys were simply exhausted. They couldn't move a hand or a foot. Finally, Wang Ming was able to catch his breath. He raised his thumb, indicating that everything was fine. They had done everything right. Quan Feng told the guys that after passing the tests, they would be able to buy valuable items, so they could only communicate through the team chat so that the NPCs wouldn't hear the players. Finally, the doors opened, and the guys began to move through the room. They found themselves in a huge hall, and in front of them in the air was an NPC who greeted the players. Wang Ming looked around and thought that exiting the game didn't make much noise. The NPC said that this was the Divine Tower. If the players passed the trials, they would be able to buy valuable items. When they were ready, they should let him know. The swordsman wanted to know who the Shadow would be fighting, and the archer didn't understand if there really were NPCs in the game. The swordsman was interested in information. How long the battle would take, what skills the boss had. He also wanted to know if it was possible to kill him with one hit, what his weak points were, and how to detect his target. Qin Feng was literally boiling over with excitement and said that it was time to start. The players would figure things out as they went along. Shadow informed the NPC that they were ready. The monster bowed its hooded head, and the atmosphere in the room began to change, becoming eerie. The air swirled and an obsidian skullcrusher appeared. It was a terrifying level 20 gold rank boss. It was scary to look at. The guys were scared of such a serious opponent. No one in their team was above level 11, but Shadow told them not to worry and sent Wang Ming to attack. Wang Ming used a shield dash, and after the monster snapped its jaws, blood appeared between its teeth. Qin Feng caught Wang Ming as he flew back from the counterattack. Shadow calmed the guys down and ordered the archer to use Star Shot and the swordsman to use grounded triple strike. The guys did exactly as Shadow had just instructed them. The players managed to damage the monster, and it stood crouched, trying to regain its strength. It soon became clear that the swordsman would not be able to defeat the boss in this state. The boss flew into a rage, and now Qin Feng had to deal with him, but the guys had to be wary of the black slime that was spreading everywhere. The truly dangerous black slime nearly hit the players. They barely managed to avoid contact with it. Shadow activated Shadow Blade and attacked the black slime that was about to hit him. After that, the player struck the monster, hitting its weak spots. Thanks to this, the monster came out of its berserk state. The players watched the battle and noted that Shadow was able to take the boss out of combat mode. Shadow creates the illusion of defeat in the enemy and then attacks powerfully. The archer noted that the stronger the player, the more valuable items they can buy. But the young man did not understand how Shadow knew this in advance. Shadow asked the players a counter question. There are many secrets in this game, and there is a lot of useful information in the ruins. Have the players ever tried to explore the game world and increase their level by learning about it? The guys had no answer to that. After all, they really just fought without trying to understand the essence and inner world of the game. Suddenly, an energy core appeared from the monster's mouth. They had to be very careful, because now the boss would start rotating clockwise and then release tongues of flame. If this fire hit the spilled slime, it would set everything around it on fire, and the players would burn to death on the spot. Wang Ming was able to block the attack with his shield, and after the flames stopped coming, the swordsman rushed to counterattack the monster. And then came the confirmation. The players had defeated the Obsidian Skull Crusher. The main difficulty with this boss was that it went berserk when its health level dropped. In other situations, this monster is no stronger than silver. At that moment, the NPC reappeared under the roof, praised the players, and congratulated them on passing the test. He said that if the players had enough exchange energy, they could buy the Book of Divine Gift from him. The players looked at the NPC, whose name was Vikri, with surprise. He was a mage and had 6 fingers on each hand. However, suddenly a powerful attack came from the mage, and several players disappeared. Wang Ming was frightened and did not understand why the mage was attacking them. Shadow replied that Wang Ming was smart, but not smart enough. NPCs and players usually cannot attack each other unless the players break the rules. The rules of this NPC were related to his fingers. At that moment, the NPC told the players to choose the divine books they needed, buy them in exchange for life energy, and leave his tower. Wang Ming looked at the items in surprise. There was food, water, and drinks. If they could obtain these divine books, they would always have enough supplies even after a possible global catastrophe. The players were happy because, thanks to Shadow, they would no longer have to worry about everyday problems. And anyway, Shadow had never deceived them. Juinfeng spent a huge amount of exchange energy and bought all the divine books in Shanghai. There were 9 of them. The player knew that there were additional quests in the tower for which he could receive a good reward, and Qinfeng wanted to take on such a challenge. However, the NPC was surprised. The player had barely completed the easiest task. Why was he asking for the most difficult one? There are only 5 levels of difficulty in the trials. At the last level, the boss is the gold-ranked Obsidian Skull Crusher, but its attack, defense, health bar, and cooldown time are increased by 500%. The guys couldn't believe that such a difficulty level even existed. After all, they barely managed to defeat a normal monster. It was unclear why they would take on such quests where they couldn't make a single mistake. The NPC warned Shadow, if the guy lost, all his life energy would be transferred to the winner. Did the player really want to try this quest? Qinfeng's answer was short, yes. After laughing at the player, the NPC said that if the guy wanted to give him his life energy, he wouldn't interfere. The game had only been released recently and the players had become very overconfident. This would lead to their demise. And so, the Golden Obsidian Skull Crusher, with a 5-fold increase in power, appeared before the players. Qinfeng knew that the NPC could further strengthen the boss. When the young man fought him last time, the NPC strengthened the boss by 200%. Qinfeng decided to test his new weapon right away and sent poison darts at the monster. The monster activated its defense and resistance to elemental effects, as well as the special effect of the bone blade. Qinfeng, not giving the monster a chance to recover, jumped up and struck it several times. The guys were shocked. The monster disappeared instantly and had a very high reload speed. Because of its speed, the monster seemed invisible. Qinfeng used Death's Gift to enhance the effect of cutting its throat, and also activated Shadow Slash, a dark flame ritual, reducing its defense and resistance to elemental effects. Qinfeng was pleased with the ancient god tablets, which enhanced his effects. Thanks to this, significant damage was dealt. The players watched what was happening in front of them, unable to comprehend how Shadow could have taken away a third of the boss's health with a single blow. The NPC watched them with interest. The game had only been released recently, and this player had managed to level up so quickly, which meant he had enormous talent. Qinfeng used Throat Slash, which was supposed to deal 200% damage over 2 seconds. The monster's life energy began to drop rapidly. It turned out that Shadow had passed the 5th floor of the Divine Tower. Qinfeng became the first player in the world to complete the Divine Tower solo challenge and earn a huge amount of reputation points. The game announced this in all locations, but few had heard of the Divine Tower. Everyone understood that Shadow had surpassed all other players, and by a wide margin. The NPC was furious. He believed that the game developers had deceived him. If he had known this would happen, he would have demanded 100,000 days for each book. The NPC was furious, and energy literally radiated from him in all directions. He shouted at the players that they were cheaters. The players didn't understand what the NPC was going to do, but it seemed that he had decided on a desperate move. And indeed, the NPC delivered the most powerful blow he was capable of. Wang Ming and the archer tried to hide, at least covering their heads with their hands, but Shadow stood completely still. The next moment, the players left the Divine Tower and found themselves in the city. The guys realized that the NPC hadn't killed them, and that they could relax a little. The NPC had simply teleported them out of the tower. Qinfeng reminded them once again that NPCs don't usually kill players. Now everything in the tower was finished. The guys thanked each other for their excellent work, and now they could leave the game and have a bite to eat. Qinfeng, upon returning to the real world, immediately withdrew all the divine books he had received from the game. After that, the young man spent 106 years buying expensive furniture, household goods, food, and a mechanical maid. She looked completely ordinary. The girl greeted her master and said she was always ready to help him around the house. Qin Feng lay down on the sofa and ordered her to clean the house and prepare him a meal. The mechanical maid immediately set to work. In the real world, police were examining another female body found with strange signs of murder. This was already the third female corpse in the last week. As with the previous two, all the organs had been removed and the eyes gouged out. No clues could be found. Perhaps the killer knew a lot about police work, which is why he left the bodies where they would be difficult to find quickly. The police chief ordered them to contact Yu and find out how she was doing. It was necessary to catch the killer as soon as possible. One of the police officers suggested that Shadow might be involved in the murders. He was in the real world every time they happened. Almost everyone says that Shadow could be the killer, but for some reason, the police continue to protect him. The chief said that the coincidence in timing did not prove anything. Besides, everyone knows that Shadow disgraced the police officer in front of Yu, and now the man may have a personal grudge against him. The chief gave us 24 hours and promised full support to find the killer. Manhwa was dissatisfied, but he couldn't argue with the chief. And so once again, the scene of the action was the game, specifically the ruins of Metropolis. Qin Feng moved through the streets of the city in a state of invisibility. He reached the Academy of the Sinister Spirit, a platinum-level refuge, one of the best in China. Qin Feng created a guild called Shadow and registered this refuge to the guild. Thus, he now had a refuge in Metropolis. Players can teleport between shelters, allowing them to quickly move between cities. Qin Feng advanced and had already reached the lowest level of the dungeons, but he still hadn't encountered a single monster. A fairly strong squad had definitely been here. Soon, the young man heard voices and decided to watch what was happening from the sidelines. A group of players had cornered a girl who was begging them to leave her alone, while the men laughed and said that now she had nowhere to run. The girl was fragile and defenseless. She screamed for the guys not to come near her. The players replied that they would not kill her. Madame Donphan wanted her delivered alive, and the woman's younger son had a wonderful time with the girl. The players demanded that the girl reveal her location in reality, otherwise they would kill her, knowing that the stranger had already killed Madame Donphan twice. Therefore, she must have a lot of life energy. The men demanded that she give them 30 years of exchange energy. In addition, they wanted to spend time with her. The girl was scared and didn't understand what the guys wanted from her. They were real thugs who had no intention of behaving like decent men. They all took advantage of the fact that there were many of them, and the girl found herself in a difficult situation, completely alone. The stranger agreed to their terms but asked them to promise that they would let her go. They confirmed that they would definitely keep all their promises and that the girl would be safe and sound. The stranger thought for a few moments. It seemed as if she was trying to collect her thoughts. But in the next moment, a poisonous dart somehow ended up in her hand and was about to pierce the man's body. However, at the last moment, someone jumped on top of the girl, flattening her to the ground. It happened instantly. No one had time to react. On the girl's back was an unfamiliar player with his eyes blindfolded. He said that cheating was wrong. The red-haired thug, looking at the unfortunate girl, said he was giving her one last chance. The girl did not react to the men's words. Their goal was to reduce her life energy. Suddenly, something happened. The bodies of the villains were torn to pieces, and a ribbon was wrapped around the stranger's arm. This ribbon rushed between the guys, killing them. Soon it spun around the blindfolded guy. And now the girl stood completely unharmed above the bodies of the slain villains. She used the chain blade and the blade of the kingdom of the dead. Taking the energy left over from killing the bandits, the girl said that it was the end for everyone, and now she would kill the entire Donphan family. This girl was very strong and had mastered the blade of the dead kingdom. Her name was Gu Ling. Apart from Shadow, she was the only one among the assassins who had a hidden class. In her previous life, the girl was a member of one of the 7 strongest guilds. Gu Lin actively opposed the family. Her real identity was revealed. Fighting against many troops, the girl managed to kill thousands of enemies before she died of exhaustion. All the guild members deeply regretted her death. Shadow did not expect to meet her here. Besides, he wanted to know who Donphan was, because it seemed that he had already killed all the members of this family. Gu Ling saw Qin Feng and decided that he was an accomplice of the bandits. The girl immediately launched an attack against him. She aimed the blade of the dead kingdom, intending to kill Shadow, but the player didn't even flinch. Gu Ling launched the blade of the dead kingdom at the player, not understanding why it had no effect. Qin Feng continued to stand motionless, and it seemed that he was completely impenetrable. Gu Ling attacked him again and again. Her chain of attacks reached enormous proportions, but there was no result. Qin Feng approached the girl and said that if she wanted, they could play. Gu Lin activated Shadow Disappearance, preparing to strike so that her opponent couldn't see her. Qin Feng, looking at the invisibility effect, simply laughed. In turn, the player used Shadow Camouflage, and now both players had disappeared and become invisible. Gu Ling didn't understand where her opponent had gone. The girl had a 4th-level anti-stealth, but even with it, she couldn't detect the guy. Gu Ling realized that she had encountered a player named Shadow. At that moment, he appeared right behind her. The girl was shocked. She had 4th-level stealth, but Shadow could still see her. She activated Sinister Soul Hunter, and now a sharp spear was flying towards Qin Feng. He was bound to get hurt. Qin Feng dodged the blow, but was unpleasantly surprised. This weapon was able to detect his location. Guling couldn't see her enemy, but her weapon could see everything. And the sinister soul hunter never lost its prey. Xinfeng had to make an effort to avoid being hit. The player did not expect that Gulin's hidden class would allow her to detect a target regardless of its stealth level. It was cool. Guling realized at some point that the goal had not been achieved anyway, and she could not injure the shadow in any way. Xinfeng skillfully dodged the soul hunter's attacks, believing that he was not enough to deal with Shadow. And so after a few minutes, Guling found herself bound hand and foot by her own chain. After that, Xinfeng approached the girl and said that now she would listen to him. His name was Shadow, and he had no connection to the Eastern family. If he had wanted to kill Gulin, he would have done so long ago. Xinfeng just wanted to ask who Mrs. Dongfang was. Guling said that this woman had married a member of the Su family, so her connection to the Eastern family was little known. Now Xinfeng understood why the woman had been able to slip away from him. She was the only one who wasn't at that restaurant. Gulin's eyes widened in surprise. Could this guy have killed the Dongfan family? If Shadow was an enemy of this family, then he was now Gulin's friend, and they could work together. Xinfeng wanted to know everything before agreeing to cooperate. First of all, why did Gulin want to kill Madame Dongfang? The girl's face contorted with anger, and she said that this woman had killed her loved one. Even before the game appeared, members of the Dongfan family had drunk and driven, hitting a man, but managed to escape responsibility. The Su family found a man who agreed to take the blame in exchange for money. Gulin's father found a way to bring the real killer to justice. But the next day, a terrible tragedy befell the man as well. He was found drowned in a river, and the cause of death was ruled a suicide. Guling herself wanted to talk to Madame Dongfang, but the guards beat her up. Guling was in despair at that moment and wanted to die. But just then the game Lands Abandoned by God came out. The first thing Guling did after entering the game was to kill Dongfang. But unfortunately, in order to kill a person completely, you have to completely deplete them. After her resurrection, Madame Dongfang sent all her people to find Gulin. She saw the rest herself, and tears streamed down the girl's face. She turned to Shadow and asked him to help her kill the villain. Xinfeng thought for a moment and replied that he would not do it. Guling was in despair and even thought she had misheard him. The girl began to promise Shadow well payment for his work. She was ready to give everything she had and even become the player's slave. Gulin offered equipment and skill books, anything, as long as Shadow helped kill Madame Dongfang. However, the young man was adamant. He said he would not help Gulin because she had to take her revenge herself. But otherwise, Gulin could count on Shadow. Her fate depended on how far she was willing to go. The girl did not quite understand how Shadow was going to help her and not help her at the same time. Xinfeng suggested that she join his guild, become his ally, and then Shadow would help her take revenge. Xinfeng sent her an invitation to join the guild. Guling saw that he was the only member of this guild. The girl accepted the invitation and joined Shadow's guild. Now there was only one thing left for her to do. She had to raise her class. Guling had to figure out how to do that herself. Once she was done with that, she would be able to find Shadow. If Guling couldn't do it, then she wasn't ready yet. Xinfeng left Guling, saying that in that case, she could forget about the position. Xinfeng knew that the Blade of the Dead realm had virtually unlimited potential. If Gulin was guided in the right direction, she could improve it significantly. After that, the girl would become very useful. Xinfeng reached the deepest basement of the Sinister Spirit Academy. There, a mutant witch appeared before him, who was level 15 in platinum rank. She was the guardian of the Sinister Spirit Academy. Xinfeng activated the Blade of the Night Ring. The player knew that in the first phase, only one of the witch's heads was active, and elemental energy had to be used to inflict damage. Xinfeng chose the Shadow Blade and also used the Bone Blade, which reduced the recharge time. The combination proved to be very successful, and soon the mutant witch entered the second phase. Now all three heads were active at the same time, and that was when the monster began its mad dance, attacking from all sides. Xinfeng managed to dodge the blows at tremendous speed, maneuvering between them. Soon all three of the witch's heads were severely damaged, and it was time to end this party. A powerful explosion finished off the mutant witch, and the player received the key to the Sinister Spirit Academy's hideout. Now it was possible to improve one's profession, which is exactly what Xinfeng did. As a result of the improvement, all indicators were increased, and now the overall profession became second class. Xinfeng was very pleased with the results, as the player could now attack without losing stealth. Thanks to the advancement, all characteristics had improved significantly. At this time, on the outskirts of the Sinister Spirit Academy, Guling froze when she encountered the players. They were the same bandits. They did not know that the girl possessed the chain blade, but now all the guild members had arrived, and it became clear that Guling would not be able to run far. The villains said that this time, they would not spare the girl. One of the players used a stun strike, but Guling was faster and managed to jump out of the way. The girl tried to activate shadow camouflage, but the bandits were faster, and it became clear that she would not be able to hide from them. Gulin was not going to give up. Even with her legs pinned to the ground, she took out a small bottle containing an unknown liquid. But the guys noticed this and took the liquid away. It turned out that this poison takes away half of the player's life energy and transports them to a recovery point. The guys liked this girl's persistence. They continued to pressure her, threatening and intimidating her. At that moment, news arrived that the Platinum Refuge of the Sinister Spirit Academy had become the property of the Shadow Guild. The barrier was opened, and anyone who was not a member of the guild was to be identified as an intruder and destroyed. Soon Guling sat alone, surrounded by the life energies of the slain villains. Guling realized that the Sinister Spirit Academy, or rather its refuge, now belonged to the Shadow Guild. That was great, but how quickly Shadow had defeated the guards and obtained the key. The Witch's Decaying Ring was a unique item that increased attack speed and area of effect. The Poisonous Trap was an assassin's skill. Enemies caught in it were slowed down and took significant damage from poison. After the battle with the Mutant Witch, Qin Feng obtained 2 items that were useful to him. The ring was very useful. Together with Shadow Slash, it increased the area of damage. The player used the remaining mutation points to upgrade Sneak Attack to legendary rank. The guy was very pleased because he not only improved his stealth, but also increased his attack damage. At that moment, a message came from Dark Plum. The girl had found another set of ruins. It turned out that the players wanted to clear them themselves, but couldn't get through the teleport. The message said that only those who were destined to do so could pass through it. Qin Feng already had 2 teleports in his hideouts, which made traveling between cities much more convenient. The young man immediately took advantage of this opportunity. Dark Plum was on the outskirts of the Shanghai ruins. The girl was riding a donkey, and there was not a single living soul nearby. But in the next moment, she heard a familiar voice behind her. Someone wanted to know where the ruins were. The donkey in Dark Plum's eyes and ears stood on end in surprise. Qin Feng apologized and said that he didn't mean to scare them and would be more careful next time. Dark Plum said that the entrance to the ruins was right under the rock. It was very surprising how the girl was able to find it. It turned out that she had first encountered the little donkey. While Dark Plum was feeding it grass, Silverboss appeared. Dark Plum was frightened and fell off the cliff. The donkey fainted from fear. Fortunately, the girl did not break her fall. She grabbed a tree branch and saw the cave at that moment. Dark Plum warned her to be careful. The girl said that she had already called on Yu and Wang Min here. Qin Feng jumped off the cliff as calmly as if he were jumping off a bench. It turned out that Wang Ming had fallen off the cliff and crashed to his death. Inside the cave was a whole maze. The players were able to defeat the monsters and explore some of the passages. Qin Feng advised them to avoid deaths. They must not allow their exchange energy to drop to 0. But Dark Plum said that they had already learned how to convert non-exchangeable energy into exchangeable energy. Now the players were trying to lure out the monster that had absorbed the non-exchangeable energy. After killing it, they would be able to collect the non-exchangeable energy that had fallen out, and when the player needed it, convert it into exchangeable energy. Qin Feng praised the players and said it was a good method. The guy guessed that An Yu had come up with it. This turned out to be true. Dark Plum was surprised that Shadow had guessed right again. Qin Feng had come up with this method himself in his previous life. Dark Plum showed the player the teleportation sphere. If a person is not meant to use the teleport, they will never be able to transport themselves with it. Dark Plum had already tried to do so. But perhaps this teleport was intended for someone who had been here before. Qin Feng decided to try using it. The player put his hand into the teleportation device, and it immediately began to glow brightly, illuminating everything around it. A few seconds later, the shadow disappeared along with the sphere. Dark Plum was right. The sphere was indeed meant for him. Qin Feng moved to the ice stream cavern, and now his connection to the outside world was limited. The young man activated stealth. His goal was to protect the ice crystal, which was said to cause an ice stream whenever anyone tried to damage it. Monsters emerged from the caverns and did everything they could to destroy the crystal. If they succeeded, the player would die. But the scariest thing was that Qin Feng could fail this mission, and then he would never return here and earn the reward. Qin Feng figured that the only way to win would be to use poison traps. Fortunately, the player had recently received such traps as a reward. Now he placed them in various corridors of the dungeon. The young man also used the witch's ring to increase his stats. The traps allowed him to control the entire area, and any monster that tried to pass through would activate them. He didn't have to wait long for the monsters. Their terrifying eyes glowed from all the corridors. Qin Feng didn't delay the finale. He immediately used his shadow slaughter skills along with the poison from the traps. A huge number of monsters were instantly destroyed. Qin Feng was in stealth mode, so all damage was countered as a sneak attack. The player managed to react and put up a defense before the steel spear reached him. Qin Feng was unharmed, but he was surprised that there was such a strong monster in this dungeon. At that moment, a very unpleasant conversation was taking place outside the ruins of the Demon City. The woman was furious that the guild had stopped pursuing the girl the Shadow Guild was looking for. The player confirmed that, unfortunately, this was the case. The guys refused to participate any further, and the client would have to find someone else. Madame Donphan was furious. It turned out that Shadow scared the players more than she did. Apparently, the idiots had forgotten that the woman knew everything about them, so their death in the real world was only a matter of time. The next moment, a powerful punch to the jaw knocked the woman off her feet. The player beat her furiously, saying that he had worked for her for a very long time, and if the guy couldn't defeat the Shadow, then at least he would get his revenge on Madame Donphan. The player beat the woman until she was killed and disappeared. Reborn, Donphan was furious, believing she had been betrayed. She screamed desperately, intending to destroy everyone. The woman woke up in the real world. She couldn't understand how these idiots dared to kill her. The woman immediately called and said that the guys her beloved had sent after the girl were scared of the shadow and didn't want to continue hunting Gulin anymore. In response, her husband said that he would deal with these guys after Shadow was destroyed. He had already contacted the Black Dragon Guild. Her husband's plan was already in motion. Serious trouble awaited Shadow, and soon they would take revenge for the Donphan family. The woman continued to spew hatred, intending to deal with the pathetic people who would pay for everything and kill them all. Qinfeng continued to protect Crystal and finally killed one of the more serious monsters. Perhaps it was the boss. Qinfeng analyzed how his Shadow Blade went into recharge mode after each accurate strike to a weak point. At that moment, a notification informed him that the mission had been completed and the player could collect the reward. It turned out to be quite simple, and the crystal began to crack before the guy's eyes. When the crystal completely dissolved, an epic chest appeared in the middle of the hall, sparkling and attracting the player. The previous chest had contained many useful items. Qinfeng hoped that this one would be no less rewarding. The chest swung open, and at first it seemed completely empty. But soon a golden glow began to gather, and eventually an NPC appeared from it. This same NPC had been in the chest last time. There was an eye on her hat, and she spoke in some ancient language, the language of the ancient god. The NPC announced that Qinfeng had passed 2 trials and was the chosen one. Although the young man couldn't understand the words, he understood the meaning of what was said. The NPC announced that the ancient god had died, and Qinfeng had become his heir. Everything around the player was covered in a golden glow. A beautiful girl emerged from the gold and introduced herself as Asashi. She would watch over Qinfeng as he became the true god of justice. Asashi bowed before the player and asked him to accept the gift she had prepared for him. It was the Bell of Ashes summoning. With its help, the player would be able to summon the messenger of the gods, and each summon would open access to special ruins. If the player successfully completed all 3 trials, Asha would move to his refuge and improve all his skills. Qinfeng had previously discovered such a temple on the 5th level, but he was unable to pass the trial. Only Li Si had managed to do so. Asashi offered to choose a skill that Qinfeng could improve right now to his current level. In this game, it was possible to improve the quality of a skill through mutations, but this required a long time to level up and constantly check for compatibility. High-level skills are very difficult to level up, and they are even difficult to find. Qinfeng said he wanted to improve his strongest skill, Gift of Death. Asashi bowed respectfully to the player, kissed his hand, and said she would fulfill his wish. After Death's gift was upgraded by 5 levels and now fully matched the player, Asashi began to dissolve, saying goodbye to her master. Qinfeng saw a portal in front of him and realized that it was the exit portal. However, there was something else in the chest. Qinfeng received the Law of Equivalent Exchange. The art of equivalent exchange allows you to exchange any skill or piece of equipment for a similar one that is suitable for the player's class. It was amazing. Qinfeng could exchange his unnecessary jade skills and items for what he really needed. Qinfeng was very pleased with the mission. He understood its enormous benefit, thanked the game for everything, and went through the portal. Dark Plum was standing at the entrance to the cave with her donkey when Shadow appeared from inside. Qinfeng asked what the girl was doing there, since she had been waiting for him for an hour. Dark Plum replied that she was making sure no one was waiting for the player outside. Qinfeng gave the girl a level 13 platinum magic shield. With its help, Dark Plum's defense level became significantly higher. Having received such a generous gift, Dark Plum immediately sat down on the donkey and rushed off to fight the monsters. Qinfeng realized that his hunger was beginning to interfere with the game, so he decided to leave it to get something to eat. In the ruins of Shanghai was the refuge of the Knights of the Temple, who had created a protective dome and a safe zone. The guild leader announced that today was truly a great day. Now the guild had its own home, and even if the home was small, it was still a great start. In fact, it was very modest. Apart from toilets and a wash basin, there was almost nothing else there. But at least the monsters weren't scary here, and the guys could relax. They had one person to thank for all this, Qin Xiao. Xiao was the first to find this place, and all the guys greeted her with applause, expressing their gratitude and support. Qin Xiao responded by saying that she wanted to thank her teacher and friends first and foremost, who had always lent her a helping hand. She also thanked those who hate her, because they motivate her to become stronger. And of course, Zhao wanted to say thank you to her mom and dad. If they were alive, they would be proud of their little Qin Xiao. Tears of emotion flowed from the eyes of not only Zhao, but also everyone present. It was a very touching moment. The leader asked the girl to tell them what she had gone through while searching for the shelter. Qin Xiao said that she had simply had a dream in which a mighty warrior showed her where the refuge was located. Although the dream was very strange, it was realistic, and Xiao decided to find the place. However, the girl did not have much hope of success. The players also thought the dream sounded ridiculous and assumed that Xiao was joking. Even the guild leader didn't believe her, saying that the dream sounded very unusual and that perhaps one of the guys had also had a strange dream that night. Qin Xie said that she had another dream that night about a huge shelter with lots of people. It must have been platinum rank. The guys laughed out loud. It was very funny. They would soon be moving to better conditions. As a reward for finding the shelter, the guild leader transferred a year's worth of exchange energy to the girl. He hoped that Qin Xiao would continue to work selflessly for the good of the guild, and that the other guys would follow her example, and the guild would become stronger. And let each player do what they are good at. Some will continue their research, while others will level up in battle. The main thing is to believe in your own strength. After some time, the players' missions continued in the ruins of Shanghai. Qin Xiao walked through the streets of the city, trying to find something interesting. The girl remembered her dream, and it seemed that the Platinum Refuge was somewhere nearby. But so far, she had not been able to find it. Zhao looked under every rock, while some players followed her. They assumed that Qin Xiao had gone in search of the very shelter from her dream, since she had come here immediately after the meeting ended. Qin Xiao was quite scared. This room resembled her dream in some way, but it wasn't the same place. Besides, she felt that someone was watching her. Sayo closed her eyes and began to tune into positivity, telling herself that she would succeed and no one could stop her. As soon as the girl opened her eyes, she saw the face of a terrifying monster in front of her. Xiao was terrified and began to scream wildly, her mouth agape and her eyes bulging. A very strange monster was rushing through the corridors. The players had never encountered such a monster before. They knew they had to kill it immediately. At that moment, the monster stuck its tentacles with magic balls on the tips into Qin Xiao's throat, and her life energy level dropped to 0. The players saw the monster draining their life energy and rushed to escape. A short time passed and Qin Xiao opened her eyes. She was lying in some kind of dungeon. The girl jumped to her feet and began looking around, not understanding what was happening. Xiao remembered the monster and immediately rushed to run away, but she did not run outside but deeper into the building. In the end, the girl fell down the stairs and hit her head hard. Xiao didn't understand what this place was, but after looking around, she recognized the door. It was the same entrance from her dream, which meant that Qin Xiao had found refuge. She had to inform the president immediately. Yin Xiao contacted the president. He was very happy with the news and said that he would send players immediately, and that the girl should stay where she was and wait for her comrades. But suddenly she heard a wheezing sound behind her. It was the same terrible monster, sucking out her life energy. Qin Xiao clutched her staff tightly and told herself that she would succeed, and that she would definitely win. The girl got to her feet and took up a comfortable fighting stance, repeating to herself that she could do it, because she was no longer the person she used to be. Qin Xiao convinced herself that she had become very brave and could now do many things. After that, the girl activated the poisonous shackles and directed them at the terrible monster that was sucking energy out of the players. The strike was accurate, and the poison began to take effect, allowing her to launch another attack. Chun Shou released a poisonous mist, and with its help, the monster began to lose strength, because the mist was much more destructive than ordinary poison. Suddenly, voices of players calling each other rang out from the mist. The situation remained tense. The poison filled the entire space. Qin Xiao tried to keep the poison concentrated around the monster, but she wasn't very successful. The girl was upset. After all, she was a healer and now used detoxification. The detoxification did work, but it turned out that Xiao had also cured the monster. While she was busy purifying the space, the girl herself inhaled the poisonous mist. And so Qin Xiao was killed by her own efforts and dissolved into space. The girl found herself back in the city, and her companions asked her why she had returned from the shelter. Qin Xiao explained that a huge, terrifying monster that sucked out souls had killed her, but in doing so, it had also sucked the life out of the other players, who did not survive. It turned out that Qin Xiao had found the only way to survive. She simply killed herself, not letting the monster suck out every last drop of her life. The guild president praised the girl for discovering such a wonderful method, and those who had been chasing her in the corridors were found dead. After a while, everyone gathered in front of the door to the Platinum Refuge that Qin Xiao had seen in her dream. The president promised to give it to the guild if the players managed to capture the place. The guild president ordered the players to be placed around the perimeter of the territory so that no one from other guilds could get inside. He urged his comrades to kill the refuge's guards, and then it would belong to their guild. Everyone enthusiastically accepted the commander's words, preparing to win in the next moment. The mood was excellent. The players gathered at the door, but it would not budge and would not open. The players reported to the president that they could not open the gate, having tried all possible options. The president thought for a while. He knew that every gate had a guard. It turned out that these gates were the guard. One of the players decided to try and hit the door with an axe with all his might. Indeed, damage was done. The players were delighted. Their president had proven to be very clever, and they noted that now they could inflict damage, and all that remained was to continue. It was funny that the Platinum Refuge had such a weak guard, so the players expected to quickly deal with the gates. Powerful explosions shook the gate, and the damage gradually accumulated. Qin Feng received a notification that his refuge, abode of pure souls, had been attacked. This was something new, and the player was even surprised. Qin Feng checked the information and confirmed that someone had found his refuge and was trying to capture it. Using teleport was pointless. It would take the players years to destroy the gates. So Qin Feng decided to ride a wolf to the refuge and see what was going on. After a while, he found himself at the outer perimeter of the abode of lost souls. But then something else caught his attention. A girl was running away from her pursuers, and men were running after her. But it turned out that the girl wasn't running away. She was rushing towards the player with a huge club in her hands. When she got close, the player knocked her away with his club as if it were a baseball. One of the players activated a sacred binding. Now the girl was chained and fixed in one position, unable to run away. The player asked why she was trying to break through, since the place had already been captured by the Temple Knights. The girl replied that she was just passing by and didn't understand why the temple knights were trying to rob her. Qin Feng recognized the stranger. It was Xiaoyang, his colleague at work, a very pleasant girl. Qin Feng listened to the guys and realized that they had captured this place. That is, attacked his refuge. The unfamiliar players looked at Xiaoyang, deciding which one of them would beat her first and whose turn would come next. But in the next moment, the heads of these guys fell off their shoulders. Shadow stood in front of the players, saving the girl for some reason. Xiaoyang guessed who was in front of her, because absolutely everyone already knew about Shadow. Shadow turned away almost immediately and began to fade away. However, the girl had enough time to realize that those eyes belonged to Qin Feng. Chen Wuming was very pleased, saying that the Shadow had taught a lesson to the guys who had broken the guild's rules. Qin Feng announced that from that day on, the guild would ensure the safety of his home. After all, the president wanted to teach his players to follow the rules. If anyone else dared to attack the refuge, all members of the guild would be held responsible. Chen Wuming promised that everything would be fine, but he himself thought that Shadow wanted to lock up all his guys in this place. But at that moment, Qin Feng received a warning that his other hideout had been attacked. This was too much. It seemed that instead of fighting monsters, the players were attacking his hideout. Qin Feng activated teleport to quickly move there. After all, everyone knows that the Academy of the Sinister Spirit is his hideout, so who dared to disturb his peace this time? As soon as the Shadow teleported, Chen Wuming ordered his men that it was time to leave. Of course, the Shadow told them to stay and defend the place, but Qin Xiao would take care of it alone, because she herself wanted to get there. From this moment on, Qin Xiao will defend the passage to the refuge. If she notices any danger, she must immediately report it to the guild, and under no circumstances leave her post. The ruins of the city of the Academy of Magic of the Sinister Spirit were restless. Players attacked the gates, preparing to break through them and enter the refuge. It was an international guild represented by players from other countries. It was unclear how they dared to attack the Shadow Refuge. It was also strange that the guys called themselves the Black Dragon Guild of the City of Magic. Qin Feng had not yet had any dealings with the Black Dragon Guild of the City of Magic, and it was unclear why they had decided to attack the Shadow Refuge. The players continued to attack the gate, encouraging each other with shouts and wanting to show off their abilities and true power. The leader of the group activated the Dark Flame, planning to use it to attack the gate. He summoned the destructive power of the magical dragon and directed it all at the gate. And indeed, these actions were quite successful. The level of protection in the refuge was very low, and the players rejoiced that they would soon get inside, where hundreds of years of exchange energy were stored. Qin Feng assumed that one of his enemies had hired all these players. Among the enemies, only Don Fan Ming remained alive. The players continued to storm the gate, but soon they heard a growling sound coming from behind the nearby houses. A huge dragon with a rather comical appearance appeared above the houses, approaching and growling eerily. People scattered in fear in different directions, their eyes looking like those of zombies, unaware of what was happening around them. The guys suddenly felt that they couldn't move at all, but then they saw something appear in the sky. It was a huge and very strange meteor. The players did not understand what skill could have caused this. Suddenly, the meteor seemed to explode, and streams of energy rushed in different directions. The player was kneeling in the middle of the street, unable to believe that he was still alive, because the meteor had caused enormous damage. The player could never have imagined that it would cause such severe damage. Fortunately, the player had quite a lot of health, but it didn't help, and the guy's head flew off. And now body parts were scattered where the guild players had been just a moment ago. Now their leader was dead, and they hadn't even started attacking yet. The players present at the scene were convinced that it was all the work of the Shadow. It was very strange to meet him here. The girl mage did not understand how the Shadow ended up in their city. The warriors had no idea how powerful the Shadow was. They didn't know how this player had learned to become invisible. Qin Feng looked at the players. They belonged to the Sky Dome Guild. Their only hero with a hidden class, the Artist of Souls, was a girl named Distant Green Peaks. It was no surprise that her skills seemed very familiar, because only she could draw a meteor and a huge dragon. Soul artists use magic and summoning skills. Unlike mages, to use a skill, they must first draw it. The better the player draws, the more powerful the skill. These players are very useful in defense and team battles, but in one-on-one battles, they are very vulnerable. Genjuan turned to the Shadow, hoping that Mr. Shadow was somewhere nearby. The girl wanted to talk to him. The beauty honestly said that she needed to get into the Shadow's hideout to find something. She needed this thing to level up further. Jian asked not to worry. She was ready to pay the necessary compensation. Chun Feng knew that in his past life, the Heavenly Crypt Guild owned this refuge. Jean must have found the refuge while trying to level up her skill, but now Shadow had beaten her to it. The president of the Heavenly Dome Guild, an old man named Jian, used to be the head of the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce, but after retiring, he decided to become a streamer. These two had decent skills and participated in competitions, achieving good results. For Genjuan, old man Dian replaced her father, who had left this world early, and in turn, the man felt at home in the game. Gradually, their guild became one of the largest in China. Qin Feng knew them very well because he followed their streams. Qin Feng suggested that the girl come inside the shelter and talk there to discuss the questions that interested her. The Academy of the Sinister Spirit was quiet and peaceful, at least for a while. Qin Feng sat in a chair that resembled a throne and asked the artist what she wanted from him. Jiwan repeated that she needed certain materials for her secret class. They were in this shelter. The girl said that according to rumors, the shelter had been sold to the Shanghai authorities for 2,000 years of exchange energy, so she wanted to ask if the shadow could sell them the shelter. Qin Feng did not react to her words, but he was surprised himself. It turned out that the Heavenly Dome Guild had already managed to earn so much exchange energy. Of course, this could be expected from the old man, but it was still surprising. Chen Wuming was very pleased, saying that Shadow had taught a lesson to the guys who had broken the guild's rules. Qin Feng announced that from that day on, the guild would ensure the safety of his home. After all, the president wanted to teach his players to follow the rules. If anyone else dared to attack the refuge, all guild members would be held responsible. Chen Wuming promised that everything would be fine, but he himself thought that Shadow wanted to lock all his guys up in this place. But at that moment, Qin Feng received a warning that his other refuge had been attacked. That was too much. It seemed that instead of fighting monsters, the players were attacking his hideout. Qin Feng activated teleport to quickly move there. Everyone knows that the Sinister Spirit Academy is his hideout. Who dared to disturb his peace this time? As soon as Shadow teleported, Chen Wuming ordered his men to leave. Of course, Shadow told them to stay and defend the place, but Qin Xiao would take care of it alone, because she wanted to come here herself. From now on, Qin Xiao would guard the entrance to the refuge. If she noticed any danger, she had to report it to the guild immediately and under no circumstances leave her post. The ruins of the City of Magic, the Academy of the Sinister Spirit, were restless. Players attacked the gates, trying to break into the shelter. It was an international guild represented by players from other countries. It was unclear how they dared to attack the Shadow's refuge. Even stranger was that the guys called themselves the Black Dragon Guild of the City of Magic. Qin Feng had not yet dealt with this guild, and it was unclear why they had decided to attack the Shadow's refuge. The players continued to attack the gate, cheering each other on with shouts and demonstrating their abilities and true power. The leader of the group activated Dark Flame, planning to use it to attack the gate. He summoned the destructive power of the magic dragon and directed it at the gate. Indeed, these actions were quite successful. The level of protection of the passage into the refuge was extremely low. The players rejoiced that they would soon be inside, where hundreds of years of exchange energy were stored. Wen Feng suggested that one of his enemies had hired all these players. Among his enemies, only Dongfang Ming remained alive. The players continued to storm the gate, but soon heard a growl coming from behind the nearby houses. A huge dragon with a rather comical appearance appeared above the houses. It was approaching and growling eerily. People scattered in fear in all directions, their eyes looking like those of zombified creatures, unaware of their surroundings. The guys suddenly felt that they couldn't move, but then they noticed something in the sky. It was a huge and very strange meteor. The players did not understand what skill could cause such a phenomenon. Suddenly, the meteor seemed to explode and streams of energy rushed in different directions. The player knelt in the middle of the street, unable to believe that he was still alive. The meteor had caused enormous damage, and the player could never have imagined that the damage would be so devastating. Fortunately, the player had a lot of health, but it didn't save him, and the guy's head flew off. Body parts lay where the guild players had been just moments before. Now their leader was dead, and they hadn't even had time to attack. The players present at the scene were convinced that it was all the work of the Shadow. It was strange to meet him here. The female mage did not understand how Shadow ended up in their city. The warriors had no idea how powerful Shadow was, nor did they know how he had learned to become invisible. Qin Feng looked at the players. They belonged to the Sky Dome Guild, and their only hero with the hidden class Soul Artist was a girl with the nickname Distant Green Peaks. No wonder her skills seemed very familiar. Only she could draw a meteor and a huge dragon. Soul Artists use magic and summoning skills. Unlike mages, in order to use a skill, they must first draw something. The better the player draws, the more powerful the skill. These players are very useful in defense and team battles, but they are extremely vulnerable in one-on-one combat. Jian Zhihuan turned to Shadow, hoping that Mr. Shadow was somewhere nearby. The girl wanted to talk to him. The beauty honestly said that she needed to get into Shadow's hideout to find something she needed for leveling up. Jian asked not to worry, promising to pay the necessary compensation. Qian Feng knew that in his past life, the Skyvault Guild owned this hideout. Jean must have been trying to level up her skill, but now Shadow had beaten her to it. The president of the Sky Dome Guild, an old man named Jian, used to be the head of the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce, but after retiring, he decided to become a streamer. The two of them had decent skills and participated in competitions, achieving good results. For Jian Zhihuan, old man Jian replaced her father, who had left this world early. In turn, the man felt at home in the game. Gradually, their guild became one of the largest in China. Qin Feng knew them very well, following their streams. Qin Feng suggested that the girl come inside the shelter and talk there to discuss the issues that interested her. The Sinister Spirit Academy found some peace and quiet, at least for a while. Qin Feng sat in a chair that resembled a throne and asked the artist what she wanted from him. Jiwan repeated that she needed certain materials for her hidden class, and they were in this shelter. The girl said that according to rumors, the shelter had been sold to the Shanghai authorities for 2,000 years of exchange energy, so she wanted to know if Shadow could sell them the shelter. Qin Feng did not react to her words, but he was surprised himself. It turned out that the Sky Dome Guild had already managed to earn so much exchange energy. Of course, this was to be expected from the old man, but it was still impressive. Shadow replied that unfortunately, the shelter was not for sale. However, he could grant visitor rights and players would be able to freely enter and leave the first floor. Jiwan did not give up and offered to rent it. She was willing to pay 500 years of exchange energy for the right to occupy the first floor for 3 years. Qin Feng continued to analyze the situation. He understood that visitor rights could solve the artist's problem, but she insisted on renting the space for a huge sum. It seemed that the guild had other goals. Perhaps the artist wanted to get closer to Shadow. Ji Huan added that they were ready to prove the seriousness of their intentions. The girl suggested dealing with the guild that was trying to take over Shadow's refuge. Qin Feng understood that the artist wanted to declare war on them, but one question remained. Did her grandfather know about it? As if reading his thoughts, the artist asked if Shadow knew her grandfather. Don't worry about him, she said. He won't refuse and will easily deal with this small guild. Qin Feng noted that the artist was quite brave for her age and agreed to accept her terms, signing a contract. After completing all the formalities, Shadow summed up. Now the first floor was at the complete disposal of the Sky Dome Guild, and there was no need to worry about the damage. It would soon be repaired. After that, Ji-won said goodbye to Shadow, thanked him for his cooperation, and the players of the Sky Dome Guild left the shelter. Qin Feng thought that the girl was much more interesting and energetic in real life, but perhaps that was just his first impression. Left alone, Qin Feng activated the warehouse. He had been waiting for a moment to trade for a long time. The recharge was already over, and it was time to do it again. The player activated an equal exchange. In exchange for any item, he was given another of a similar level. For example, the player gave up smart training, but received a crimson blade in return, the assassin's finishing move. It was a red dagger designed to defeat a single target in close combat. A wonderful finishing skill. It had a finishing move with a limited recharge time. It accumulated energy during battle, allowing the player to win the most difficult fights. Crimson blades also allowed him to deal damage comparable to typical and legendary skills. This skill had many additional capabilities. When used to its full potential, the damage could be catastrophic. Qin Feng decided to use his remaining mutation points to upgrade the skill to the mythical level. This time he enhanced Dark Depths, a skill that increases stealth and significantly reduces damage taken. In addition, the rate of exchange energy loss was almost halved, and now Qin Feng could use Berserk mode without fear. Overall, the young man reached level 17 and could use emerald equipment everywhere. With the exception of leg armor, absolutely all of the player's equipment was emerald rank. Gloves resistant to physical damage, a water ring that enhanced the attack effect, and many other attributes. After exploring the new possibilities, the player realized that low-rank equipment in the game was simply primitive. If he had had all these abilities from the start, he would have already conquered everything. Qin Feng was completely satisfied with his changes and decided to take on the next hideout. In the real world, in the suburbs of the City of Magic, a military vehicle stood near a huge mansion, and an armed man stood nearby. The soldier asked the man who had arrived in the car how many people they had brought. It turned out to be 4. Of course, it was very few, but unfortunately, fewer and fewer people were willing to sell their life energy. A man with black round glasses and a very confident look got out of the car. He asked if the buyer lived there. Another stranger who arrived by car immediately declared that a rich man obviously lived here because the estate was simply luxurious. The visitors looked strange. There was a young girl in a hoodie and a huge muscular man. They were all left outside and told that the owner would be informed of their arrival. Only one security guard remained with the group, while the others went inside the estate. Soon a woman came out of the building with a child beside her. The woman asked the people, "Do you sell exchange energy? If so, transfer it to the spheres of light and throw it on the ground." The big guy grinned. The woman must be joking. She hadn't even shown any money, but was already demanding goods. Don Fen Ming, for it was she, repeated, "If you don't want to die, transfer the exchange energy to the spheres of light and throw them on the ground." The group of people stood very strangely, not moving and doing absolutely nothing. The man in black glasses looked surprised and said he didn't understand what the estate owner meant. He had the impression that they wanted to rob them, although that was usually what they did. In the next moment, everything happened very quickly, and the guard with the machine gun was immediately neutralized. The man in glasses had a secret profession, bearer of the insect sword. He was pleased. It was rare to get such valuable prey. The girl in the hood remained a mystery, but she seemed to have a knack for stealth. She suggested robbing the rich woman completely. The bruiser used a platinum shield and put up a golden barrier that was too strong for the guards to break through with their automatic weapons. After that, the player activated the gold-ranked earthquake and literally blew the area to pieces. The bearer of the insect sword pointed his finger, and a powerful explosion occurred. The hidden class Fire Finger allowed him to shoot fire directly from his hands, and different fingers corresponded to different types of weapons. While the guys were fighting off the armed guards, the hooded girl, becoming invisible, slipped between them. She approached the woman and the boy, who were still standing on the porch with a dagger in her hands. The girl clearly felt joy and satisfaction from what was happening. She was going to kill Don Fan Ming. But before the stranger reached the hostess, someone's powerful kick hit the attacker right in the head. Even though she was invisible, a huge muscular man appeared on the street. He told the lady to be careful because players could become invisible. The woman demanded that they be captured and made slaves forever. all for the sake of her son. The Hulk was surprised to see that the rich woman's guards were quite strong warriors. The stranger possessed powerful assassin skills. His equipment could withstand an attack from the fire hands. He went against a band of robbers who mainly attacked rich people, who had been successful more than once. The man hoped that the attackers would be able to bring many levels of equipment and skills from the game. After all, under such conditions, the battle would be truly interesting. But while the man was discussing this, the insect sword flew towards him, intended to pierce his body. However, as soon as the insect sword approached, the man did a somersault and kicked the flying object away. After that, he rolled over and stood up. It was surprising because the bug was moving at a tremendous speed, which meant that the player was even stronger and faster. The man had a hidden profession, source of contagion. He had set up barriers throughout the area, so he could notice any movement. In addition, he was a master of stench. His life's goal was to eat, train, and spread the plague. And now it was time for his move. He jumped at tremendous speed, and the players noted how fast this guy was. The bruiser put up an iron wall so the air cannon's blow was not critical. After that, the man continued to approach the attackers, and urgent measures had to be taken. To stop him, the player used Firefinger, aiming the shot right at his opponent. It seemed that jumping into the line of fire was pure suicide, as there was absolutely no way to escape. But suddenly there was a strange click. The lenses in the player's glasses shattered, and blood flowed from his ears and throat. It turned out that he died only from the shockwave. Apparently, he couldn't withstand the high level of force. The stranger in glasses was very frightened and realized that the defender of this estate was strong. He tried to escape. However, he was caught. There was no point in worrying. He was not going to kill him because he had promised the mistress to spare at least half of their company. He wanted to know where his invisible friend was. Most likely, she was still unconscious. The frightened man said that they had no invisible people. No one possessed such a skill. The guard had just killed 2 of his companions, and there was no one else left in the company with him. Most likely, it was the short woman who had gotten out of the car with them, but she was not with them. The man did not know who the girl was, only that she also traded in life energy and happened to be nearby. A falling magic tower rose from the ruins of the City of Magic. Qin Feng approached it, but something seemed strange to him. The monster guard was nowhere to be seen, and it felt as if someone had arrived here before Qin Feng. Be that as it may, the player decided to check everything himself and entered the building of the falling magic tower. Inside the tower was a rich library, but it was full of traps and resembled a giant maze. Somewhere deep inside the library, a terrible monster was sealed away. Legend said that it was a princess who had been cursed. The terrifying white loot had almost all been collected. Obviously, someone had gone quite far. Qin Feng knew that there must be a teleportation device on the top floor. He searched the shelves and found the book he needed. He pulled out a book titled Postnatal Care for Piglets, and the teleportation magic was immediately activated. The player was able to teleport and now watched what was happening with his own eyes. At that moment, a group of players was fighting a huge monster. It was strange to see that so many people had already reached the tower guard. The players had very weak equipment. It was unclear how they managed to get to this place. Most likely, they were aided by incredible luck. When Hyphen led the people, urging the players not to be afraid and to attack, and to return immediately after resurrection. The man was the leader of the Heavy Industry Guild. This is one of the most powerful guilds in the City of Magic. After leaving the game, teacher Huan Hyopen convinced all the members of her group to invest their savings and exchange energy and create the Heavy Industry Guild. The woman was a mage by profession, and creating portals was one of the most important skills for a mage. Teleportation became possible after the mage created portals at the entry and exit points. Anyone could use the portal until it was closed or destroyed. Hyofin created portals at the respawn point and where the boss was located, so dying players could quickly return to battle. It was a clever move that allowed them to advance quickly. But in the battle with the guardian of the falling tower, the princess, the tactic proved useless. This platinum boss absorbed energy at an incredible speed, and its speed was much higher than that of other monsters. In other words, after dying, players simply did not have time to absorb the lost energy, and if this continued, the boss would reach the emerald level and restore all its health. Shadow approached Lady Huan and said that for 10,000 years, as well as for all the assassin skills and equipment that would drop from this boss, Qin Feng was ready to destroy it. Hyphen guessed that Shadow was standing in front of her. The woman looked at the player with interest. Qin Feng warned that they would not be able to defeat this boss. If the players did not agree to his terms, it would be better to just leave. One of the swordsmen overheard this conversation. He jumped up and started shouting that Shadow had no right to doubt their guild, because they were very strong and capable of many things. Besides, the huge sum that Shadow had requested was completely out of their budget, so it was better for him not to interfere. But before the player could say anything, Qin Feng reached out and covered his mouth. With a slight movement of his hand, Qin Feng threw the player into the portal. Immediately after that, he used the Blade of the Night Ring and completely destroyed the portal. The player was stuck somewhere in the middle. Lady Huan apologized for her warrior's actions. She understood that he was wrong and that Shadow had the right to teach him a lesson, but she wanted to know why he had destroyed her portal. Qin Feng replied only that she would soon understand everything. But for 10,000 years of exchange energy, he was ready to help her. Han Hyphen did not agree to Shadow's terms, so the player disappeared, leaving the guild to fend for itself. Without getting upset at all, Qin Feng left the tower. He knew that the boss could level up, and if the portal wasn't destroyed, all these guys would be completely wiped out. The destruction of the Heavy Industry Guild didn't particularly bother the player, but 10,000 years of exchange energy wouldn't go amiss. Soon, a terrible sound rang out from the top of the falling tower. Qin Feng's calculations were correct. The exchange energy of the remaining players was enough to upgrade the boss, and the flash at the top of the tower was a sign that the upgrade had taken place. But this was even better, because when the boss reached the Emerald rank, Qin Feng would be able to receive a more valuable reward. The player was riding his wolf through the city when he received a message from Guling. She said that she had found Donphan Ming and was ready to share all the information with Qin Feng. They met at the guest cemetery, and the girl told him everything she had managed to find out. Dongfang Ming was in a country estate and was guarded by a very strong warrior, an excellent close combat fighter with amazing strength and speed. He was able to detect the girl even when she was invisible. This warrior possessed the hidden skill, Source of Contagion. He attacked with farts with a range of up to 10 meters. The player could also regenerate, and when he reached the maximum level, he would become practically immortal. But he also had weaknesses. Qin Feng said that the Source of Contagion skill strengthened the body but destroyed the mind. This was the player's weakness. Qin Feng said that the girl's class at the second level would be able to take on a new form. Now Guling had received the Yellow Spring Aura, which looked very intimidating. Qin Feng instructed the girl to level up her profession as quickly as possible so that she could break the game. Guling listened carefully to Shadow's recommendations and asked if he knew anything else about her profession. Shadow replied that the game was very complex and confusing. It was essential to carefully study what was happening around her while leveling up. He also recommended paying more attention to cultivation, observing the environment, accumulating knowledge, and using it wisely. Guling listened attentively to the advice and was very motivated. She understood why Shadow was so strong. He always assessed the situation realistically. Qin Feng said that the guest cemetery was the best place to level up. Monsters here regenerate very quickly, and the girl would be able to improve her unique weapon. There was only one drawback. The place was quite dangerous. The monsters in the bone graveyard were 3 times stronger than usual. But if the player has the right skills, at that moment, Shadow suddenly darted to the side. Then the player can easily attack the monster's weak spots and quickly destroy them. And indeed, something almost unbelievable happened before Guling's eyes. All the monsters were killed. Qin Feng was next to the girl in the next second, put his hand on her shoulder, and advised her to give it her all. After all, that was the only way she could make her dream come true. The next moment, the shadow disappeared, and Guling did not have time to say or even think about anything. The girl was very surprised and immediately decided that it was just her imagination playing tricks on her. At the moment when the shadow mentioned revenge, he exuded an incredible thirst for murder. At the same time, the situation in the ruins of Shanghai was tense. Dark Plum sat completely exhausted under a tree, her donkey also unable to move from fatigue. Dark Plum was very hungry, but she had almost explored the entire area and had only a little left to investigate. At that moment, an unfamiliar fruit fell right at her feet. Dark Plum was delighted, picked up the fruit, and began to examine it. It looked like an ordinary plum. The girl tasted it and soon closed her eyes in pleasure. The fruit was very tasty. In addition, after eating the plum, she noticed that her experience had increased by 50. Dark Plum looked around and saw that there were quite a lot of fruits lying around, unwanted by anyone. She immediately began to eat them. She was very hungry, and it was always nice to increase her experience. Captain Anyu was already beginning to worry about where Dark Plum had gone. The players gathered on the dead coast where it turned out that Shadow had captured Mon Nailing, and they needed to figure out what was going on. Dark Plum checked the map and found that she was very close. Mon Nailing turned out to be a complete idiot. No one wanted to work with him, and he was only tolerated because of his influential relatives. Dark Plum continued to eat fruit, which soon led her to the dead coast and a strange monster. The girl looked around the coast and saw a huge monster sitting right in the middle. Several players were lying near the monster, including Mon Nailing. Everything looked very strange. The monster grabbed the players and devoured them. It was Master Fragrance. He was level 20 and had an emerald rank. The monster devoured not only players but also other monsters. Dark Plum watched in horror as the monster dealt with everyone. In addition, the Master Fragrance was cooking something in a cauldron, adding ingredients from other monsters and players. Dark Plum thought that the monster was gathering parts from other monsters to create something new. At that moment, representatives of Captain Anyu's team asked Dark Plum if she had seen the boss in Mon Nailing. The girl confirmed that the boss was simply terrifying. It seemed to be devouring other monsters, but for some reason did not attack the players. It looked very strange. Anyu suggested simply observing the monster. It was emerald ranked and the players would not be able to handle it, so they would need to call for help. While the players discussed the situation, the monster crouched in a strange position that reminded everyone of something familiar. It shook slightly from tension and effort, and soon balls began to fall out of it. But these weren't just balls. They were those very plums. Dark Plum was in shock. She opened her mouth trying to get her whole life back. Wang Ming said, "Is that you, Black Goblin?" The girl felt disgusting. She couldn't believe she had eaten such filth and didn't know how to get rid of everything that had accumulated inside her. Dark Plum screamed desperately, attracting the boss's attention. Wang Ming and An Yu, as if zombified, began to scream that they wanted to eat and were terribly hungry. After that, the players rushed to the vats full of the boss's concoction. They began to stuff themselves with food, as if they had never eaten before. This was called eating what you can't eat. Wang Ming and An Yu didn't chew their food, gaining weight literally before our eyes. Dark Plum watched this. She saw her companions gorging themselves, but for some reason, the monster's power had no effect on her. When Wang Ming became very fat, the monster picked him up with 2 fingers and brought him to one of its jaws. The monster dropped the player into its mouth and began to chew with relish. Dark Plum realized that she needed to call someone for help urgently, but unfortunately, they were already the most elite squad. She knew she would have to ask Shadow for help again. The girl contacted him and told him that the group had encountered an emerald soul-devouring boss who wanted to eat Wang Min and An Yu right now. It turned out that Qin Feng needed a soul devourer. He decided that Dark Plum brought him luck and asked her to send him the coordinates so he could go to her aid immediately. After clearing the magic tower, the player received the keys to 3 other platinum shelters in Shanghai. Now it was time to deal with the soul devourer and wait for the Princess of Despair to complete her upgrade. Dark Plum was happy. Shadow had finally arrived and her friends would be saved. The girl pointed to the boss and said that he had already eaten Wang Ming and An Yu. They needed to be rescued urgently. After that, the boss sat down again, and Ma Naling, now in the form of a plum, fell out of him. If the boss was not stopped now, the same fate awaited Wang Min and An Yu. The Soul Devourer was a servant of the insatiable ancient god. He sucked all the exchange energy out of his victims, and with the help of the god's whisper, made the players experience an insatiable hunger. The players began to eat more and more, after which the boss devoured the fattest one. The only way to avoid the curse was to eat his excrement. Qin Feng had heard that it tasted quite tolerable, but since Dark Plum had escaped the curse, it seemed she had already tried it. Nothing more needed to be said. The girl burst into bitter tears, and Shadow went to rescue her companions. Qin Feng approached the boss and threw a plum with Ma Naling inside at it. The player pressed the plum hard into the monster's stomach, and the beast vomited the eaten players back out. The fat and slobbery Wang Ming and An Yu fell to the ground. Qin Feng activated Death's Gift and Shadow Slash, dealing damage to the boss. Soon his strength was fully restored, and Shadow decided to test the Crimson Blade in action. It was incredible. Shadow was the first in the world to defeat the Emerald Boss, dealing 1 million damage in one go. Dark Plum was once again convinced that her idol was the coolest. News of the victory over the Emerald Boss spread throughout the game, and players discussed who the ancestor of this great player was. Qin Feng gained many useful skills, but he also gained access to the Devourer bloodline. The bloodline is a special system in the game. It can be obtained by defeating major monsters. By obtaining a bloodline compatible with your class, you can significantly increase your combat power. The Devourer bloodline was activated, and now all strength points, physical damage, and other stats increased automatically. In addition, there was a Soul Devourer lineage skill that allowed him to absorb any class skill, which made it possible to change the level of characteristics. There was also the Great Clan bloodline skill, which allowed him to absorb enemy projectiles and increase his health depending on the level of damage from the projectile. In other words, Qin Feng could now absorb the skills of his enemies, improving his stats, and each point of strength became more valuable. The young man received a bronze poison blade from one of the bosses. It could reflect enemy weapons, but it was not particularly useful. Qin Feng decided to test his new skill by using Soul Devourer on the poison blade. It seemed that the power had increased slightly. Strange, the absorbed skill had become passive. Perhaps it could be improved. Qin Feng spent his mutation points and turned the bronze poison blade into a legendary one. Now each point of strength increased 5-fold. If this continued in the later stages of the game, Qin Feng's stats would be thousands of times higher than those of other players. Wang Ming, An Yu, and several other players thanked Shadow for saving them. If he hadn't intervened, they would all have ended up like Ma Naling. Dark Plum was happy. She rushed to hug the captain, saying that she was still beautiful, because beauty did not depend on weight. The captain said that, unfortunately, there was no money to pay Shadow at the moment. However, the player asked for help finding some assassin skill books. Captain Ann confirmed that they would fulfill his request. After that, Shadow said goodbye to the players and disappeared. The captain ordered her subordinates not to tell anyone about what had happened. Everyone decided it was better to keep quiet about their shame. Let's see what was happening in the falling magic tower at the moment when Qin Feng jumped off it. The players of the Heavy Industry Guild continued to damage the boss of the falling tower. They saw that the boss had only 1/3 of its health left. Huan Hyofen ordered her healer to activate the Tree of Life. The portal had been destroyed, the players needed to survive, and the Tree of Life allowed them to restore the life energy of their teammates. After that, the players began attacking the boss again, realizing that their health was no longer in danger. The guild had already begun to celebrate their victory. The boss's health was almost at 0, which meant they had managed to capture the refuge. The tower boss continued to resist, but the players finished him off under the influence of the Tree of Life. The monster already looked almost like an angel who had come to bring happiness to all of humanity. But suddenly something lit up with a bright flame inside this innocent form. All the players on the tower froze, stunned by what was happening. there was a powerful explosion, seemingly capable of tearing off part of the tower. And in the place where the boss-falling tower had been just a moment ago, a magical egg appeared in a stand. The color of despair illuminated everything around it. The monster had reached Emerald rank level 30. The next moment, Huan Hiofen found herself in her refuge. Silver rank with a little house and a humanoid tree. Surprised and frightened, the player ran up to the woman. "Why did you come back? Why are all the players dead since they were fighting the boss?" Hyphen was very sad. She said that she had almost destroyed the boss, but suddenly all his life energy was restored, and he turned into a huge egg. After that, the boss used an incredibly powerful skill and literally incinerated all the players. Hyphen remembered her conversation with Shadow. He was right. The boss's life energy had been restored, and his level had immediately increased. It turned out that Shadow knew about this in advance, so he warned the woman that her tactic would fail and the Platinum boss would turn into the Emerald boss. They couldn't defeat such a boss. The Heavy Industry Guild had no choice but to turn to Shadow for help. The Emerald rank boss turned out to be an egg of despair. Qin Feng had never seen the form change so much when upgrading to the Emerald rank. It didn't feel like the egg had powerful attack capabilities. Perhaps it was just a transitional phase. Qin Feng activated Shadow Slash and began to damage the egg. The boss's health level was almost like that of an epic. The player realized that this was a very strange thing and that it couldn't be allowed to turn into an even more deadly monster. Qin Feng saw no problem in simply destroying the egg, even despite its high HP. The egg had no anti-stealth skills and couldn't detect Shadow. He just had to keep attacking and wait for more powerful skills to recharge. Qin Feng used the Crimson Blade repeatedly, gradually destroying the egg. No matter how much HP the enemy had, destroying the egg was only a matter of time. And there, lying on the ground, was a beautiful, slender girl. It was a level 1 Princess of Despair, completely weak and defenseless. Qin Feng might assure it was really her. The legend of the princess cursed by the White Dragon turned out to be true. The girl's HP was only 10. The Shadow had to kill her to defeat the boss. But when the player did so, the sky above the tower turned black, and terrible sounds rang out. The head of a white dragon appeared out of the darkness. The cursed white dragon Arthas had a mythical rank and was level 100. It was impossible to imagine how to deal with such a monster. Qin Feng stood before the monster like a mouse before an elephant. The difference in levels was enormous. He saw the mythical rank of the monster and did not understand where such a powerful boss had come from at this stage of the game. The legend of the princess cursed by the white dragon turned out to be true. It was a hidden boss. The huge demonic monster bowed its giant head to the princess. The girl looked into the monster's eyes with complete calm and without fear, and only the beating of her heart could be heard in the air. In desperation, the princess threw herself from the top of the tower toward the white dragon. It was clear that she would die in the next moment. The terrible creature was about to eat her. The princess flew up to the demon's head and pressed her cheek against it, as if kissing the dragon's muzzle. Only the beating of her heart could be heard. Gradually, the white demonic dragon began to disappear, although no one could resist it or harm it. When the white dragon completely disappeared, a huge red curling heart fell in its place. It all looked strange, even to Qin Feng. The young man interrupted the resurrection process of the ancient god of the seas and obtained the cursed heart. It was frozen in time and would beat until the ancient god of the seas appeared. Qin Feng didn't know what to do with the heart. If he used it, the player would gain powerful skills, but the heart would become a parasite and eventually completely consume the body. He decided not to take any chances and began to squeeze the heart in his hand, intending to destroy it. The player squeezed the heart, but suddenly it began to glow brightly. A bright flash illuminated everything around him, and the player felt himself being teleported somewhere. But it turned out that it wasn't teleportation. The obelisk was still in place. It was something else. Qin Feng noticed that his body had changed. He didn't understand what was happening. Perhaps it was a new test. At that moment, the princess ran up to him and asked, "Where is Artes going again?" The guy replied that he had learned that the enemies had summoned a giant octopus and wanted to use it to attack the port city, and he, as the guardian of the kingdom, had to help defend it. But the princess was very angry. Artes had deceived her again because he had promised to teach her wind magic. Artes replied that he would return early in the morning and give her a lesson, but the princess was indignant. "I'm not a child. The journey to the coast will take 7 days and nights. You won't be back in time today." The princess said that her father had always deceived her, and now Artes was doing the same. All men were the same. "All men are nasty liars who only think about themselves," she continued, while Artes tried with all his might to calm her down. He gave the princess a scale of promises and said that if he broke the promise sealed with the scale, he would lose his wings forever. The princess did not want him to make such promises. She did not want Artes to be left without wings. But the boy thought the princess was worrying for nothing. He had excellent strong wings, very fast, and he never broke his promises. Soon, a pair of gorgeous, white, powerful, and huge wings grew behind the boy's back. The princess was delighted. It wasn't the first time she had witnessed this process, but she was still amazed at how cool it was. Artes waved goodbye to the princess, promising to return and have lunch together. Instead of himself, he left 3 shadows to keep the princess company. In a moment, the white dragon, a young man with dragon wings, flew high into the sky. The princess waved goodbye and wished him a safe journey. She saw how hard Artemis was trying and understood that she had to match him. The princess ordered the shadows to follow her and began preparing for a festive feast so that everything would be ready for Artemis's return. Qinfeng suggested that this might have been the Princess of Despair and the White Dragon, memories sealed inside the cursed heart. The princess and her guards were gathering mushrooms and flowers in the nearby forest. Suddenly, a white rabbit ran past her, and the girl chased after it. She spent the whole day in the forest, and now evening had come, with the sunset painting everything in golden light. A real feast was prepared in the castle. Chicken bones stewed with poisonous mushrooms, fish scales, and all of Arte's favorite dishes. The princess eagerly awaited his return, imagining how happy he would be and how much he would enjoy eating. The girl waited so long at the table that she didn't even notice when she fell asleep. She was awakened by the servants. It was late, time to retire to her chambers. The hour of evening prayer was approaching, and soon the midnight bells would ring. The princess finally woke up and realized how late it was. She did not understand where Artes was and why he had not returned. A servant informed her that the battle had been fierce and that General Artes would not be able to return on time. The princess couldn't believe it. Art was the guardian of the kingdom, and to him, enemies were like lambs to a wolf. It was said that the enemies had used tens of thousands of years of exchange energy to summon a terrible underwater monster with a body covered in hundreds of eyes and tentacles on which a small city could be placed. At the sight of this creature, an ordinary person would go mad. The battle with it promised to be incredibly difficult, even for Artes. The princess listened to the servant in horror when she suddenly heard a crunch. In her hands, she held the fish scales that Artes had left as a pledge that he would return before the end of the day. The princess knew that if Artes did not return before the first stroke of midnight, he would lose his wings. She had to tell her father about this, because he could lift the curse. The girl ran quickly, dragging her old teacher behind her. There was no time to waste. If Artes lost his wings in the middle of battle, he would die. The princess threw open the door to her father's chambers and was stunned to see who was there. Artes stood there safe and sound and asked, "Where are you rushing off to?" The girl rushed to him, hugging him and thanking the gods that he had returned alive. Artes replied that he had promised her he would return, and that was why he was there. The girl wept tears of relief. The old teacher was also glad to see General Artes. Everyone knew that the battle would be difficult. Artes admitted that it had not been easy, but they had managed. There were few enemies left, and the army would now be able to cope without him. After that, the young man went to the table, saying that he was very hungry, especially since the princess had prepared everything herself. Artes pounced on the food. The fish scales were fragrant. The mushrooms were amazingly crispy. The princess asked him not to rush and to chew thoroughly. The old teacher watched thoughtfully. He knew that the royal guard could defeat anyone, but still something felt strange. The next morning came. The princess was summoned, and Arte announced that it was time to begin the lesson. But the princess looked very tired and couldn't stop yawning. Artes asked, "What's wrong? Shall we postpone the lesson until tomorrow?" The princess replied that she had been preparing all day, but wanted to learn air magic. She didn't have the strength now, so maybe Artes could just turn into a dragon and give her a ride. The boy said that the king had strictly forbidden such dangerous journeys, but the princess continued to make a scene. She was tired and had cooked a lot, and Artes did not want to take her for a ride. Artes could no longer tolerate her hysterics. He agreed to give the princess a ride, but asked her not to say a word to her father. And then the magic began. Artes began to glow and transform. In a few minutes, he was no longer a man, but had turned into a huge and powerful white dragon. He bowed his head so that the princess could climb on him and warned her to be careful and not to forget about safety. When the princess sat down on his back, the white dragon told her to hold on tight because they were about to take off. And indeed, the white dragon flew over the surrounding area with the princess on its head. Fields, forests, mountains, rivers, lakes, and meadows floated beneath them. The princess was amazed by what she saw. At last, she understood what Artes had seen when he flew high in the sky. The white dragon asked the girl if she liked what was happening. She replied that it was amazing. They flew over the earth for a long time, and the princess asked if Artes would always protect this place. The white dragon nodded affirmatively, and the princess thanked him for his kindness. The whole day passed unnoticed. In the evening, Artes put the exhausted princess to bed, covered her with a blanket, and left her bedroom. In the hallway, he met the king, who asked if Artes was seriously injured and was surprised. Was the monster really that strong? The young man replied that he was fine. He just needed some time to recover. He had incinerated the octopus with his dragon's flame and now needed to recover. The king explained that the Empire of Mariaga had created this monster using a sinister ritual and that he could feel a wave of dark energy spreading across the continent. Artes said he was ready to follow the king anywhere, because in such a situation, everyone had to be prepared for anything. Artes' armor lay on the floor, splattered with blood. Artes himself was kneeling in the middle of the bedroom, unable to get up. He was coughing up blood, and it seemed as if he was about to cough up all his insides. Suddenly, he felt a terrible pain in the middle of his chest, as if his heart were about to burst. 5 years had passed, and hordes of terrible monsters were destroying everything in their path, fighting everyone in sight. The warriors tried to hold back their attacks, but the enemy army was made up entirely of monsters. The warriors barely had time to run away before they fell victim to the giant monsters. One of the giant goblins simply walked across the ground and crushed people with his giant feet as if they were ants. The king watched what was happening and realized that danger was inevitable. The enemy was already approaching. He had aged greatly, for the war was extremely difficult, and the empire of Mariaga had literally gone mad. Monsters eager to destroy the world had taken over everything around them. The princess ran headlong, calling out to Artes and not trying to appear aloof. She shouted that the enemy army was already in the city. She reported that the army consisted entirely of nightmarish monsters and begged the royal guard to save the kingdom because all the people needed him. Artes listened to the princess's pleas and said that he wanted to meet her because the magic tower was impregnable and it was better for her to stay there. The princess agreed to stay, but asked Artes to destroy all the enemies. However, he replied that he would only protect the princess. The girl could not believe her ears. How could that be, since Artes was the guardian of the kingdom? The capital was about to fall because the enemies were already exterminating even ordinary citizens. The princess begged Artes to turn into a white dragon and incinerate all the monsters with his fire. It was not difficult for him. Artes explained that 5 years ago, the Empire of Mariaga had performed a forbidden, sinister ritual. It was called the Curse of the Gods. In exchange for life energy, monsters could be summoned, and the more energy was absorbed, the more terrifying the monsters became. The ritual was ancient and had not been used for a long time. Its essence was the exchange of life energy for the appearance of a monster. No one in their right mind would dare to do this. For the Empire of Mariaga, this ritual was their only hope, as their state was located on an archipelago surrounded by powerful neighbors. At the same time, the land is rich in resources, and a powerful magical plant grows there, the blood flower. The blood flower grows only in the Empire of Mariaga and significantly increases the life energy of its inhabitants. It lives for about 700 years. The energy of the inhabitants would be enough to engulf the entire continent in a wave of terror. To end the endless wars, the empire sent envoys to various countries, signing special contracts with them to ensure their loyalty. When the weaker side received the ambassadors, the situation changed dramatically. Mariaga thought that this would ensure balance and peace, but she underestimated human malice. After the ambassadors arrived, the other countries perceived Mariaga as a threat and concluded a secret agreement to completely destroy the inhabitants of the empire. Curses, epidemics, and invasions by enemy hordes descended upon the empire. The endless invasions led to the disappearance of the blood flower. Thus, Mariaga lost its most valuable asset, the petals of the blood flower. This was the beginning of the end. A brutal invasion began, homes were destroyed, and inhabitants were mercilessly exterminated. No riches were to fall into the hands of the enemies, even if they had to be destroyed. The true cause of all disasters. In the pitch darkness, the dying inhabitants of Mariaga clung to their last hope. The curse of the gods was more of a curse than a ritual. People gave up all their life energy, and terrifying monsters emerged from their bodies, whose goal was to destroy humanity. Artes told the princess all this and summed up. This was the true cause of the disasters. He could no longer transform into a dragon. Now Artes turned into a monster, and his face began to be covered with blisters. The princess was shocked by what she heard. She was frightened not only by the monsters, but also by Artes. Artes added that very little was known about the Empire of Mariaga. They were better known as the Dragon Clan, and their ambassadors were called the Guardians of the Kingdom. Darkness had already spread across the continent, and humanity was facing its end. The only thing Artes wanted to do now was to protect the princess. Indeed, giant monsters were already standing at the palace gates, grabbing people and devouring them whole. Nothing and no one could stop these hordes, which had literally flooded the area. The monsters were growing in number, the capital had already fallen, and the king still refused to retreat. The king understood that if the magic tower fell, it would be impossible to protect the people and stop the monsters. He had no other choice. And so he was forced to defend himself with weapons, which meant that his army was no more. The king was not young, and the giant monsters possessed enormous strength. But now his thoughts were elsewhere. When the king met Artes, they looked like they were the same age. Now they were both over 100 years old. Once they were inseparable, fighting together, drinking and talking about everything under the sun. Over time, the king began to age while Artes remained young and cheerful. He would never be able to understand the difficult problems the king faced. Artes would never be able to fully understand people, just as people could never understand a creature named Artes. This continued until the king had a daughter, the most angelic little angel imaginable. Something changed in Artes' heart. He loved the child as if she were his own, and sometimes the king even felt jealous. But then a giant, monstrous monster appeared before the old king, and he knew he couldn't defeat it. The king was dying, and in the last moments of his life, he realized his mistakes. A powerful explosion rang out in the palace, visible and audible throughout the entire circle. The princess, standing at the top of the falling tower, looked toward the palace, trying to understand what had happened. Artes confirmed that the capital had fallen and the monsters would soon be there. At that moment, the sky began to fill with huge flying monsters, and it became clear that they were approaching sooner than expected. The monsters flew up to the tower but could not get inside. It turned out that the magical tower was protected by a powerful barrier, and it was difficult for the monsters to get inside. At that moment, a frail old man called out to the princess. She recognized him as her old teacher. The teacher informed her that the king had ordered General Artes to take the princess away from the tower. Artes confirmed that he would use wind magic to send the princess to a safe place, where she would be met. The teacher explained that the king had died, but had planned ahead. When the capital fell, the princess would be taken to neighboring kingdoms. The princess was upset by the news of her father's death, but she was also concerned about whether General Artes would go with her. Artes replied that he had nowhere to run. These monsters were once part of his people, and if he left, he would be considered a monster everywhere he went. He understood that he had to stay with his people until the end. Of course, Artes was different in character and did not approve of his people's methods, but such was his fate. At that moment, the princess rushed to Artes. She begged him to let her become a dragon knight, because the house was her responsibility too. The princess wanted to defend her home to the last. She was already quite skilled in the use of wind magic. The girl proposed a contract, and it was sealed with a firm handshake. Artes smiled like a child, realizing that he would not be able to change the princess's mind, and, as always, gave her a string of promises. The princess was surprised that such serious agreements could be made so easily. Artes looked at the princess with love and said that they would never meet again. The next moment, Artes threw the princess into the arms of her teacher. His guard stood between Artes and the princess, not allowing anyone to approach. Artes said that he trusted the princess to the teacher and that he must fulfill his promise. But suddenly something terrible happened. The old teacher turned into a monster, pierced the princess with his hand, and ripped out her heart, saying that she should be with her people, not with the dragon. The old teacher managed to warn Artes to be careful, because the curse affected not only the inhabitants of Marega, and at that moment a monstrous octopus devoured the princess's heart. Artes was unable to move from the horror and pain that paralyzed his heart. He had once abandoned his people for the princess, but now he was unable to protect her. The octopus wanted to know if it was enough to satisfy its thirst for revenge by eating the person Artes loved most. The warrior defenders, who were always by Artes' side, attacked the octopus, using merciless shadow killing. After that, Artes picked up the princess in his arms, even though she was almost dead. The poor princess lay in her dragon's arms. Instead of a heart, there was a hole through her chest and the name Artes was frozen on her lips. The cut octopus was still alive. He said that the life energy sacrificed by the people of Maregi was only the tip of the iceberg necessary to summon his true body, but even that was only one of his incarnations. The names of this monster were already everywhere. When the time came, it would destroy its temporary shell, like the body of an old man, and break free. The monsters that had broken free from the bodies of the Maregi people had already spread throughout the world. The curse had also touched Artes and his beloved princess, who could also turn into monsters. Artes will turn into a monster and kill the princess with his own hands. Right now, he hated himself for his helplessness, but soon he would hate the people who had arranged this even more. Artes' heart was filled with hatred, anger, and despair, but he could still change the course of events. The octopus declared that he was Cthulhu, the almighty ancient god of this world, and now sensed internal contradictions within Artes. Cthulhu could not only help destroy all the monsters, but also ensure that Artes would always be with the princess. To do this, it was necessary to make a deal with Cthulhu and give him his heart. Poor Artes sat at the top of the tower, pondering his future. He could die with the princess in the tower surrounded by monsters, or he could let her become a dragon knight so that they could defend the kingdom together. Cthulhu said that the life energy of the body he was in was almost gone, so there was little time left to think. Artes stood up, holding the dead body of his beloved princess close to him. Cthulhu was pleased. The white dragon had made the right choice, and now his heart belonged to the ancient god. The almighty Cthulhu blessed the white dragon's heart, and now it would beat forever. The girl Artes loved would receive this heart, gain the power of the ancient god, and be able to awaken again. Even if the white dragon lost its heart, it would not die or turn into a monster. It will forever remain the guardian of its princess and stay by her side. A powerful glow illuminated the top of the falling tower, and all the monsters around it raised their heads in surprise. At the top of the tower sat a huge, terrifying white dragon, growling viciously. Then the dragon opened its mouth and scorched the entire area with fire. Thanks to Cthulhu's blessing, Ars was able to rid the kingdom of monsters. The monstrous giant monsters were literally burned alive, and nothing could save them. The princess looked somewhat different than usual. Her appearance was becoming increasingly demonic. The powerful ancient god admitted that the princess would become his, but Cthulhu had too little energy to use the dragon's body. Now he could not even stay in a human body for long. But thanks to the white dragon taking his side, he received a huge amount of life energy. Soon the kingdom was almost completely cleared of monsters, but the princess still did not understand why her dragon had not returned. But then the girl saw two scales of promise that had fallen right in front of her. One promise scale was given by the white dragon, promising never to meet the princess again. The second promise scale said that the white dragon would always protect the royal tower. The dragon made these vows before making a deal with Cthulhu. He foresaw the powerful god's plan and decided to seal himself in the tower. This dragon chose to remain an immortal undead creature rather than serve Cthulhu. Therefore, the ancient god made the tower his refuge and sucked the life energy out of everyone who came there. When Cthulhu returns and takes over the world, The stars will fall from the sky, the seas will turn into a desert. Thousands of years have passed, and before my eyes flashed a scene where the monster's hand ripped the heart from the chest of a beautiful princess. And then there were scenes of battles with the powerful ancient god Cthulhu, and a knight, a white dragon, who was unable to save his beloved princess. And now on the falling tower, Qin learned the whole story. The player assumed that this was probably the backstory of the game world. The story seemed so real that Qin not only learned the backstory of the bosses, but also seemed to have learned some kind of moral lesson. The guy saw a shadow moving around him, traveling from one country to another. It turned out that Qin had acquired the magic rank skill, Killing Shadow. He could create shadow clones with the same abilities as Qin himself. Creating clones required tremendous moral strength to protect loved ones. From the dragon's memories, Qin could also increase his power hundreds of times over. It is not surprising that this skill has a mythical rank. Its power is almost unimaginable. The notification said that the player had received the key to the Magic Spire shelter, as well as a bunch of mutation points, gear, experience, and level ups. In addition, Qin received the key to the Skull City Refuge and a map of this place, which he had never heard of before. Judging by the map, the City of Skulls was located in the territory of the Manga Empire. It was located in the homeland of the White Dragon. There were probably many secrets and treasures hidden there. Qin could only get there after reaching level 20. Qin didn't have far to go, but he decided to sell the key first. In the shelter, in a house with a humanoid tree, the players of the Heavy Industry Guild gathered. They wanted to figure out what to do next, because it was impossible for them to defeat the Emerald Boss. The guild members suggested asking Shadow for help. When Hyofin said they had no choice, she promised to contact her people in Shanghai who were well acquainted with Shadow and would help establish contact. But right during the meeting, a shadow appeared behind the president. He said that there was no need for complications. They could negotiate without intermediaries. The players couldn't believe their eyes and didn't understand how the shadow had gotten into their hideout. After all, it was basically impossible. The shadow assured them that there was no need to worry. If the player had wanted to kill them, he would have done so long ago. Besides, the hideout had a barrier. Otherwise, anyone could have easily gotten in. President Huan had already regained her composure and asked what exactly the player meant by deal. Qin showed the woman the key and explained that he was referring to the Magic Spire Refuge. He wanted to know if the Heavy Industry Guild still needed it. The players realized that the shadow had killed the Emerald Boss and earned the key, but it seemed impossible to them. President Huan confirmed that they really needed the refuge and asked how much the player wanted for it. Qin named his price, 1,000 years. The player was angry. It turned out that this cunning shadow had calculated everything in advance and was now mocking them. However, President Huan immediately agreed to the condition and thanked the player. The swordsman could not calm down. He accused the shadow of the fact that Qin had first attacked him, closed the portal, and deprived them of reinforcements. And now he was trying to sell the refuge for a huge price. Hun Haofin tried to stop her son and calm him down. But the young man was furious. He believed that the shadow should not be allowed to treat them this way. This key rightfully belonged to the guild, and it was not worth paying for. Qin asked the young man what he wanted. Hong Zihin demanded that the shadow give them the key and compensate them for the exchange energy. In that case, the guild would pretend that nothing had happened. Qin turned to the president and said that she had a very clever son. The shadow confirmed that everything would be exactly as the young man wanted. Qin assigned the guild 1,800 years of exchange energy, not a day less. Zikin was happy and showed his mother how to talk to scammers. But suddenly, he noticed the shadow's last sentence. Qin explained that he wanted to build a business relationship with the guild. So when they attacked him, he did nothing. But now there would be no discounts. In the next moment, his mother's powerful blow knocked her son out before he could say anything. The woman ordered her assistant to take Zikin away so that he could level up and not return until the president personally summoned him. The son continued to threaten the shadow, shaking the air with his weak fists. President Huan apologized to the shadow, saying she was sorry she hadn't been able to raise her son to be a decent person. The answer remained the same. Qin did not like to repeat himself for 1,800 years. The woman was desperate. The amount was fair because in Shanghai, the shadow had sold the refuge for 2,000 years, but now her guild had suffered heavy losses and could not pay the entire amount at once. Qin agreed to meet her halfway. The guild would pay 1,000 years now and the remaining amount in 10 days. After that, the agreement was concluded, and the guild leader transferred the necessary amount to Qin. Shadow handed over the key to the hideout, said goodbye, and disappeared. He understood that this guild had potential and would one day become one of the most influential forces. President Huan announced that the guild would use the Magic Spire as its main base. Half of each guild member's income would be used to pay off the debt. It was a large sum, but necessary for the future. The players were understanding and willing to work toward the common goal. The guild president's son was the most dissatisfied. Although he was told that he had done the wrong thing, the young man believed that the shadow should pay for everything. Information appeared about the nearby silver boss, a spider with a human face. Everyone had to prepare for battle. The healer immediately went to help because the boss used poison, and a spell had to be prepared against it. Hong Ziswan took advantage of the fact that the players were busy and escaped from their supervision. The player didn't want to deal with this nonsense and couldn't stand seeing Xiaoqi anymore. He didn't understand why his mother constantly made them work together. In Zichen's opinion, the entire heavy industry guild consisted of people who were afraid of rapid progress. They simply did not understand the essence of the game. To level up, you have to use every opportunity. Everyone around him thought Zichen was an idiot, but he understood that if he used his advantages wisely, he could surpass even a shadow. In one of the emerald chests, Zichen found a magical vessel, a vase from the abyss. By putting your hand in it, you could get a random skill. The player obtained the Curse of the Marionette, an epic spell that allowed him to take complete control of any corpse and use its skills while alive. Zichen decided to kill the shadow and take control of its body. Abysses can grant incredible power, but one must remember, if you stare into the abyss for too long, the abyss begins to stare back at you. In the demonic capital at the Bone Graveyard, the destruction of monsters and undead continued. Guling took the task she received from the shadow very seriously. She spent a lot of time here, but finally gained enough experience. Now Guling had significantly improved her performance and was ready to meet the shadow. The girl received the Chain Blade of the Underworld, strengthened her evil spirit, and gained a psychic attack that allowed her to create illusions for her opponents. In addition, Guling now possessed the Touch of the Underworld, which allowed her to track enemies by smell. With her new abilities, Guling was confident that she could easily defeat Master Stench and that Donphan Ming would finally meet his end. Chine Feng received a notification. The girl had reached the 2nd rank. She promised to repay him for his help, and after sending a message, immediately logged out of the game. Most likely, Guling had gone to carry out her revenge. She was a determined girl. In her past life, Guling had already tried to take revenge. But due to her soft-heartedness, she failed to finish off her enemy. Soon, Guling's identity was revealed, and the hunt for her began. The confrontation lasted a long time, and Guling destroyed many high-ranking enemies. However, in the end, she was unable to return to reality and died of exhaustion. These events caused panic in the demon capital that lasted for several months. Guling had a bright future ahead of her, but she was still too young. Due to her impulsiveness, the girl could have gone down a slippery slope. Qin Feng realized that he needed to get out of the game urgently and make sure that Guling had coped and not messed things up. On the outskirts of the demon city, near the Dongfan Ming estate, everything was shrouded in a thick, foul-smelling fog. 2 players were walking along the path, estimating how many days were left before the holidays. The guy wanted to get down from the mountains as soon as possible to find his younger sister. The boys hoped that Lady Dongfan had retained her beauty. The guy with the blue mohawk admitted that he had been thinking about it for a long time too. He hoped that soon they would level up, be able to kill Master Stench, and then have fun with Lady Dongfan. But then his friend opened his mouth and saliva dripped down his collar. In the middle of the foggy stench stood a beautiful lady in a lacy black slip and black stockings. The guys froze in surprise. They didn't understand what the lady was doing, but immediately declared that she was incredibly attractive. The beauty confessed that she was tired of her useless husband. She wanted a worthy man by her side, and now all her hope was pinned on the young men. The young men lost their human form upon hearing this and were ready to tear the whole world apart. It all seemed too unreal. However, as soon as they took another step toward Lady Dongfang, their heads flew off into the distance. Guling, for it was she, became invisible and approached the estate, leaving the strangers lying in front of the porch. Master Stench was calmly dozing at the time, spreading fog around the area, but he immediately sensed that someone had entered his territory. Guling pushed through the foul-smelling fog, trying not to pay attention to him. However, Stinky had already detected her. He possessed great abilities and immediately noticed the girl. The man grabbed Guling and began to strangle her. In addition, a special attack with foul-smelling fog was used, and everything around was blown to pieces by the stench. The man was satisfied. He had filled the area with traps and was just waiting for the girl to get close enough. He wondered who this suicide bomber would be and realized that it was the same little girl who had run away once before. The man noted that the girl had become stronger, and perhaps if she were given more time to train, she could become a worthy opponent. He found this intriguing, but he still wanted to kill her right now. However, he couldn't do it. The man felt that he couldn't stand it anymore. Doubts tore at von Yutka. Kill the girl or let her go. He didn't know what to choose. All this time, the man had been squeezing the girl's throat, and it seemed that he had already strangled her. In fear, he let go of Gulin, and she fell unconscious to the ground. But in the next moment, his body was impaled on a sharp glove made of long blades. Guling was standing behind him. The man couldn't understand what was happening. The girl was dead. It turned out to be an illusion. Now this stinking idiot had to die. He wanted to understand how it happened and where he had slipped up. Gulin said that as soon as the man looked into her eyes, his death became inevitable. The man realized he had lost when he tried to break this girl's neck. Before he died, he admitted that he was dealing with a worthy opponent. Around that time, the windows of the mansion flew open, and Madame Donphan asked what all the noise was about. The woman threatened that if she was not allowed to sleep, she would kill absolutely everyone. Donphan looked down and saw the body of the murdered guard in front of the house. She realized that someone had entered the estate and began to call for help. Guards on all floors posted sentries. They were to protect the lady and find the intruder. The boy woke up, not understanding what was happening. His mother told Nan Tian not to worry. She planned to call his father. The boy told his mother not to be afraid. He could protect her now that he was 18 years old. The woman was happy and hugged her son. If only her husband were half as brave as her son. There was a knock at the door, and mother and son looked at each other in fear. Looking out into the hallway, the woman saw that all the guards were dead. She couldn't understand how this was possible. Could the shadow have found out about her plans? Suddenly, a voice sounded behind her. Someone asked what plans she was talking about. Don Fan Ming didn't understand who had appeared next to her. After all, this girl had never done anything wrong, so why had she come to kill her? Gulin replied that the woman simply did not recognize her and that she should take a closer look at her guest. Gulin took off her hood and looked at Don Fan with her demonic eye. The mistress of the house did indeed recognize the unexpected guest. It was the girl who had already caused her so much stress. However, the woman did not have time to say anything because she was pierced by an arrow. Gulin didn't want to listen anymore. Don Fan Ming had killed her parents, and so the girl decided to kill Don Fan Ming in front of her son. Don Fan said she admitted defeat, but begged Gulin not to touch her son. Gulin found this amusing. How dare this villainess make any requests or bargain? The woman continued with her last ounce of strength, bleeding profusely, saying that it was all her fault and that her son had nothing to do with it. But Gulin didn't want to listen to her. After all, this villainess hadn't thought about the children when she killed the girl's parents. And now there was nothing left of Dongfang Min because she exploded and scattered across the room in bloody pieces. It was all very difficult for everyone involved. Gulin sighed with relief. She had finally achieved her goal and avenged the death of her relatives. The girl did nothing to the boy who had been hiding under the blanket all this time. She left the dead body lying on the floor and left the room. The boy watched Gulin leave and was very grateful to her. Today, the girl had freed him because his mother constantly oppressed him with her control. The boy promised his dog fresh girl meat for dinner tonight. Gulin was walking down the corridor of the huge estate when suddenly some phantom creatures, similar to summon ones, appeared around her. The boy, without taking off his pajamas or leaving his bed, ordered his undead to take the girl alive because he wanted to play with her. The child had a hidden class, Lord of the Undead. The Lord of the Undead did not possess good combat skills, but he could control corpses. The corpses retained all the abilities they had in life. Gulin knew she couldn't handle all these dead people. She was alone against a bunch of strong enemies. But then she saw some light in the window. In the blink of an eye, everything ended happily. Qin Feng held the severed head of the boy in his hands and gave his student another piece of advice. Mercy towards enemies can lead to destruction. Gulin was concussed after flying out of the building and hitting her head. She couldn't understand who this person was. Qin Feng sucked all the life energy out of his slain opponents and said that one should never show the slightest mercy to one's enemies. Gulin thanked her mentor. Today, she had indeed learned one of the most important and vital lessons of her life. The blooming curse unleashed its full power, sucking the energy out of the dead, while Gulin shed tears of happiness because today she was able to avenge her parents. Qin Feng approached the girl and asked what she was going to do. Gulin replied that she should probably die and reunite with her family. Qin Feng said that at such moments, a person feels emptiness when choosing a path. And with that, one must be prepared for this feeling. Gulin remained silent, tears streaming down her face. Qin Feng said that she had to make her own decision about her future, but he wanted to tell her something else. The game can grant incredible power, and it hides many secrets that have yet to be revealed. Perhaps someday, among all these secrets, a way to resurrect the dead will be found. The further players progress in the game, the more possibilities they discover. In any case, if Gulin's only goal was revenge, then Qin Feng's words mean nothing to her. But if the girl is ready to move on, then she must follow Qin Feng. Guling made her choice. She jumped up and ran to catch up with her only friend, companion, and teacher. In the real world, in the refuge of the abode of pure souls, today was neither empty nor lonely. Qin Feng brought Gulin there. He wanted to show her everything and tell her everything about himself. The young man showed and explained that they were now in his refuge. In the real world, it was called the abode of pure souls. The young people went inside the room. Everything was very beautiful. Qin Feng announced that Guling would now live here. A mechanical maid came out to greet them and welcomed her master. Guling was very surprised. Qin Feng ordered the maid to prepare dinner for two and then explained to Gulin that he had created this maid with the help of a divine gift book. The girl had never heard of such a thing, so he had to explain that the skill book helped to create various objects, which made it very useful. When the time came, Gulin would pass a test and receive the same book. At the Su family estate in the City of Magic, after Qin Feng and Guling left, cars arrived. People ran out of them. They were ordered to save everyone they could, especially to try to save the man's wife and children. Su Kun Sang did not understand why his wife had called him in the middle of the night. Who dared to attack at such a time? Especially since everyone knew that the house belonged to a high-ranking officer. The man immediately assumed that it was the work of Shadow. Shadow must have found out about the plan with the fireworks factory, but that was impossible. The military searched the entire estate, but no bodies were found anywhere, nor were any living bodies. The officer reported that apart from traces of a struggle, nothing and no one had been found on the estate. Mr. Su did not understand where his wife and son were, nor where all the servants and guards who were supposed to protect his family were. There was absolutely no one there. This was the same thing that happened to Donfan's family. No bodies were found in the restaurant either. The man was literally crushed when he realized that his son and wife had left him forever. Sukun Sang, unable to hold back his bitter tears, was certain that it was the Shadow who had killed his family, and demanded that a warrant be issued immediately for the Shadow's arrest. The female officer asked why her boss was so sure it was Shadow. But the murder style is exactly the same. My wife's family was killed in exactly the same way, he said. But the girl continued to argue that they had absolutely no evidence that it was the player's Shadow who killed the family, and even less reason to suspect him of the disappearance of Commander Su's loved ones. Although it was possible that Su Kun-sung had some information, perhaps the family had crossed someone, and after that, Shadow decided to take revenge. Su Kun-sang ordered the girl to watch her tongue. Does she suspect me of something? Lee Kin-wang replied that she hadn't thought anything of the sort. It was just that recently, members of the Sky Dome Guild had captured several members of the Dark Dragon Guild and handed them over to the authorities. After interrogation, they confessed that they had attacked Shadow's hideout on Mr. Su's orders. They also said that Mr. Su wanted to lure Shadow to the fireworks factory and then blow it up. The military was going to catch Su Kun-san right at the fireworks factory, but now they had every reason to believe that Don Fan Ming had escaped to avoid punishment. After that, the charges were read out, accusing Mr. Su of abuse of power and preparing a terrorist attack. Two soldiers began to twist the former boss's arms to take him to prison. Su Kun-seng shouted and accused those present, saying that the girl had believed these idiots and now wanted to arrest a representative of the authorities. But these words had no effect on the blonde woman. She said that it didn't matter who Mr. Su was, but now he would answer to the law. The girl also advised him to cooperate with the investigation. If Mr. Su was truly innocent, he would have the opportunity to clear his name later. In the meantime, during the investigation, Su Kun-sang would be taken to prison, and time passes much faster there. Therefore, it was better to prepare for the worst. Mr. Su shouted something like, "You have no right, I will report this to the highest authorities." But the car with the military left the area. A group of people hid in the trees in the park. They watched what was happening. The fact is, they were looking for the man who was shouting the loudest. It was Su Kun-sang. The young people were very pleased and decided that they would gladly carry out their task. The motorcade moved along the roads through the forest. Su Kun-sang believed that he could not simply be put in prison, but Lin Chin-wang said that the man's arrest had been agreed upon with the top leadership. Therefore, he should save his strength, which he would need in the future. No one understood what had happened. However, suddenly the driver completely lost control of the car. For a while, it tried to stay on the road at high speed, but eventually veered off the road into the forest. Everyone was injured, someone's leg was trapped, and it was impossible to move. It soon became clear that the mission was too simple and had been practically accomplished. The stranger was holding Su Kun-san's body at arm's length. The soldiers in the second car ordered the strangers to immediately release the arrested man and raise their hands in surrender. The man smiled slyly. He really liked that his opponents still didn't understand who they were dealing with. At that moment, a player appeared in the second car, where the soldiers were sitting with two powerful sledgehammers in his hands. The man activated the meteor hammer and killed all the passengers in the car with a single blow. Even his comrades were impressed by the guy's strength and power. The strong man returned happy. He loved killing police dogs. The effect of the improvement was simply incredible. The man said that Theodore had given him a card that increased his abilities fivefold. Now at level 10, he was able to gain the strength of level 50. The only thing the strong man regretted was that these soldiers had very little life energy, only 100 years between them all. However, there was no need to worry, because for completing this mission, Theodore would give all participants 1,000 years of exchange energy. The bandits decided it was time to return. With Theodore's help, they would be able to kill the Shadow and avenge Qianshishi. The bandits were about to leave when suddenly the girl who was with them sensed something strange. It seemed to her that there was still someone alive in the car. The stranger activated her fire skill and launched a fireball into the car. After the car exploded, the girl declared that now everything was probably completely clean. The guys praised Meijin, saying she was wonderful, but they still couldn't forget their old friend Qianshishi, with whom they had many memories. Lee Kin-wang was sitting on the ground behind a tree. The girl activated her passive death escape skill, which allowed her to avoid death in case of danger. Li Qian understood everything. These were the remnants of the Alice Guild. Someone named Theodore had ordered them to rescue Su Kun-san. The entire police squad had been destroyed. This needed to be reported to the authorities immediately. Xin Feng and Gulin were in the City of Demons and were approaching the Sky Tower. He told the girl that the NPC protecting this tower was called Mommy. Her real name was Queen of the Waning Moon, Virginia. Before she became the enemy's guardian, she had 2 children who were killed before her eyes. After that, the woman went mad and began to think that her children were still alive. Therefore, within the mission, she asked players to find her son and daughter. However, this task is impossible to complete. Only a boy and a girl who have decided to complete the task together can get anything from her. Virginia will take them for her own children. After that, the difficulty of the task will decrease, and the reward will be more valuable. Therefore, you need to call this NPC Mommy. Guling said that she shouldn't worry. She would just call the NPC Mommy, and he would do the rest. Upon entering the temple, the players saw the moon, and on it was the NPC. The woman greeted the players, saying, "The children have finally returned. I suppose you want the divine scroll." Gulin looked lovingly into the NPC's eyes and replied, "Yes, Mommy." After that, tears flowed from the girl's eyes and she said that she missed her mommy very much. The NPC replied that she had missed them too and would like to give the scroll to the children right away. But according to the rules of this tower, they must pass a test. They had to defeat her avatar, and then the NPC would reward the children. The avatar of the Queen of the Waning Moon was of the Emerald rank, level 20. After receiving their mother's blessing, all of the players' stats increased by 20%. Guling just watched her partner, while Qin Feng became literally blacker than night and activated his most powerful skills. His deadly shadow began to fight against the avatar. Adding another lightning-fast slash, the enemy's life energy began to decline rapidly. And then came the notification that the avatar of the Queen of the Waning Moon had been defeated, the trial had been passed, and all this with just one strike. This time, Qin Feng used 3 clones and 4 deadly needles. It was an incredible skill and an amazing ability. The NPC greeted her children, saying that they had grown up a lot and become strong and brave. She was especially pleased with little Anna, who had grown into a young woman. The NPC handed 9 divine books to her daughter. Guling was very sincere in her feelings, because she really remembered her deceased mother, whom she missed so much. Qin Feng knew that Virginia would continue to meet players, mistaking them for her lost children. But someday she would have to exchange her life for a divine book. After that, she would finally find peace. After that, Mommy turned to the boy and asked what her son needed. Qin Feng asked Mommy for the divine book and the connection bracelet. Virginia held the magic stones in her hands. She said that she now had a divine gift that she was ready to give away along with her life. The woman gave all of this to her son. Qin Feng received the divine book and the communication bracelet, and in return, the young man gave Virginia 150 years of his life. The woman was very surprised. She said she didn't need the years, but Qin Feng said that he wanted Virginia to accept these years. After that, the children said goodbye to their mother, and Virginia advised her daughter to always stay close to her brother, who would protect her. Guling figured that Qin Feng was probably really like a brother to her. The girl ran after Shadow and asked him how she should address him in the future, as master or brother. Qin Feng was unequivocal. He immediately said that she could call him whatever she wanted, but not brother. Guling didn't ask any questions. However, she guessed that Qin Feng had had some negative experience with that word. Qin Feng received a message from Yu, who wanted to know who was on his friends list. This needed to be clarified urgently. And Yu said that there was a serial killer in Shanghai. 7 people had already been killed, and there were rumors that Shadow was involved. The unknown killer murdered his victims at exactly the same time that Shadow entered the real world. He also knew the investigator very well and hid the bodies so that they would not be found immediately. And Yu added that most people believed Shadow was the killer, but she knew he was incapable of such a despicable act. Therefore, it was possible that one of his friends wanted to frame him. Qin Feng said that besides Yu's team, his friends also included the Temple Keeper, the player White Yu, Shili's granddaughter, and a member of the Ghost Spirit Guild. The captain said she would send people to check on these players, but Qin Feng wanted to know where exactly the victims' bodies were. Upon receiving the answer that they were scattered throughout the city, Shadow expressed his desire to investigate the situation himself. Qin Feng turned to his assistant and asked Gulin to log out of the game. He had a task for her. Qin Feng gave the girl a communication bracelet that connects reality and the game world. Riding a wolf, Gulin went to Shanghai and had to find the killer. Someone had framed Qin Feng and arranged everything so that the murders coincided with his online time. It was unlikely that it was one of his friends. Wang Min's team and the government are always notified when someone is in the game. Most likely, that's where the mole is. Guling's touch can track a person by their soul print. She is the best specialist in this field, and she will be sent information about all the murders. Using her mental skills and information, Guling must find the killer. In the real world, in the magical city, one of the hotels was unable to sleep that night. The players completed the task and brought Mr. Theodore Su Kun-san. Theodore thanked Tony for a job well done. The man with a cigar in his teeth turned to the prisoner, saying that they had had a good chat at the party last time. But Theodore couldn't stand the unfair treatment of Su Kun-san, and so asked his friends to bring him in. Su Kun-san recognized Theodore. It was Theodore from the government. Su Kun-san recognized the men who had brought him here. They were China's most wanted criminals, connected to Shishi's disappearance. Only one thing was unclear: who Theodore worked for, the Shadow or the Chinese government. But it didn't matter because everyone knew that the government and the Shadow were two sides of the same coin. Su Kun-sang shouted that his family was dead, and the government would not hand him over to the Shadow. They wanted to put him behind bars as a military officer. However, the man did not understand why Theodore needed him. Theodore replied that the gentleman could help him find what he needed. After all, everyone knows who he works for. Su Kun-sang did not understand what he was talking about and who he could find, especially since they were about to arrest him. It turned out that Su Kun-sang possessed the secret weapon of feng shui. The first skill was yin and yang harmony. It allowed him to manipulate his opponents and had an additional passive effect in the form of damage. The second skill, perception of the earth, allowed him to find treasures and monsters. But it was complete nonsense, because he couldn't even deal with the Shadow. Su Kun-sang activated yin and yang harmony. Suddenly, a scandal broke out between the two comrades. They called each other idiots and completely useless creatures. Tempers flared, and threats were made to smash each other's heads in and show who was capable of what. The next moment, the guys started fighting, and they really beat each other up. Su Kun-sang said that these two fools would fight until they lost their pulse. However, this skill is completely ineffective against enemies above the 5th level. Theodore really enjoyed the performance. He applauded his captive's actions, saying that this was exactly what he needed. After that, the man took out a card and suggested that they stop arguing, because in fact they had common enemies, the government and the shadow. Therefore, it was definitely not worth quarreling among themselves. It was a card called God's Color of the Moon. Theodore activated it and directed it toward the believing guys. The next moment, the skill was deactivated, and both players woke up as if from oblivion. Theodore really liked how the gentleman acted, and he asked Meijin not to provoke anyone and to treat everyone with understanding, especially knowing what the consequences could be. Su Kun-sang was very surprised because his yin and yang harmony could not be removed by simple purification. The question of who Mr. Theodore really was became more and more interesting and relevant. Theodore introduced himself, saying that he was a seer of the Priest Guild. His skills were card casting, strengthening, purification, and teleportation. Gulin arrived in reality with the wolf and was now in Shanghai. The girl visited one of the places where the murder had been committed, activated the Touch of the Soul skill, and found the murderer's soul imprint. She immediately mounted the night wolf and rushed along the trail left by the murderer's soul. In Shanghai, at the former residence of Qin Feng, Qin Xiao opened the door and greeted the guests. Standing in the doorway was a friend who had brought an unfamiliar man with her. Qin Xiao decided that he was a buyer who had come to see the apartment. However, her friend replied that this man was not going to buy anything. He was a fortune teller who would help Xiao find her brother. Wen Xiao sincerely did not understand why she needed to find her brother, but her friend said that she was leaving in a few days and would no longer be around, so she did not want to leave her alone. The girl explained that the city authorities had seized the gold-level church sanctuary, and the official had invited Yang Yang to join the guild. That was why her friend was moving. The fortune teller's name was Ren Tu, and he was very accurate. Thanks to his predictions, they would be able to find Qin Feng. Ren Tu was silent for a long time, then replied that her brother was underwater. Xiao was indignant. She understood her friend's concern, but she was not going to mend relations with her brother, who had declared that he was rejecting her. Qin Xiao guarded Shadow's hideout all day long and saw him every day. Sooner or later, he would realize that Xiao was strong and invite her to join his guild. Yang Yang replied that Shadow was a stranger. He was not her brother and would not easily take Xiao's side. And she'd better not refuse and use the services of the fortune teller. After that, Yang Yang went to pack her things. Qin Xiao was adamant. She confirmed once again that she did not want to look for her brother. Rentu turned to the girl and asked if she had any personal belongings left behind by Qin Feng. Without waiting for an answer, the man went inside and said that even if her brother's belongings were gone, his energy remained inside, and that should be enough. She tried to stop the fortune teller, saying that she had not let him in and that he had better stop. But Rentu warned that their meeting was fateful. Therefore, he would not charge for his services, but the result might not live up to expectations. The fortune teller took out a card and activated the heavenly sign. With its help, he was going to find Qin Feng. The card showed that a dark figure was swimming in the depths of the sea. Rentu couldn't say anything for sure. Most likely, Brother Xiao had been burned alive and drowned in the sea. At that time, Qin Feng was in his private hideout, giving orders to his mechanical maid. Chen Xia seemed a little upset, but then she thought that her brother deserved it. He had no right to mock her, and her powerful future was still ahead of her. The seer expressed his regrets about the loss the girl had suffered. After that, the man said that, in a conversation with her friend, Xiao had mentioned Shadow. It so happened that the seer knew his location and could take Xiao there. To do this, she had to agree to a teleportation card. Even though her brother was dead, Shadow could become her new brother, and the girl would be happy. Qin Xiao immediately agreed to the teleportation, saying that her brother would eventually regret dying so young, and Shadow would surely reward her for her good service. After that, Zhao and the seer teleported somewhere. The girl did not understand where she was. Qin Xiao looked around and saw no sign of Shadow. However, at that moment, the fortune teller said that it was Xiao who had to indicate where Shadow was. The man instantly transformed and grabbed the unfortunate Zhao, who did not have time to react. He lifted the girl upside down and held her head down, demanding that Xiao tell him everything she knew about Shadow. Absolutely everything. The unfortunate Xiao sobbed and screamed. The girl insisted that she knew nothing and could not help the man in any way. However, the soothsayer punched her in the stomach and told her not to dare lie, because Qin Xiao had told her friend that she was guarding his gate. After that blow, Xiao lost consciousness and could not say anything at all. The man was surprised that this silly girl had not transferred her skills from the game. Ren Tu dragged the girl by her leg like a sack of flour and told someone on the phone that the fish is on the hook, but it was unclear when she would crack. The man laid the girl's lifeless body on the table. He hadn't killed anyone in 2 days, and his knife was hungry for blood. The person on the other end of the line said that the fortune teller could do whatever he wanted with the girl, but he must not kill her without permission. Having been forbidden to kill Xiao, the man decided to simply prolong the pleasure. The man in military uniform checked his phone. He didn't like what he saw there at all. Shadow had been offline for 2 days. Food is necessary for game progress. Shadow can't stay away that long. The only explanation for this behavior was that Anyu had told Shadow that they were trying to track him down. The man met his colleague, and after greeting him, thought that he needed to hurry up and find Shadow as soon as possible. The policeman hoped that Shadow would no longer be able to remain silent. After all, everyone considered him a perverted killer. A little more time would pass, and society would revolt, and the government would have to contact Shadow. Guling, riding a nightwolf, finally reached the place where the killer was. The trail left by his soul led her to the room. Guling activated her invisibility effect and moved closer to get a better look at the killer. Guling looked through the window and saw the body of a girl hanging by her hands. Both of her legs had been cut off, and blood was now flowing from them. Nearby was a man who was clearly enjoying his cruelty. The man said he hadn't felt such joy in a long time. Qin Xiao didn't understand why she had become the victim of a maniac. After all, the girl just wanted to sell her apartment, but now no one could help her. If her brother had been there, he would have saved her. Xiao remembered how much time Qin Feng had spent with her. However, now these thoughts were completely useless. Damn him for abandoning her. Xiao believed that her brother should have protected her, but instead, she was bleeding to death. Suddenly, Xiao felt a healing technique begin to work on her. This meant that someone had come to save her. But then the man said he wanted to finally introduce himself. His nickname in the game was Ren 2, the healer. The man told her not to worry, he would not let her die quickly, and so he used a healing technique to torment his victim longer. After all, playing with his victim without letting her die was the best entertainment for him. That was why the man had chosen the profession of a healer. Ren 2 announced to his victim that when she fully recovered, he would cut off some more of her body parts. Qin Xiao fainted from horror. Guling could no longer stand aside and watch this nightmare unfold. The girl attacked the villain with the blade of yellow spring. She pierced the man with her spear and asked him why he had started killing people. But most of all, Guling wanted to know why the killer had decided to blame all his crimes on the Shadow. Ren 2 began to activate the healing effect and tried to restore his health. However, Guling quickly managed to subdue the man. She approached him and said that she would cut off his legs if he didn't tell her everything right now, and Ren 2 promised to do so. Wang Min's team discussed the situation with Shadow. The players noticed that after they stopped reporting Shadow's exit time from the game, the murders stopped, which meant that someone was simply waiting for this information to commit crimes. Dark Plum was outraged. She never thought that her beloved Shadow could be a murderer because it was completely unlike him. And you completely agreed with her opinion. However, society thought otherwise, and this information could cause incredible chaos, which was the real goal of the maniac. And although everyone knew that Shadow was innocent, the authorities still had to arrest him to prevent panic. Of course, no one in the government is capable of defeating Shadow, and he is in no danger. But Shadow's arrest would cause problems in the government and result in heavy losses, which would weaken the country and threaten its existence. Wang Ming believed that they should confirm Shadow's innocence. It was now clear that the real criminal was in the corridors of power in Shanghai. After considering all possible options, only one person came to Anyu's mind, and that was none other than Ma Naling, who immediately disliked Shadow and was always jealous of him. Ma Naling constantly checked his phone but found no information about Shadow. If this continued, Ren 2 might not be able to control himself and kill the victim at the wrong moment. Ma Naling suddenly thought that his beloved Anyu had guessed everything. It would be better if she stopped thinking only about that scoundrel Shadow. Ma Naling could barely contain his anger and tears of jealousy. He wanted to deal with Shadow so that he could finally have Anyu. For the sake of his beloved Anyu, the man was ready to go against the whole country. His thoughts were interrupted by a phone call. The man thought that news had arrived, or perhaps Shadow had left the game. But the message was from Ren 2. The man said that Xiao had run away from him, he needed to buy a new tracking skill, and he asked Ma Naling to bring him exchange energy. Ma Naling realized that in the end he had no choice, and went to the meeting place. Ma Naling couldn't understand how this bloodthirsty maniac Ren 2 had allowed some girl to escape. However, upon entering the room, Ma Naling saw a horrific scene. Two people were hanging from the ceiling, Qin Xiao and Ren 2. Before Ma Naling could do anything, he was attacked and hung next to the other victims in the same way. Guling asked the man how he dared to try to frame her teacher. However, the man began to threaten that the girl had no idea who he was and what trouble awaited her. Guling explained that Ren 2 had already told her everything. Before her was the son of the head of Shanghai, Ma Naling, who was watching the time of the Shadow's exit from the game in order to frame him. Ma Naling almost succeeded, but now as a reward, the girl gave Ren 2 the opportunity to have some fun. She ordered Ren 2 to kill Ma Naling, and the maniac could do it any way he wanted. Ren 2 was very pleased with this turn of events. He thanked Guling, while Ma Naling began to shout that the maniac did not dare to do this. Ren 2 replied only that he had no choice, and therefore Mr. Ma should forgive him. Ren 2 cut the ropes with his knife, intending to mutilate the body of this corrupt cop, but Ma Naling activated the fire. He immediately threw it at Ren 2, and a powerful explosion rang out in the room. Ma Naling said that he had prepared for their meeting because the girl was Shadow's assistant, and now the man used the skill, Power of the Sun God. He wanted to use this technique to strike first. This improved all of the player's characteristics, and Ma Naling was going to kill not only Shadow, but all of his henchmen as well. Ma Naling aimed his golden bow at the girl and activated a barrage of fire. Gulin used the exposed Shadow, and Ma Naling realized that the stranger was also an assassin, just like Shadow. Guling then attacked, causing Ma Naling to drop the golden bow from his hands. The girl realized that her opponent was very weak and that the skill card did not belong to him. Guling asked who was helping Ma Naling. Ma Naling turned out to be a real weakling. He couldn't stand the pain and immediately began to cry, admitting that he would tell everything now. According to Ma Naling, foreigners who worked with Chen Shishi were behind it all. They found a police officer and offered to help kill the Shadow. They gave him a cool card and said that a very influential person was helping them, so Ma Naling simply couldn't refuse. Ma Naling continued to cry and snivel. He said he didn't know who this influential person was. After that, the man began to beg him to let her go, and then Ma Naling's father would thank the girl. Ma Naling continued to scream desperately and say that his father was a very influential person and would give the girl everything she wanted. Guling was tired of listening to these cries. Besides, her master had taught her that they should not show mercy to their enemies. Both villains were killed, but the unknown girl remained. Qin Xiao continued to hang from the ceiling. Gulin said that the girl's legs had been cut off, which was very sad. The authorities would take care of her rescue, but her survival depended on her will to live. After a while, representatives of the Shanghai police arrived at the scene. Rushing into the room, they saw a horrific scene and immediately called an ambulance. Inside, the police found 2 dead bodies, one of which was Ma Naling, as well as an unconscious but still alive girl whom they did not recognize. One of the police officers called the captain and said he had found a message left behind. There was a message on the wall. These 2 people were responsible for the murders and tried to frame Shadow. The evidence is in their phones. Take care of everything properly. After checking the phones of the dead, the police confirmed that Ma Naling had indeed demanded that the girl be killed and framed for Shadow. Someone had informed Ma Naling of the time when Shadow was not in the game, and that person also needed to be found and arrested. Qin Feng was finally able to log out of the game for the first time in a couple of days and was now trying to satisfy the ravenous hunger he felt. Enyu got in touch and reported that they had found the real killers. They were Ma Naling and Ren Tu. Enyu said that both villains had been found dead. All the evidence had been preserved on their phones. And a girl who was supposed to be the next victim had been found next to them. The police were sure they had caught the real killers. The girl had lost both legs and was now in the hospital in intensive care. The police were waiting for her to regain consciousness and be able to identify her kidnappers. Qin Feng realized that his assistant had done her job perfectly. Enyu decided to tell Shadow some important information. 5 strange creatures had appeared in the suburbs of Shanghai. They flew around the area and hunted players, and even if the police killed one of them, there were still 5 monsters left. Most likely, these 5 monsters are protecting some valuable treasure. We need to deal with them quickly. Qin Feng suggested that another tablet of the ancient god had appeared. Based on the description he received from Enyu, Qin Feng understood that the tablet must be located high in the heavens. To be able to fly, one must reach a very high level, which meant that Qin Feng needed some kind of flying vehicle. In the magical falling tower, the player was able to find the key to the city of Cherepov. This place was located in the territory of the Marega Empire and was the home city of the Dragon Clan. Qin Feng decided that he would be able to find something suitable for himself there. However, to get to the city of Cherepov, he needed to reach level 20, and the player was currently at level 19. He had very little left to go, and a short time later, the guy was on the beach of the city of Cherepov. The entire beach was littered with energy exchange capsules, as well as the bones of slain monsters and players. Shadow saw a group of players trying to fight a huge giant lobster. Li Qi, and it was her, looked at the bubbles in surprise and did not understand what kind of skill this was. Her comrade activated a unique hidden class, a soul guide, the strongest support class. He took no damage from the enemy. However, he could not deal damage and used his companion's buffs to change the course of the battle. The player shouted to his companions that after the attack, nothing would remain of the monster but a disembodied shell. And now the players were fighting a giant lobster and trying to defeat it with their combined efforts. Qin Feng recognized these players from his past life. Theodore and Zuma had managed to outwit the authorities of the City of Magic. Because of their interference, riots broke out in the city, leading to 3 months of unrest and the deaths of many people. Li Qi warned her companions to be careful and attentive because the monster was about to enter its second phase. And indeed, this transition soon took place, but the giant lobster summoned a bunch of his minions who began to attack the players. The girl ordered Zuma to use soul transformation against the monsters, while the other players would attack the boss. That way, they would be able to win. But for some reason, Zuma did not respond to his girlfriend's order. He just stood there silently and did nothing. Li Qi didn't understand what was going on. There were more and more monsters. The players couldn't cope, and Zuma was waiting for something. The terrifying shrimp monster was about to bite off the girl's head with its jaws, which were located on its belly. However, the shadow slash that Qin Feng used immediately changed the situation dramatically. Li Qi remained alive. The girl lay on the ground and watched as Shadow attacked the boss. One circular strike with the blade of the Ring of Night was enough to defeat the monster. Zuma did not understand what Shadow was doing here, but Qin Feng wasn't going to waste his time explaining and immediately killed the player Zuma. Li Qi thanked Shadow for helping them defeat the boss, but asked why the player was killing her teammates. Qin Feng replied that he wanted to know what the foreigner was doing in her team, The girl said that they hired the player because his hidden profession was needed to defeat the boss. No one thought that he would get scared at the very last moment. Qin Feng was sure that it didn't look like fear, and the girl should have understood that Zuma thinks completely differently. The girl still had questions. She didn't understand why anyone would do such a thing on purpose, and couldn't even imagine that someone would. Shadow replied that it was up to the players to find out for themselves. They should report what happened to the authorities of the City of Magic. Shadow was only going to take the exchange energy and the assassin's equipment for himself. Qin Feng suggested that if the players encountered bosses above the platinum rank, he would be happy if they reported it to him immediately. Li Qi immediately sent a message to all guild members, instructing them to report any platinum rank bosses or higher, since it was precisely such a monster that had nearly killed the young man. Another guild member was pleased that the authorities had come up with a good idea. Trying to survive with his last ounce of strength, the player was delighted that they would now be able to get normal equipment. Within a few minutes, Li Qi received a bunch of coordinates for bosses that were nearby and suitable for Shadow. Qin Feng was satisfied. He had helped the Shanghai authorities, and the level of their players' equipment had significantly improved. However, the teams were still struggling. Shadow immediately set off on another mission, telling the girl to send him the boss's coordinates. All the players were happy. They sincerely wished Shadow a safe journey and thanked him for his help. The giant Minotaur was very powerful and strong, and the players couldn't cope with him. The girls, covered in mud and blood, hid behind a rock. They were told that Shadow would soon be there to help them. The beauties also hoped that they would be able to see Shadow, because he was probably a real hunk. The players said that no one knew what Shadow looked like, and of course all the girls fell in love with him, sight unseen. But the girls said they weren't in love at all. They were just curious. The Shadow killed emerald-ranked monsters, so the platinum boss should be a piece of cake for him. Before they could finish talking, the giant Minotaur was cut in half with one precise blow from top to bottom, as if it were made of mastic. Qin Feng received all the bonuses, energy points, and the assassin skill, smoke bomb, and now they could move on because the giant Minotaur was dead. The players were in shock. The boss had been defeated. Shadow had killed him with one blow and then moved on. The girls didn't even have time to get a good look at him. A powerful explosion rang out behind the rock, and it seemed as if the earth shook. The shock waves scattered the group of players in different directions. All this noise was made by a huge boss with a giant sword in his hands. The commander shouted for his comrades not to come close, but the emerald boss's attack range was much greater than that of the platinum boss. The players thought their end had come, but this time it was not them who met their end. The severed pieces of the boss flew past the surprised players, followed by the Shadow. The Shadow Slash, multiplied by 4, finished off the battle. The noble rebel was defeated. In addition to exchange energy and mutation points, Qin Feng gained the assassin skill, Dissolving in Darkness. The surprised players didn't understand if they were playing the same game, because the difference between them and Shadow was like the gap between humans and gods. After spending some time this way, Qin Feng was able to destroy many bosses and quickly reach the required level. The ancient god's cursed energy bar was completely filled, and now the player was going to try again. Qin Feng used an improved version of the Shadow skill, which allowed him to hide himself and his companions. With its help, he could increase his stealth by one more level, and thanks to this, even diamond-ranked monsters would not be able to detect the player. Qin Feng used his mutation points and activated a smoke bomb. It created a smoke screen that blocked the enemy's vision. The player now also had a blood spirit devourer in their arsenal. It increased the player's strength and reduced the damage they took. And now Qin Feng felt that he could go to the City of Skulls. However, it was unclear how to get there, as there was no boat or portal nearby. The sea was full of monsters, and Shadow did not have the skill to walk on water. In this game, participating in underwater combat without preparation led directly to death. Qin Feng unfolded the map he had received in the magical falling tower and tried to find a clue on how to get to the island. After carefully examining the map, the young man saw a locked door on the coast. There was nothing in the area except caves. Qin Feng decided to at least investigate this door and the surrounding area. The boy reached the hidden door, but it was locked. It soon became clear that he needed to use the key from the city of Cherepov to open the lock. Qin Feng was very surprised that the key had to be used at such an early stage. But as they say, the owner is the master. The door was located on the coast, and it was unclear how it could take a person to the opposite shore. Qin Feng walked through the dungeon and noticed that it led somewhere down a spiral. The player descended lower and lower, and soon the young man realized what was happening. A light appeared ahead, and indeed, it was the exit from the underground tunnel. The player arrived in the Empire of Marega in the city of Cherepov. This place was an area affected by the power of the Berserker, where the rate of exchange energy loss was increased 100-fold. Qin Feng immediately noticed that this place and the city of Cherepov itself looked very unusual. Who would have thought that a tunnel connecting both shores would be laid under the sea? Once in a past life, some crazy guy shouted that there was a tunnel under the sea, but no one believed him because everyone thought the man had confused this game with some other one. Soon, Qin Feng met the guardian of the city of Cherepov. It was a centipede with 1,000 blades, the upper part of which was a human body. The lower part had been transformed into a giant monster. Its body had the same wounds as the white dragon. Perhaps this guardian was the curse of Cthulhu. At that moment, the monster opened its monstrous mouth. Qin Feng saw the upper part of the monster's body. Judging by the scars, it had suffered inhuman torment during its lifetime. Qin Feng activated Gift of Death. When using a throat slash, the target would receive additional damage. He also used Thirst for Killing and a quadruple Shadow Slash. But most of Shadow's attacks were deflected, and now the young man used Gift of Death again. In the end, it was enough, and the Guardian of Skull City was defeated. Qin Feng moved on. He killed the 1,000-bladed centipede, received mutation points, and also exchanged days. When the boss died, she took on the appearance she had before she turned into a monster. Qin Feng said goodbye to Mowire. After that, the player killed the cursed spider without any problems and received many items of equipment, as well as several skill books. Qin Feng noticed that all the monsters here had the upper body of a human and the lower body of a monster, as well as human names. The skeletons here were mutilated beyond recognition. Qin Feng examined a skull skeleton that resembled a dragon skull, but with multiple eyes and various growths. It felt as if this city had been turned into some kind of monstrous laboratory. To win the war, the inhabitants of the Mariaga Empire summoned Cthulhu, and the ancient sea battle cursed the city. This curse spread everywhere, turning the inhabitants into monsters. The closer Qin Feng got to the center of the city, the stronger the energy of the curse became. Suddenly, the captain of the city guard, Marion, appeared before the young man. He was a platinum-ranked monster, level 25. The monster made a solid impression. It seemed to be made of stone, and all parts of its body exuded fire and energy. Qin Feng assessed his opponent and wondered why this monster had such a low rank. Marion attacked the player, but Qin Feng managed to dodge the blow, which was capable of flattening anyone. In turn, Qin Feng used his Shadow Blade and struck the monster several times. Everything seemed to be going as usual. However, there was a click, and all the damage that had just been inflicted on the monster was reflected and hit the player. Qin Feng realized that his opponent could reflect damage, which meant that his health level was 10 times greater than that of a platinum boss. But it could reflect damage inflicted on it, apparently 100%, and if it weren't for the dark light shield, Qin Feng would already be dead. The young man realized that he must not let his guard down. He rose high into the sky, and it turned out that his opponent was even surprised by the player's behavior. Qin Feng added a few more layers of the dark light shield, then activated the Shadow Blade 10 times and began his attack. The young man decided to use weaker skills first to prepare for the decisive blow. With the help of the dark shield, he would block the enemy's attacks. Once the gauge was completely full, he could start using his main powers. Qin Feng used Death Gift and the Crimson Blade. It was a direct hit on the enemy. And although the young man received a counterattack, the sustained damage gave him a huge advantage. The shield could now withstand enormous damage, so the monster's counterattack would not be a serious problem. Soon, Qin Feng killed the captain of the city guard, receiving mutation points in exchange energy, as well as skill books and equipment items. Unfortunately, after the death of the guard captain, all the city guards were put on alert, and now monsters began to crawl out from all sides, ready to defend their city. A ring of various creatures closed in around the young man. He had summoned a wave of monsters and now had to kill them all before moving on. Qin Feng had never encountered the concept of a wave of monsters before. Even for Qin Feng, this was quite unusual. But the battle would be all the more interesting, the young man decided. He used the blade of the Ring of Night and destroyed all the monsters, after which the path to the City of Skulls was open. Qin Feng received only 1 year of exchange energy. It was too little. It turned out that even after the city's inhabitants turned into monsters, their life energy continued to be drained. Qin Feng followed with his gaze and noticed how all the life energy began to gather into a single stream. After that, all this energy transformed and formed a bridge. The spheres of light that fell from the monsters formed a bridge leading to the city, which Qin Feng now had to cross. At that moment, the player received an upgrade to the blessing of the residents of Cherpov. The player granted liberation to the restless souls of the city's residents, who were grateful for this, and now he would have the opportunity to gain the power of a dragon in the city. Qin Feng assumed that the source of the curse was in the city and had to be destroyed. The opportunity to gain the power of a dragon was very appealing. The player approached a pit that was covered with red sores, the same ones that were on the monsters' bodies. Qin Feng jumped into the crater, as if into the mouth of a volcano, and found himself in the large sewer system of the city of Cherpov. The rate of life energy loss in it was increased 1,000-fold, and it seemed as if the player was in some kind of bloody sludge. The remains of some monsters were still visible in the sludge, and it seemed that people were trying to escape from captivity. One of the monsters tried to speak, but he spoke in the language of an ancient god. But in some incomprehensible way, Qin Feng realized that he understood the monster's words. It was repeating the name Mowire. Soon, another monster appeared before the player. It was the last guardian of the City of Skulls, Achilles, who had an emerald rank. Qin Feng used his skill to dissolve into the darkness, hoping to become invisible to his opponent. However, the guardian of the city struck, and he knew exactly where to hit. Qin Feng was surprised that his opponent could see his location despite the veil of shadow. At that moment, the monster also opened its throat and began to shout Mowire's name in an ancient language. The monster shouted that name, perhaps because the young man had killed Mowire and taken her life energy. It was probably thanks to this energy which had previously belonged to Mo Wire, that the monster was able to track her location. Xin Feng noticed that the enemy had the same spikes on its body as the captain of the city guard. Perhaps it could also reflect damage. This assumption was soon confirmed. Achilles roared loudly at the top of his lungs, and it became clear that he was moving on to the next phase. Now, many eggs appeared around the player. They could also reflect damage, and elite minions were about to hatch from them. To destroy one egg, it was necessary to use the Shadow Blade 3 times, so the player lost 3 layers of Dark Shield on each egg. Although the recharge time was greatly reduced, it took about 2 seconds to restore each layer of the shield. Qin Feng would not be able to destroy all the eggs, so he would have to fight the monsters that hatched from them. But at that moment, the recharge time for the player's best skill had just ended. Qin Feng used the Crimson Blade, and the power of his defensive shield was enough to prevent him from suffering from the return damage. However, at that moment, the first creature began to hatch from the egg, stretching out its monstrous paw. Soon, a level 20 emerald-ranked cursed snake appeared in front of the player, followed by other similar babies. Qin Feng crouched in the center of this incubator and activated the Blade of the Night Ring. Thanks to the blood shield, the damage reflection was not scary. The player immediately killed 9 cursed snakes. At that moment, the monster spoke to the player, ordering him not to even try to destroy his clan. Qin Feng instantly teleported, trying to confuse his opponent and prevent him from attacking. After that, the young man used a Shadow Slash. But absolutely all the places that should have been damaged by the slash were intact and unharmed. Qin Feng realized that his opponent was completely immune to damage. At that moment, the monster struck. The protective shield withstood the next attack, which was very powerful and fast. The shield was no longer able to restore its layers, and Qin Feng became virtually defenseless against his opponent. The monster declared that as long as his people existed, the City of Skulls would stand. Qin Feng knew that only monsters of epic rank and above could speak in the game, and this monster was only of emerald rank. At that moment, the monster began to utter a curse, pointing its hand in the direction of the player. The boss used the Demon Dragon Cannon to protect his people. Qin Feng attacked with his Shadow Blade, but he couldn't break through the enemy's defense at all. In turn, the monster cast a Blood and Flesh prison skill on the player. The young man felt the enemy sucking out his life energy. Years of lost strength flashed by one after another. Qin Feng knew that it was impossible to defend against or evade this ability, and if it continued, the player would lose all his energy. Qin Feng tried to activate all his strongest skills, and remembered that he possessed the ability of the White Dragon Atius. The player immediately began to enhance the abilities gained from the White Dragon's skill, adding his Shadow Slaughter to them. And now the dragon's power and Shadow Slaughter were used against the monster from the player's side. Qin Feng delivered these attacks so powerfully and quickly, trying not to give his opponent a chance to do anything. Finally, the monster began to lose strength and was engulfed in scorching flames. However, it continued to resist and screamed that it could not die, but must continue the dragon's lineage. Qin Feng said that what the monster was doing was not defense, because due to Cthulhu's call, they were all trapped in a curse. Therefore, now the monster Achilles must pay for what it had done. Qin Feng used the power of the dragon in his Crimson Blade, and as a result of this attack, the last guardian of the City of Skulls was killed. Qin Feng received mutation points and bone rank equipment. The player disabled the dragon's power and saw that he had gained 1,000,000 experience points as a result of defeating the monster. Apparently, all the monsters in this city had given him energy, but only 40 points remained, which meant that the monster had already managed to transfer most of it to Cthulhu. In addition, the player received additional rewards for using the dragon's power in defeating the enemy. These were bone runes and a mountain bell. The bone runes are the key to the tomb of the bone god. 2 more keys must be found, and then the passage to the runes will open. Qin Feng was pleased to receive an epic level item, a mountain bell. At that moment, the king of hunters, Osiris, one of the former guardians of the City of Skulls, appeared before the player. Osiris was surprised that a human had been able to clear the City of Skulls and kill Achilles. Qin Feng asked Osiris if he knew what had happened in the city and heard the following story. Osiris had been a guardian of the city in ancient times, but had died many years ago. However, with the help of necromancy, the inhabitants of the Manga Empire summoned him from oblivion to defend themselves against their enemies. During the war, they suffered defeat, and Achilles, the head of the city, decided to resort to dark magic and summon Cthulhu. This came at the cost of the life of the person Achilles loved most, so he decided to sacrifice his daughter. However, at the last moment, Achilles abandoned this plan. Achilles saved his daughter and sacrificed all the inhabitants of the city, including himself instead. They were all cursed, gaining enormous power, but turning into terrible monsters. The inhabitants of Mariaga were able to defeat their enemies, but they completely lost their humanity. The girl was the only one who retained her human form. However, she had no chance of survival. The monsters hated her, considering her the cause of their curse, and in the end, the princess also became a monster. Osiris wanted to thank the person who was able to bring peace to the souls of the city's inhabitants. In addition, the dragon sensed a familiar scent coming from the player. He said he would follow the man forever and asked him to tell him his name. Qin Feng introduced himself and said his name was Shadow. Osiris bowed his head in reverence and declared that he would obey Shadow and that Shadow would now be his master. Qin Feng noted that, like all epic ranked creatures, Osiris's characteristics were very specific. For example, an epic boss has at least 10 million hit points, but Osiris only had 100,000. Perhaps this was due to the effects of necromancy. Before his resurrection, he had been dead for a long time, and because of this, his power may have been significantly reduced. Thanks to his skills, Osiris could use bone shields and bone spikes. It was a rather primitive set, but he could also summon 12 emerald-ranked pterodactyls, which provided a good view from the air. In addition, Osiris' body consisted only of bones, so the dragon was quite light. This allowed it to develop tremendous speed, exceeding even the speed of sound. This was an excellent indicator that compensated for its rather weak combat skills, and Qin Feng was satisfied with this acquisition. It was quite enough for him. It turned out that the player had fulfilled all the conditions for improving his profession, which was also a pleasant and timely event. Qin Feng, without delay, immediately began the improvement. It took some time, and soon confirmation came that the player's profession had reached the 3rd rank. In addition, all bonus characteristics were improved, and a new passive profession was added: Shadow Light. Shadow Light allowed the player to reflect any attack in stealth mode if they reacted quickly enough. In a previous life, those who had such a hidden profession did not live to see this improvement. Otherwise, they would have become virtually invulnerable both in the game and in real life. Some may think that a 1-second delay is not that much, but as the level increases, the reaction speed and defense level will grow, and using the skill within 1 second will become the norm. In addition, the player received a diamond weapon, which was a very nice bonus. It strengthened the assassin, increasing attack power and allowing him to overcome resistance to physical damage. Qin Feng noted the excellent qualities of the bone spike, as armor penetration was indeed a very useful improvement. After studying all his new skills and bonuses, Qin Feng settled on Osiris' head. The player activated Dissolve in Darkness, and now Osiris was ready to fly. The dragon's stealth level turned out to be even higher than Qin Feng's. It was unclear how this was possible, but it was a nice bonus. Qin Feng understood that with each subsequent mission, he would encounter more and more amazing things. But now he decided it was time to test the dragon's speed. Osiris understood what his master wanted and decided to do everything he could not to disappoint him. The speed was truly astonishing. Qin Feng and the dragon rose rapidly from the city sewers. Osiris showed such impressive speed that the player didn't even have time to blink, realizing that his dragon was indeed incredibly fast. Qin Feng thought about finding the monster that Anyu had mentioned and obtaining another tablet of the ancient god. But first he had to get to the ruins of the City of Magic. From there, he could teleport to the City of Luck. The journey would take several hours and Qin Feng could trust his flying machine and rest. The group of players tried to defeat the monster. Everyone was active and tense, trying to complete their task without mistakes. The mage tried very hard. She activated the divine fireball and launched it at the monster. However, the fireball flew off the boss and hit one of the players. The player burned alive, and the mage girl couldn't understand how this had happened. The swordsman held his sword in his hand, still figuring out how best to attack. But suddenly the boss ran into his blade and died. Qin Feng told the dragon that they needed to return to the ruins of the City of Magic. It should only take 10 minutes. At the teleportation point of the Demon City, the lovers met. The guy confessed that he had only met another girl once, but all this time he had continued to think about his beloved. The girl wanted him to promise to forget his mistress, and after that, the young people were going to seal their eternal love with a sticky kiss. But suddenly something happened, and the young people flew apart in different directions. Qin Feng climbed down from the dragon. The guy thought they had bumped into someone, but it didn't matter. Qin Feng stood on the teleport and prepared to move to the City of Luck. The young man was outraged that every time he teleported to the City of Newcomers, the cost doubled. It was really tacky. The player thought it was too expensive. In the future, he would try not to use the teleport unless absolutely necessary. Even if he had a lot of exchange energy, it wasn't worth wasting it left and right. Qin Feng climbed the steps, preparing to enter the city. Looking around, the young man saw representatives of the authorities. There were a lot of them. It seemed that the authorities were helping players defeat monsters and level up, as well as ensuring that there were no conflicts between players. In his previous life, the authorities only started paying attention to newbies a few months later, but now they realized that helping newbies could be really beneficial. Now even older players could survive in this city. Suddenly, the young man's thoughts were interrupted by a cry for help. He turned around and saw a huge flying monster holding a player in its claws outside the city gates. The girl began to cast a spell and a sacred shield to prevent the monster from harming the player. Her partner rushed to attack the enemy, using a jumping slash to destroy the monster. The female mage activated a fireball spell, trying to set the approaching monster on fire. The players were unable to inflict serious damage on the monster, but at least they saved the man who had been dragged away by the flying monster. By and large, there was no point in killing these monsters, because almost immediately after their death, a new one, absolutely identical, appeared. Qin Feng left the city to examine the 5 golden monsters. Any government-affiliated squad could handle them, but the problem was that if they weren't killed, the monsters would simply fly away. The young people approached the old woman they had just rescued from the flying monster. They needed to check if she needed medical attention. But the old woman opened her toothless mouth and began to shout loudly, insulting everyone around her and calling them useless idiots. She claimed that it was unclear why players were needed at all, since these flying monsters had been here for several days, preventing people from hunting ordinary monsters. The mage girl tried to calm the old woman down, saying that the government had already asked for help and that the shadow would soon arrive to save everyone. Her partner asked her to show some respect and stop insulting those who were protecting her. But the old woman was not going to calm down. She did not understand what was wrong with the players and why they were not solving citywide problems. Then the conversation turned to a player named Shadow. Everyone understood that he was very busy and couldn't always find time to help right away. But in the opinion of the people, he should have helped his fellow citizens first. Government officials tried to calm the angry people, saying that Shadow would help soon, and if the players didn't want to wait, they should leave the game and go for a walk in the park. But the people did not calm down. They reminded the authorities that everyone pays taxes and they cannot even protect them. And if the government has not dealt with the monsters outside, then it should not shift the responsibility onto others. At that moment, the guy couldn't take it anymore and turned to the old people, saying that the government had already upgraded these elderly newbies to level 3, but they were still dissatisfied and continued to demand something. However, the old men shouted that level 3 was of no use to them anyway, and if the guy wanted to hit an elderly person, he should try to do it right now. At that moment, one of the old men pretended to receive a resounding slap. It was unclear who had delivered it. The man fell to the ground and began shouting for everyone to watch as the old man was beaten, claiming that he could not take it anymore and that his heart would give out. The government representative was sweating profusely from the tension, apologizing and claiming that he had not even touched the man. But the crowd was already against him. Shouts rang out from all sides that no one had any pity for the elderly, that no one helped them, but only maimed them, and that it would be easier to just kill all the elderly people right away. The girl blushed with anger, resentment, and indignation. She told the old people that if they were so brave, they should attack her and beat her to death. Someone from the crowd tried to strike her, but missed, and his powerful arm whizzed past the girl's body. Then the man who had tried to hurt the government representative flew to the side and fell to the ground with a dull thud. The girl did not understand what had happened. She only felt someone touch her. The crowd became heated and lost all sense of boundaries and restraint. The old people were going to destroy the government representatives who were behind the shield. But even so, what was happening looked insane. At that moment, the old woman whom the young people had saved from the flying monster approached and spat directly in the girl's face. Chen Feng watched the events unfold from the sidelines. He saw how the frenzied and enraged crowd was preparing to lynch the government officials. The young man climbed onto the dragon's head and activated the invisibility effect. Then he flew away with the dragon, which began to flap its wings powerfully. A terrible hurricane-force wind arose, and all the old men and women were simply blown away for a long time. The boy and girl were finally able to breathe easy and come to their senses. They immediately realized that Shadow had come to their aid. Shadow froze, standing on the dragon's back, and examined the monster, which looked very unusual. 5 flying monsters mentally connected to one object. It was time for Shadow to fight and destroy these monsters. The authorities watched the departing player, immensely grateful to their savior. Flying closer, Qin Feng examined the monsters, which were staring fiercely at the surrounding world. Qin Feng activated his abilities and immediately engaged in battle with these constantly respawning monsters. At that moment, the old people had already managed to respawn, and the crowd gathered again under the city walls. Their indignation knew no bounds. Someone had dared to kill them. The authorities understood that the nightmare was about to begin again, because the pensioners demanded that all their years of life and the exchange energy spent on recovery after death be returned to them. Some of the old people completely lost their minds. The authorities tried to calm them down, claiming that their energy would never run out, and that the state would pay them the minimum exchange days for the rest of their lives. At that moment, the argument was interrupted by one of the monsters falling, killed in midair, and killing several old people with its body. Following this, Osiris landed nearby, with Qin Feng on his back. The boy did not understand where so much life energy came from, since he had only killed 5 bosses. One of the old men began to hysterically complain about how Shadow dared to drop such heavy objects as the slain boss from a height, and what this player was allowing himself to do in general. Qin Feng hadn't encountered such wild ingratitude in a long time. He was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to respond. The old woman yelled that he couldn't hear her when she was talking to him, and that young people these days were ungrateful and rude. Qin Feng tried with all his might not to react to the old woman, but she ran up to him and grabbed the object he was holding, shouting that he was ungrateful and that if it weren't for the elderly, young people wouldn't be alive at all. The woman grabbed the object, and at that moment, all the life energy left the boring and nasty old woman. Qin Feng turned to Osiris and asked him to summon the bone dragons. The request was immediately granted, and the sky was filled with many similar dragons, but smaller in size. The authorities watched what was happening with interest. They tried to guess what the Shadow wanted to do. After all, the old women were the most resilient population on the planet. They recovered again and went to fight the Shadow. Now they accused the authorities of joining forces with the Shadow to rob pensioners. The old woman claimed that she had 1,000 years of exchange energy, and the Shadow had stolen it all. The girl tried to calm the old woman down, saying that she had never had 1,000 years of exchange energy and that there was no need to try to deceive anyone. However, the old hag claimed that her son had given her these days of exchange energy, and that the girl was so eager to defend the shadow because she wanted to snatch more prey from him. After these accusations, the old woman turned to the other old people and said that if they helped her get her 1,000 years back, she would give each of them a year of exchange energy because old people should not be humiliated. The old toothless stinkers immediately picked up on this idea and began chanting that the shadow was a thief and he must return what he had stolen. The representative of the authorities, observing this shameless behavior, said that he wanted to simply arrest all these old people, but his partner noted that, sitting in the city, the old people had become helpless, so it was better not to touch them at all. By this time, the helpless had turned into real revolutionaries and demonstrators, demanding that the government and the shadow return their energy. Suddenly, the paws of some creatures dug into the backs of all the old people. Flying dragons lifted each old man into the air and flew high into the sky with them. The old people were very surprised. They did not understand who was holding them, where the monsters came from, or where they were all flying. The little dragons were carrying out the task they had been given by Osiris. They were taking the old men away from the city and throwing them to the ground. During the flight, the old men began to scream and beg not to be let go, asking not to be treated this way. Shadow explained to the authorities that players did not lose health points in this place. However, no one said that the laws of physics did not apply there, so they crashed and died. Bone dragons will always be near the City of Luck and throw out those who behave inappropriately. Government officials can save these people or leave them to die. Qin Feng added that the flying monsters had been destroyed, so he was leaving the city, and he left the loot that remained after the monsters were destroyed to the government. The man was very surprised because the shadow really was as generous as they say. There was now a lot of gold equipment lying around the City of Luck. The man turned to his colleague and offered her to take any item she wanted. However, the girl's thoughts were somewhere far away, and she did not hear what was said at all. The girl was in a romantic and sentimental mood. It seemed to her that her heart had left her body along with the shadow. Just to bring his partner back to her senses, he had to hit her with one of the gold items. The girl was indignant, saying that it hurt, and took offense at her partner, who understood nothing about romance. But the guy said that she needed to stop fantasizing because the shadow would never pay attention to someone like her, because the girl looked like a toad trying to swallow a swan. Of course, these words could not go unnoticed. A scandal immediately began, and a fight broke out between the comrades over which of them was a toad and which was a swan, and so on. The girl took one of the balls with exchange energy, but then a brilliant idea came to her mind. Her colleague seemed to be in love with her. The bone dragons continued to carry away the old people and throw them to the ground, while romantic relationships began to form between the young people. In the end, they agreed to go out to lunch together, and perhaps it will end up being something interesting for them. In the real world, at a city hospital in Shanghai, things weren't so cheerful. Zhen Xiao finally came to her senses after the horror she had endured, as well as after the operations that had been performed at the clinic. The girl stretched out her arms and felt that there was nothing under her blanket. She was told that, unfortunately, the doctors had been unable to save her legs, and they were very sorry that they had not been able to help her. In addition, the treatment cost 50 years of exchange energy, 10 years of which would be reimbursed by insurance companies, but the girl would have to pay for the remaining 40 years of exchange energy. Qin Xiu said that she did not have that much exchange energy, but perhaps she could mortgage and sell one of her 2 houses. However, she was told that her property had already been appraised. The total value of these houses was 3 days of exchange energy. Qin Xiao was genuinely outraged. She had spent 200 days of exchange energy plus another 2 million yuan to buy these apartments, and now her property had depreciated so much. The girl tried to offer the money she still had in her account. However, the clinic representatives replied that, unfortunately, money was no longer accepted, and payment was only accepted in exchange energy. The clinic representatives gave the girl 3 days to collect the necessary amount. Otherwise, they would stop treatment and send her to community service, where she would work off her treatment. There, she could do anything: hunt monsters, gather materials, cook food, or rebuild destroyed buildings. She would have to work 15 hours a day, but fortunately for her, her life would no longer be in danger. Qin Xiu could no longer hold back, and tears streamed from her eyes. She was now disabled, so how could she do such hard work? They explained to her that she was only disabled in the real world. In the game, she had a fully functional body, albeit with reduced characteristics. In addition, new treatments might appear in the future that would help restore her legs. Qin Xiao shed bitter tears and begged not to be sent there. The girl did not want to sit in the dirt because it was disgusting. Qin Xiao was in despair because she was already at a complete dead end, and now she was also without legs. But she was absolutely not to blame for anything. The hospital representatives were completely calm and emotionless. They waited until their patient stopped crying and asked her a question. Perhaps the girl had friends or family, in which case she could ask them to vouch for her, and the bank would give her a loan. The girl would have to provide the hospital with a debt repayment plan. The only family Qin Xiao had now was her brother, but he was already dead, and her best friend Xu Yang. But it was unclear whether she could help. Qin Xiao was in terrible despair. She did not know what to say. She could not imagine who could help her. In the end, the girl realized that she was alone. Suddenly, someone kicked open the door to her hospital room and shouted, "Qin Xiao, I'll help you." The guild president said that the cost of her treatment was only 40 years of exchange energy. and the man asked for her phone number. Qin Xiao couldn't believe her eyes and didn't believe anything anymore. The guild president confirmed that it was indeed him. The man knew what Qin Xiao had gone through, and it was all very terrible. Qin Xiao was very grateful to the president, who had come to her in such a difficult moment of despair and saved her. The president transferred 100 years' worth of exchange energy to her phone. That was more than enough. Qin Xiao sincerely thanked him, but the man said there was no need for thanks. If this amount was not enough for treatment and recovery, Yao could contact him again. Qin Yo had never seen such huge numbers in her life. But in addition, the information mentioned a 30% commission. The guild president explained that he had paid for all her treatment because Qin Xiao needed to recover as soon as possible so she could return to work as quickly as possible. After all, their guild was always ready to help Qin Xiao, and she should remember that this was her home. After that, the president began to say goodbye, saying that he had other business to attend to, but asked Xiao not to forget one thing. Leaving the unfortunate girl's room, the man said that he missed her very much and was waiting for her to return. Qin Xiao cried again, unable to stop because it had been a long time since anyone had said such words to her. The whole situation was filmed on a phone by one of the guild members who had come to the hospital with the president. Leaving the clinic, the president said that the video should be edited to make the girl look as pitiful as possible, as if no one could help the poor girl and only their guild saved her in a hopeless situation. The cameraman replied that he understood and would do his best, using editing to show the most gruesome scenes. The guild president had always been tormented by the fact that this fool caused them too many problems. But maybe now, thanks to her disability, new people would join the guild. His comrades said that the president was, as always, brilliant, and that they needed to get back to the game as soon as possible to meet the shadow. In the ruins of Shanghai, in the refuge of the Temple Knights, the player couldn't understand why everyone was so upset that the shadow had entered the game. After reading the information, the player realized that the shadow had humiliated a lot of people. If he had the opportunity, he would personally kill the shadow. At that moment, the shadow appeared before him and asked the president if the remaining reapers were ready. The guild president hoped that the shadow had not heard his last words. Surprised, the man fell to the floor. He offered the shadow a seat on the only chair in the hideout. It was a toilet, and he asked why the shadow was so quiet today. Qin Feng did not intend to spend much time here, and he demanded that the guild president gather all the slashers. A few minutes later, all 200 players who had ever killed other players were brought before Qin Feng. Without saying a word, the shadow destroyed all the slashers with a single movement. Thanks to this event, Qin Feng was trying to gradually remove the status of a cutthroat from himself, and now he already had the current level 2. In principle, he could live with that. Shadow was already leaving the refuge when the guild president called out to him and asked a question. The man wanted to know who the shadow had quarreled with, because there were already several posts on the internet describing the shadow's unscrupulous actions. People said that Shadow had taken their money, raped and killed them, and that the authorities had helped the player. Qin Feng looked closely and recognized the old woman who had been in the City of Luck, causing scandals and trouble. In addition, there was information on the internet about an unfortunate girl who had lost both her legs, and the Temple Knights Guild had helped her completely free of charge. Qin Feng, of course, recognized his sister. He realized that it was her who had once been saved from the maniac Gu Ling. It was simply amazing how small the world was. Without saying a word or giving any explanation to the president of the Temple Guild, Qin Feng left the shelter. The player flew off on his dragon to attend to his business. He contacted Gu Ling and instructed her to find out who was spreading rumors about him. The guy didn't want to deal with such trifles personally and entrusted his assistant with the task. Gu Ling went out into the real world, settled in Shanghai, and began to study the information. It really seemed that someone had decided to spread dirty rumors about the shadow. In general, it seemed absurd. Why would anyone need to say that Shadow had attacked an unfortunate old woman? Gu Ling couldn't stand her masters being accused of something stupid, and she immediately realized that she needed to investigate the matter. She promised that she would find the offender and that he would answer for everything. Gu Ling was burning with desire to find the scoundrel, and now all he had to do was wait for his just punishment. Because Gu Ling was already rushing at full speed and would not allow anyone to insult her master. At that moment in Shanghai, at the home of the old woman Feng, a neighbor was knocking on her door, trying to get the nasty old woman to come out into the hallway. The fact was that her dog had knocked the man's son down the stairs, and now the child was paralyzed, and the old woman was trying to evade responsibility. Suddenly, the door flew open, and the nasty old woman said that the neighbor had simply gone mad, and it was unclear what he thought he was doing. But the old woman knew that the neighbor was using his X-ray vision to stare at her, while the poor old woman was washing herself, so now she was going to call the police. The old woman started screaming that the man's son was an idiot and had nothing to do with it. The neighbor showed the old woman a video that had been recorded by a hallway camera. It clearly showed the dog pushing the child down the stairs, and it was irrefutable evidence. But at that moment, the vicious old woman kicked the neighbor's hand, and the phone flew away after his crippled son. The old woman stood there looking very pleased with herself. She said that the neighbor now had no evidence and could show nothing to anyone. The neighbor remained perfectly calm. He told the old woman that he had not come to argue with her. The man warned the old woman that he would be watching her with an eagle eye and could destroy her at any moment with poisonous mist if she continued to behave in the same way, and that she would be killed. The old woman began to scream for other neighbors to come and listen to how this second-rate actor was threatening her with death and where the world was heading when pensioners were being bullied. The man activated his eagle eye and said he would behave as he saw fit. Eagle eye allowed him to keep constant surveillance on his target, and any skill the player had was automatically used against the target. But suddenly the man felt that he couldn't use his skills. He didn't understand why this had happened. However, the nasty old woman Feng looked at the man and asked what had happened to him. Had he broken down somehow? Old woman Feng began to ask why her neighbor's skills suddenly weren't working. She laughed and mocked the man. The neighbor was very confused. He did not expect his skills to be completely useless. The man tried to activate his skills again and again, but nothing happened. None of his skills worked. At that moment, the nasty old woman said that she was going to tell her brainless neighbor something. It turned out that the old woman had a son who was a secret forbidden magician, so her apartment was protected by a forbidden magical barrier, and no one could use their skills there. At that moment, a huge silhouette appeared from the apartment. It belonged to the son. The man wanted to know what had happened and why his mother was swearing all the time. The unfortunate old woman told her son that her neighbor, who was now standing on the landing, had been harassing her. It was disgusting, and even the dog could confirm it. Of course, no son could react calmly to such information. The man immediately began to beat his neighbor. The crazy son of a crazy old woman killed his neighbor in front of his wife and child, and no one could stop this nightmare. In the end, he threw the man to the floor, and his wife immediately began to restore her beloved's health. Suddenly, the neighbor's son said that he did not understand how these insignificant people dared to disturb their peace, and he grabbed the woman by the collar. The bully lifted the unfortunate neighbor, saying that he usually doesn't hit women, so he advised her to just take her stuff and get out of there. The woman was very sad and offended to hear this, because it wasn't their fault, so why should her family leave their home and move away? The woman looked at her crazy neighbor and said that he would be responsible for the health of her son and husband. The bully threw his neighbor to the floor, saying that she was very stubborn and completely brainless because she didn't understand the situation. After that, the bully raised his powerful fist, preparing to strike his neighbor and teach her a lesson so that she would finally remember that in the modern world, the strongest wins. You, unfortunate woman, closed your eyes and tried to cover your head with your hand, realizing that there was absolutely nothing you could do to save yourself from imminent death. But suddenly, something strange happened. At the last moment, the girl avoided the blow, and the bully punched the wall with all his might. Everyone froze in surprise. The neighbor girl thanked her savior, Guling, saying that she had finally found these nasty idiots. Guling wasn't going to say who she was, but she knew exactly who she was dealing with, because these people had written nasty things about the shadow, and now they would pay for everything. The man looked at the girl in surprise. He thought that the shadow itself was standing in front of him, because he had never seen the shadow in person and did not know what it looked like. His mother, a nasty old woman, told him not to be afraid because it was definitely not the shadow. The man was sure that even if the shadow came here, it wouldn't be able to do anything. The man was already at level 16, and he had put all his strength and physique points into his forbidden magic barrier, so he was completely invulnerable. Guling listened to this idiotic story and said that she would now show how stupid and dumb the bully was. Guling began to activate her abilities and also connected her shadow energy. The man said that he was invulnerable inside and took a fighting stance. Guling lunged into the attack and did it so quickly that the muscle man didn't have time to notice where she had gone. The girl jumped up and kicked him in the chest with all her might, and the man only had time to think that she was incredibly agile. Most likely, she was an assassin. After dodging several blows in a row, the man managed to grab Guling by the fist and noted that she had amazing speed, but her strength was rather mediocre. Therefore, without her skills, Guling would not be able to harm him, and he punched her so hard that she flew away. The nasty old woman came out into the hallway to cheer up her son, who was showing off his biceps and talking about how powerful and strong he was. Guling really felt awful. She had been hit hard, but at the same time she told herself, I must not die because I work for the shadow. At that moment, the son approached and said that Guling had killed his mother several times in the game, so the son had to kill the shadow. He lifted Guling up with his arm outstretched and said he would give her 10 seconds to tell him everything about the shadow, otherwise he would tear her arm off. Guling looked into his eyes and was not going to say anything. The girl was completely calm and confident. This calmness and complete lack of fear surprised the man, and he began to look closely at his victim's face. And that turned out to be his fatal mistake, because when he met Guling's gaze, he fell under her spell. The man realized that he was surrounded and saturated with some kind of poison, but he did not understand how it happened. Guling explained that he did not understand the rules of the game at all, but at the same time considered himself invulnerable. The girl used the magic of deadly poison, and now any attack would cause poisoning that could penetrate the shield. Gromila got scared and started calling for his mom, asking her for help, but the old woman didn't know what to do in this situation. Guling, looking at this rotten family, said that she knew everything about them. The old woman's name is Feng Shaolin. She likes to do nasty things knowing that she will not be punished for it. Her son Han Bingxiang is a healer and secretly a forbidden magician. However, he hated all healers and spent all his points on increasing his strength. The only skills he learned were forbidden magic barrier and silence. The guy mostly preferred to attack other players and take their life energy. If he had at least learned the skill of removing curses, he could have stayed alive. Now the old woman started screaming that her son had been killed and that she was going to call the police. However, in the next moment, someone kicked the phone out of the nasty old woman's hands. It was the neighbor whom his wife had already healed. He said that the old woman's son was dead, and now his barrier no longer worked. This meant that it was time to repay the old woman for all her misdeeds. The old woman began to scream that she was being killed and called for help. The neighbor asked the old woman not to worry. He would definitely call the police, but a little later. Until then, the man would beat the old woman as much as he wanted, and his wife would constantly heal her. Finally, the man was able to let off steam. He activated the deadly eye that enhanced the user's abilities. The loving wife healed the old neighbor and encouraged her husband at the same time. Feng Xiaolin would have gladly died, but no one gave her such a happy opportunity. After quite a long time, the entire hallway of the house was covered in blood, but the old woman was still alive. Now it was possible to call the police. The man had let off steam, and his wife had once again treated the nasty neighbor. The young people wanted to thank the girl and their acquaintance who had saved their lives, but she was nowhere to be seen. Guling was already returning to her master. She sent him a message that she had completed the mission. The shadow thanked the girl for her speed and performance. 300 kilometers from the ruins of the City of Magic, a group of players gathered. They were not far from the volcano. Poisonous gas spread everywhere. Poisoning could lead to internal bleeding, so nothing alive could be here. The explorer was sure that his intuition was right. There was a cave nearby, and what they were looking for was located inside it. The players approached the cave entrance. They needed to go inside and climb down. The atmosphere was eerie. Zuma was ready to carry out any order from his master. Theodore demanded that they watch carefully and, if anything suspicious appeared, immediately use their invisibility. After that, the players began to descend into the depths of the cave one after another. Their difficult and long journey was not in vain. Soon their faces lit up with happiness, and they saw what they had been looking for so long. Before them, in all its glory, stood the hellish flower, with which the villains planned to deal with the shadow.